I would like to have a big brother because I didn't really have my dad around when I was younger, and I didn't really have anybody to do stuff with.
I would like to have a big brother because I would like to explore more than what I already know.
I want to have a big sister because, see, I'm the only girl, and it's really wonderful when I can get away from my brothers.
I think my big brother would be nice, kind, have nice clothes, and play with me, take me places.
I would like to go bowling, skating.
I would like to take some walks. I would like to talk about what I'm thinking about and just have as much fun as we can do.
With my big sister, I would like for us to just hang out, go to the movies or get our nails done, girly stuff.
I would like to have my big brother help me find a college.
I want to do with my big sister, make donuts, cookies, and dinner.
I would like my big brother to know that I'm really excited for me and him to have lots of fun and have some fun around this journey that we're going to be on.
My name is Danye, and I'm waiting for a big brother.
My name is Jabriah, and I am waiting for a big sister.
Hi, my name is Sean, and I'm waiting for a big brother.
I'm Triana, and I am waiting for a big sister.
Hi, my name is Key Myron, and I'm waiting for a big brother.
My name is Tayana, and I've been waiting for a big sister for a long time.
My name is Liam, and I'm waiting for a big brother and the Big Brother and Big Sisters program.
Sometimes the best gift you can give is a helping hand. Please donate to the Big Brothers and Big Sisters this holiday season.
We are back for year 5 of the Geekscape Holiday Livestream-Tacular. 5 years running with this event. I am joined with the Podfather, the founder of Geekscape, Jonathan London, buddy.
Do the kazoo again. Do
Sure.
that kazoo again. Let's do it. Okay, Matt, I think you need to, and it's Christmas themed, tell us the origin of that kazoo.
So this
Not that you don't have kazoos laying around, but that specific kazoo
this
out of your
specific
collection.
kazoo, my girlfriend Barb moved in a couple months ago with her kids, and it was the Santa workshop this week, and her son Logan got me this. And I promised him I was definitely going to use it throughout the holiday live stream because we are going to be trying to get a ton of donations all day long using, John, this is very exciting, for the first time ever, our own personalized URL. No more long URLs that we're giving you to donate. You just go to geekscapegives.com and it'll take you right to the donation page where you can donate and make a difference. And basically every year, but last year, unfortunately, there was I think there was a conflicting situation last year. So we had to pre-record with Charlene last year from Big Brothers. But this year, Charlene's back in the chat to help us kick off the event. Woo!
Hello.
What if she busts
I
out
had
another
jury
kazoo?
duty last year.
That's what
Jury
it was.
duty.
Yeah.
Guilty.
Yeah. Did you get selected?
I just went in and I said, guilty.
Guilty.
I got to get back to my computer so I can watch the
Guilty.
Geekscape live stream.
It's
So,
the
Guilty.
thing
I'm
that
outta
most
here.
people look forward to all year round. And most people, I definitely at least mean me, but I'm sure that there's others who are just as excited.
Didn't you go into jury duty once with a shirt that just said, "I hate cops"?
I did. It really helped.
You don't truly believe that.
No.
No, you just didn't want jury duty. That's
I
terrible.
just did one jury duty.
Yeah.
Look, you do what you got to do to
We all
survive.
got things to do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Justice is not one of them.
Charlene, I have to ask you, this is now our 5th year doing this, and I know that
5
you text me
years.
all the time just when it's getting where like the season's coming, and you, according to you, the whole coastal and northern New Jersey Big Brothers Big Sisters team actively looks forward to the Geekscape live stream day. Is that true?
Absolutely. Every single one of them.
Matt, we're
I
gonna have
know
to get
there's several
kazoos.
people at the office watching right now. They're really excited to see the interview you did with Bill and Jaden, so that'll be fun. But yeah, we're all real excited.
And I've talked to you about this before. Our goal, we're going for $2,000.
Mhm.
And I think it's important to establish with the audience, like, what does $2,000 with Big Brothers Big Sisters actually mean?
Yeah, so each child is matched 1-to-1 with an adult mentor. So, and it's professionally supported. So we have a team of case managers at our office that professionally matches and supports the big and little for the first year and on through the rest of their relationship. So $2,000 is our benchmark for the first year to match one child with one adult and professionally support that match for 1 year. So that's typically our benchmark. If we raise $2,000, we know we can get one of our kids off of the waiting list. And we typically have around 100 or more kids waiting for a big at any given time, whether it be there's not a big in their area that's ready to be matched with them, or we're just waiting for the perfect match. That's something that we really take a lot of pride in. We make sure that there's common interests, that they're fairly local to one another, and that we just think it's going to be a really strong relationship that'll last past that first year.
Well, the other thing that you've mentioned to me is that it's impossible to find a direct correlation, right? But that a lot of the time we do this stream, as much as getting that $2,000 is important, and that is our goal, to get those $2,000. What I also love and hope happens is that people watching who've maybe been on the fence about being a big, after the end of these 24 hours, feel that inspiration to look at whatever their local Big Brother Big Sisters organization is and try to start making a difference. And that's why in about 5 minutes or less, we're going to play this interview that I had with Jaden and Bill. Just a beautiful story. Do you want to give a little bit of context about who Jaden and Bill are before we go to this video?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. So Jaden is one. This year we kicked off our Voice of Potential internship program at Big Brothers Big Sisters, where we identified two littles that really shine a light on how great having a big and being in our program has been for them. And they've been the voice of our youth. So they have been training with two of our employees. They meet a couple times a month. They have done public speaking lessons. They've spoken at our gala. They've spoken at our golf events. And they're really just exemplify what we're trying to do here at Big Brothers Big Sisters. And Bill and Jaden have been matched for 10 years. They have a very strong relationship. And Jaden really has recognized that it's helped him become a more mature young adult who's looking forward to his future and really going for his future with just a really positive outlook on life. So they're a wonderful match. We've seen them several times this year, and I just can't wait to see what they've said about their match as well.
Charlene, what's the average? You said they've been together for 10 years. Like what is like the ideal? Like 10 years sounds like that's great.
Yeah, it's wonderful. So the minimum to be in our program is 1 year. We want to make sure that a big and a little are matched for at least that amount of time so that they can make an impact and build a relationship. Typically, it's around 2 to 3 years that a big and little are matched within our agency. I think the national standard is around 2 years. So, but we have many bigs who once you get it into your life and it becomes something that you enjoy doing, there's really no reason to end the match unless somebody moves or you age out of the program. So, and we actually have a big futures program now too, where you can stay matched within our program after you graduate high school and still continue to receive that support.
Yeah, that's awesome.
That is cool.
Well,
yeah.
Let's hear it from Bill and Jaden. Let's hear what they have to say about this program. So here is my interview with Bill and Jaden. Scapists, this is a very exciting thing. This is our 5th year doing this 24-hour charity live stream, and this is the first time we get to actually sit down with a big and a little from the Big Brothers Big Sisters that we're helping out. I'd love to introduce Bill and Jaden, who have been matched for 10 years, a huge triumph. Bill, Jaden, introduce yourselves.
Sure. My name is Bill King. As Matt mentioned, Jaden and I have been matched for 10 years. I been born and raised in New Jersey. I kind of got introduced to this program by now wife. When we first met, I had mentioned my interest in doing some volunteering, but didn't want to just, do the traditional thing. Had always kind of been interested in being some kind of mentor, but I never, I heard of Big Brothers Big Sisters, but wasn't really into knowing all the details about it. And she had mentioned, after I kind of explained what I was looking for, that this opportunity and this program's out there. And so I looked into it and just kind of went from there. The ball just kept rolling, and Jaden and I got matched. I'll save I remember our first outing, but I'll save that, as we kind of start talking. But then, here we are 10 years later, much older, and well, so am I.
Old. You're 30. You're not that old.
30. 10 years ago I was.
Okay. Well, my name is Jaden. Well, I'm a senior. I'm about to graduate this year. It's been a long school year already. I joined this program I think about 10-ish, maybe a little younger. No, I lied. I was 7 when I joined this program. I was very small when you first met me. That was crazy to think about it, how much I grew in size. A few things about me. I do want to get into NJIT as one of my colleges. It's been hard to get in there, but I'm trying my best. I still have time. I do track. I love sports. I'm not a super sports fanatic, but I can definitely get myself into sports. And I love music. Music is something that's not a main passion of me, but it's also kind of a side. I love it, but I can't perform it, sing it. I just take me to a club and I'll be dancing, that's all I'll be doing.
Let's jump to you, Bill, if you don't mind saying, but you can choose not to. How old were you when you first signed up? What was your life like at that point? And when you look back at where you are now, do you see how Big Brothers changed your life being a big brother?
Sure. I was, not married. My now wife and I, as I mentioned, just started dating. You want to kind of branch out. You've gone through, kind of the growing phase. You're now a working professional, and you're just kind of looking for other things in your life. And one of the things is volunteering, and some people, find value in, writing checks and whatnot, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. It goes to great good. I, had done that, and it goes, to foundations and whatnot. But I wanted to have a more personable kind of involvement of where my kind of time had gone to. And I thought it would not only be a great place for me to provide just a pathway for anyone, a group of people, whatever it was, but a place, as you kind of mentioned, how I could help grow myself too, into just learning more about myself that I didn't even know about. So yes, I'm now 40 years old, and just based on little math, I was right around 30 years old, probably a year or two younger than that when I kind of first got introduced to it. Just something I, really had no children. I just have my one brother that I grew up with. I wasn't really around a lot of children, growing up, where it was, something I want to give back to kids and everything like that. A handful of my friends started having children and stuff, so a little introduction to that too. But nobody, at an age like Jaden was at 7, 8 years old when we first got introduced. But yeah, just kind of, helping and just being able to, like I mentioned, have a more personable relationship and connection with someone to help grow and nurture a foundation with someone and help them in any way I can.
Love that. And Jaden, I guess for you, assuming you were 7 or 8, being that you're a senior now, doing some quick math in my head. And what was it like when this guy shows up for the first time, and how is that journey been over the last 10 years?
I'll be real with you. It felt really different because I know when I was younger, I didn't have like a lot of male figures. It was like mostly me, my mother, and my 2 sisters. So it was like the quote saying like it takes like a whole town to raise a village. If that feel like it happened, I feel like went a lot more with hanging out with Bill between school and also my parents. I feel like that was probably my best years of my childhood actually until
Really?
COVID happened. But that's not part of the conversation right now. I feel like Bill's a big change for me, and I hope it helps other people too who also look for like a mentor or something in their life.
What are some of the more memorable moments that you guys have had together over the 10 years?
I mean, I remember I mentioned I kind of saved it, I guess, for this, kind of time was our first outing. Going back to, I'm sure Big Brother still does something. They want to do something kind of special for your first outing, just to help, break the ice and not be like, hey, it's just an awkward thing. But they set us up with tickets to go to the Yankee game. And I want to say it was like second or third game of the season. Jane and I are both in New Jersey. We know April could be fantastic weather. It could also be
or the worst.
Like having today, where it's 30 degrees and raining. Well, we got one of those kind of 30 degrees and raining days where it was early spring, not exactly outdoor baseball weather. But hey, we had tickets to go to Yankee game. This was exciting. Now, at the same time, I'm saying, man, we're going to Yankee game. Here I am taking first time meeting Jay. I think Jaden, we might have met one time. I think we had
at the place
at the facility or the office there. The first time meeting and kind of the first meet and greet, but the first kind of outing of just us two. Now we're going up to the Bronx, the Yankee Stadium, and I'm sure it was nerve wracking for him. I'm sure it was nerve wracking for his mother, saying I'm entrusting this essentially stranger, right? That hopefully build a nurturing relationship with. To take him up, on the train, on the subway, up to Yankee Stadium and hang out with, and, everyone makes it back safely. And I just remember that kind of moment of like saying, wow, it's not just, paperwork and phone calls and talking to people. It's actually, hey, this is somebody I'm going to kind of, help. Misty, just cold, raw day, but we had great seats and it was just a great time. It was really great that Big Brothers offered that, like I said, to kind of help just get over that hump of that first meeting, and being able to have an outing we could both look forward to. So that was great. Just that's one right off the bat that comes to my mind.
How about you, Jaden? Do you have a particularly memorable experience over the last 10 years?
I know it was like I was like 10. Like it was like we went to like a bakery, and then it was like we were trying to make cookies, and there's this one chef dude that me and Bill like making fun of because how you say dough. It was just very
yeah, nothing malicious. Obviously, it was just that kind of just insider connection. Yeah, we had gone to a few like golf outings, I guess you'd say, and Jaden was asked to present to the group that were playing golf, or just tell his story and whatnot. And he even told a story. He was like, oh, I learned a lot. And one of the things, even changing a tire, and I kind of, I guess, put that in a compartmentalized that thought, that memory, but then it kind of triggered me again when he mentioned it. And I guess it was probably last year.
It was last year at Seton Hall.
Yeah, or this winter, like either this year, but it was last winter during the college basketball season, and we went to the Seton Hall basketball game in Newark. And on the way home, the road we were taking, there was something in the road that every car was hitting, and everyone was getting a flat tire, and we were just another one of the cars that, as we were driving, I remember saying, man, look at all the cars, and we had gotten a flat tire too. I remember we pulled over, and it was late. I think I want to say it was probably a school night. It was 10 o'clock at night by then, and here we are with a few flat tires, and Jaden's helping me out with the flashlight, and we're so it was a stressful thing, but Jaden was great with it, just not freaking out, just made the situation much more easy to deal with, helping me out, and working through the situation, and he got to see a little bit of a life experience of changing a tire and kind of what it takes, and on the side of the road, and and getting home and the challenges around that. So, but yeah, that was just something that recently kind of racked back in my brain as well. So even things that we don't even plan that aren't part of the plan, it just kind of brings together.
I guess the big question that I have then is, Jaden's school year is going to be done in a few months, and then it's off for college. And the question is, what happens next? I guess with Bill and Jaden, I'm assuming 10 years is a long time. They say if you stay friendly with someone for more than 6 years, you've got a friend for life. So, is it safe to assume that even when the Big Brothers program officially ends at the end of his senior year, that the relationship and the bonding between the two of you is going forever? Correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
I see no like ending unless even far states, but I will probably be close.
Yeah, I agree. Definitely to your point. I mean, I've seen Jaden for more than half of his life. And I don't see a pathway where I'm just gonna walk away. We've built an outstanding relationship, not just between the two of us, but I know my wife is actively involved with helping things out with Jaden in his life and his family as well. So it's grown than just the network of the two of us, but outside of that as well, which is fantastic. Speaking for his family as well, just that they're willing to entrust us with different aspects of his life outside of this program as well is great. That very warmth and fulfilling on our end as well. I know I've reached out when I talk. We have our quarterly connections with the Big Brothers, our match specialists, and I've asked that question too because the program that we're part of effectively ends when Jaden's 18 because he effectively becomes an adult and it's not through his family anymore. But they Big Brothers, and it's really amazing because I didn't know of all the different aspects of Big Brothers outside of just what we do. They have bigs in the workplace, and then they have programs where they try to get kids introduced as like mentors within the high school to like younger schools, or they might go and meet like colleges. Kids go together and they go and talk to younger kids in like different school systems and whatnot. And things like that. So now they're also looking. There's I guess an adult program that they're looking for, which I guess it sounds like it's similar, where it's also between the two of us still, or it's still a connection between the two of us, but now it's more directly through Jaden instead of through his family than through Jaden. So I guess there's some opportunities that I haven't gotten too much into the weeds with that yet. I guess that's something for Jaden, but yeah, that's definitely something. Even if we don't continue through the Big Brothers, it's still just something that we would stay in connection with. And, it's just so seamless now with technology. Even if we weren't living relatively close to one another, it would be something, we could still easily, communicate and stay in touch with.
One of the things that I love about this charity live stream that this is a part of is that we do help raise money, and raising the money is really important for making matches like yours happen. And this year, very excited that we have our own URL, geekscapegives.com, where people can go straight to the donation page through that. But something that I've been told happens time and time again during the live stream is even if people don't donate money, there's always one or two people who tune in that decide to sign up. And if you could have one thing that you could tell, either one of you, that you could tell someone who's watching this live stream, watching this moment, and they're this close to go into the Big Brothers website and filling out an application, what's something that you can tell them to give them that final push to just dive in and do it?
Probably initially when you're looking at the times and committing, that it's like, man, can I commit to that? And I would say, yes, you can. I, have a very social calendar. I, like to do a lot of things, outside of my own and with my wife, and now with my daughter, we do a lot, but we still find time, for Jaden. And you at first might be like, oh, I gotta go and do this, but then you start kind of building that relationship, and the clay kind of builds and grows, and you start molding into a relationship, not just like I have to do something, but I want to do it. So that just getting over that initial kind of fear of, oh man, I don't know if I have the time and I could commit. it might be one of the biggest challenges, I think, just people to get over. The second thing I would say is just you might want to do it as a way to give to someone, but then you're going to actually realize you're getting something back as well, that you didn't even maybe go into it knowing that. And that's an added bonus, because you're not volunteering to get something in return. I wanted to volunteer to give something back, but you'll realize you're getting something back in return, as just the values you're going to see and different things that you're going to learn about yourself outside of what you may already think you know about yourself.
Yeah, like it doesn't have to be like every day you have to go out with them. If you like once a week, once a month. The thing is, this program is amazing because after like this whole year of my mentorship program, I learned this. You learn you can get other things for other people. I think you should sign up because it's a good chance for people to give back, almost like Bill said. Almost, I feel like I met people who worked for lawyers for the big program, also work for doctors and stuff. Like that's a time you should get in there and actually like learn some skills. Because there's many kids in like an opportunity like this, like having another male figure or like a sister figure in their life, and people don't get that opportunity. And this program changes that and allows them to also get certain aspects. Like a woman to teach. Like I don't expect my mother to teach me how to like shave or hit the tire sometimes because I don't. I mean, she probably knows how to, but it feels different. Like you get from some of the other gender, almost.
Yeah. Well, Bill, Jaden, thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for being a part of the live stream this year. And I appreciate both of you so much. And I really hope that everybody watching, go make a difference. It takes 2 seconds sometimes to change somebody's life. Go to geekscapegives.com and just keep enjoying the rest of the live stream. We're going to be here all day. There we are. That was our sit down with those two.
That was awesome. Really great.
Yeah, it's just
we need to see that continue.
Story. Yeah.
We need to follow up next year. Is that possible?
We can do that.
Okay.
We better.
I wish I'd known about this program 18 years ago when I started Geekscape, because there was a kid who I adopted unofficially. And he's right over there. And
you could have used a case manager for that guy.
Yeah, I would at least get some sports tickets or something to do with the kid. I was like, I don't know, just start podcasting or something. I don't know what to do with the kid.
Here he is. You did a great job.
Yeah, look, I'm giving back. All right.
That's true. That is true. We're giving back all day at geekscapegives.com.
I think it's time to give a quick check-in, right? Because we've been only officially live 28 minutes. How are we doing? How's the kickoff been for us? And it appears like we are already sitting at $90 so far already. So
that's great.
1/20th of the way.
Yeah, but if we can triple our time into dollars, it'll work, right? Like this is $90 in 30 minutes. If we can just keep tripling every time that we're out here in a 9-hour stream, we're at what is it? I mean, we're in the 2000s at this, are we not? Am I doing the math wrong, friends?
I trust your math.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah. I think that puts us at $2,700.
I want to also just go through the schedule real quick, because we have an amazing schedule this year. I think that this is our best lineup we've had in a long, long time here at Geekscape. So let's see if I can pull up this cool little graphic I made.
Well, I do mental math.
So
are you still working on the math over there?
No, I have it.
All right. So right now we are sitting at that 9 a.m. kickoff chat with Big Brothers, Big Sisters. I'll take our little thing down for just a second. At 10 a.m., we're going to have a pre-recorded segment that I did with Kyle from Horror Movie Night and Jackie from the Jersey Ghouls, where we're going to do the definitive rankings of the Silent Night, Deadly Night franchise, the infamous killer Santa Claus horror franchise from the 80s. At 11 a.m., Weird Algorithm is going to do the ultimate Weird Al set. This is going to be with myself and my co-host Matt Milligan. We're going to have Dave and Ethan from Dave and Ethan's 2000-inch Weird Al podcast. We're going to have Kelly Phillips, who is a comic book artist who created the autobiographical comic Weird Me, about her life growing up as a diehard Weird Al fan in Philadelphia. And UH Jeff, the director of Bear to Be Stupid is the new name. It was originally called Show Gals, about an all Weird Al burlesque show. He will be here, and each one of us are going to try to put together our 5-song perfect set list if we could get a private show from Al. And that is really, really exciting. After that, we're going to debut a short film that we did called Jim's Graphic Disc, about a text-based Weird Al game that he made in elementary school, and we found a vintage computer museum near Red Bank, New Jersey, that had an Apple II that we were able to try to get the game to work on. One Hit Thunder, we're going to be having music trivia, some pretty cool guests coming on that, including John Franklin from Netflix's The Circle, Joel Reeder from the Mr. T Experience, and Fatal Flaw. And last second change up, Steve from the High School Never Ends podcast. At 1 p.m., Napping Through Happy Hour is going to be playing a game of I Can't Believe I Did That with Erik J. Brown. And unfortunately, Nate Lopez got called into work, so I will be filling in for that portion. Marvel Movie Talk will be talking about the year in Marvel. Our friends at Femme Regard are going to show up and talk about their film Sync. I got to help with a premiere for that, which was so much fun. So we were able to take the behind the scenes Q&A, and we're gonna share that for everybody. They're gonna give us that video footage to use for everybody. And then lastly, this last chunk here, superhero stuff you should know is going to talk about the Batman Returns original script. John, you and I are going live on Geekscape to talk about our favorite things of the year. We're gonna premiere a brand new podcast hosted by myself and Katie Hampton called Christian Cringe, about 90s and 2000s Christian media.
It's not anti-Christianity though, is it? It's this is in the celebration of something. Some people, we just sometimes go right, like
Look, we're going to be reviewing the Happy Christmas Volume 1 punk rock Christmas cover album.
Some things just don't age well. That's what we're saying.
That's
here.
That's
like me.
what we're getting.
I don't age well. You see me age for 18
you're doing
years.
fine.
Oh boy, the wheels are coming off.
At 6 p.m., we're going to debut the next video that will be showing up on the Geekscape YouTube channel, the definitive rankings of the Nightmare on Elm Street franchise. That was pulled in by polling basically every horror fan at Geekscape. Not on this schedule, but at 6:30, Dylan from Christmas 365 is coming over to my house, and we're going to play the Home Alone Super Nintendo game live on the stream for a little bit.
Matt, I think you should post your address so while you're playing the Home Alone stream, people should be trying to break into your house. And all these traps that you've devised.
It'll be like VR.
It'd be like Home Alone Inception.
Yeah.
Home Alone within Home Alone.
That'll totally make sense. At 7 p.m., Dynamic Resolutions has a segment that they're calling Chili Dogs for the Children. I believe it's related to Sonic the Hedgehog.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah. At 8 p.m., Christmas 365 will be joined by a bunch of diehard Muppet fans. Christian Blatt from the Bladcast and Marvel Movie Talk. Katie Hampton from the Napping Through Happy Hour and now Christian Cringe podcast. Ashley V. Robinson of Geek History Lesson and Tessa Markle of Femme Regard. And we're going to decide the order from worst to best of all of the Muppet Christmas specials. There's 10 of them that we're working our way through.
Are there any that are actually bad though? Like you say worst to best?
Yes.
As long as if it has Muppets in it, I'm already in.
I'm going to say that there is one of them that is definitively at the bottom.
I'm going to have to tune in for that. I need to know.
There's one that is an absolute train wreck, and I'm not going to spoil it for people here, but in the private chat, I'm going to type in for Shar and Jonathan to know.
I don't want the spoilers. I want to tune in.
This is the worst one, right?
This is the worst one. Avoid at all costs.
Okay. All right. I don't want the spoilers.
I'm on the edge of my seat here, Matt.
I think we got to...
At 9 p.m.
Oh yeah, okay. Tune in for that one.
at 9 p.m., our friends at Bingetown TV are going to be ranking telling us what they think the best TV shows and the worst TV show of the year was. And then lastly, 10 o'clock, a bunch of the podcasters at Geekscape are coming together for the Geekscape Holiday RPG. This year's theme, Santa Conquers the Martians. It is the distant future of 2012, and our friends are trapped in outer space trying to save Santa, who's crash landed on the Earth colony in Mars. And they need to get him back into the stratosphere so that he can come and deliver toys to the Earth children in time. So that promises to be a lot of fun. Have you seen Santa Conquers the Martians? They don't, John.
Yeah.
They don't.
Well, maybe the Martian kids get toys on a different date. Maybe they celebrate Christmas at another time.
You never know. You never know. But that is, I mean, that's just some of the fun. Not listed on that schedule is we've got 6 musical performances. We've got 10 sketches that are going to be coming up throughout this live stream. Like, it is going to be a nonstop party here at Geekscape. John, I don't even know if you know this just yet, but a good friend of ours,
I was like, you could fill the Grand Canyon with things I don't know at the moment.
Tony Hartman has animated a bunch of special minor treat animations throughout the day. I
love Tony. Remember, it's like the Texas Toast. The Ghost of Texas Toast is back. They had an animated little show called Texas Toast on YouTube, which I was a fan of. Matt was a fan of, and now we have it here at the podcast. Okay, I'm in.
And his animation is, I'm not sure, for those of you who don't know Tony, his animation is wild. He does a combination of hand-drawn animation. He runs the hand-drawn animation through an old 2000s phone app that puts a moving mouth onto it, and then also tries to force AI to generate the most horrific images possible to be the real footage that shows up throughout the animation. So it's like people who are slowly turning into a foot as they're walking type, like bad AI animation, and just blends it all into this nice little 1-minute nightmare. He told me, because I asked him, he said it's pulling inspiration from like MTV and Nickelodeon interstitials in the 90s, where they would go to commercial and you get like that crazy minute of like, what was that?
I'm all for AI. Listen, I'm all for AI, but the stuff where the AI starts stealing from artists, I'm not down. I think the solution is you only use AI for art when it's AI that stopped advancing in 2004.
And that's kind of his whole goal.
Is AI. Yeah, it's like, yeah. If it looks like a PlayStation 1 rendering, I'm into that.
Yeah, that's the best way to do it. That's the only way to do it. So we've got.
You hear me calling Kaepernick? You saw he's starting a AI comic book company.
Of course he is. Why wouldn't he? That sounds spot on. We're gonna have some animations from him, some short films from Erik Yankovic, who's given us some sketches in the past, and Katie Hampton's own sketch comedy group Faux Paul has also provided us with some stuff. So we've got so much fun stuff. You're not going to believe it. Now, for 5 years running, I've done something to kick off this live stream, and I don't know why I do it, but I'm going to keep doing it. And that's that before the live stream starts, all of us will have to suffer through the 1960s Philadelphia classic, The Spirit of Halloween, or The Spirit of Christmas, which is a marionette puppet telling of 'Twas the Night Before Christmas. So strap in for this nightmare fuel.
I need my Wawa iced tea for this.
Yeah, and go, more importantly than anything, go and donate geekscapegives.com. And at 10 a.m., it gets wild over here with that ranking of the Silent Night, Deadly Night movies, and it does not stop being wild until midnight Eastern Standard Time. So stay tuned. Oh, that's Lauren is who introduced this nightmare into my life, and now I share it with everybody at this time of year.
How dare you? You got to donate twice. Lauren, you got to donate twice.
Yeah, Lauren is one of the first people that donated. So big shout out to her. And you know what? One last time, let's just give a quick check. We're up to $116. So we're making some great Was that Lauren twice? I believe it was.
Sped up. We're speeding up. We gotta
Lauren's
keep the
keeping
momentum going.
keeping us in business.
It's the guilt keeping Lauren going. Let's see what she did to us.
All the stories about Christmas. So wonderful, aren't they?
The one I like best is about mistletoe.
You know, I'd like to see St. Nicholas.
St. Nicholas?
Santa Claus. Just as he used to call on Christmas Eve to visit the Dutch settlers and leave toys for the good children.
Darling, you are old-fashioned. This is 1822. We aren't settlers any longer. Besides, no one has ever seen St. Nicholas. You don't even know what he looks like.
But you're wrong, Kitty, I do. He looks just like Hans Jaeger. Old Hans Jaeger who drives our sleigh. All blue-eyed and red-cheeked behind white whiskers. Fat and jolly, too. Just as Hans Jaeger is. I'd recognize Santa any day.
Well, you old silly. You'd leave the doors open and the shutters unbarred for any stranger to walk in who might fancy he's a Christmas saint.
Well, he could come down the chimney. Never mind my nonsense, Kitty. Here's something from Santa, straight from Paris.
Oh, Clement!
And they tell me they're meant to show just a little.
Oh, I'll believe anything now. There. That's for St. Nick. Perhaps he'll fill it tonight. Good night, Clement. Don't be too late. The children will be up at dawn.
It was the night before Christmas. Was the night before Christmas, when all through the house not a creature was stirring. Not even a mouse. The stockings were hung by the chimney with care, in hopes that St. Nicholas soon would be there. Children were nestled all snug in their beds, while visions of sugar plums danced in their heads. Mamma in her kerchief and I in my cap had just settled our brains for a long winter's nap, when out on the lawn there arose such a clatter, I sprang from the bed to see what was the matter. Away to the window I flew like a flash, tore open the shutters, and threw up the sash. The moon on the breast of the new fallen snow gave a luster of midday to objects below, when what to my wondering eyes should appear but a miniature sleigh and 8 tiny reindeer, with a little old driver so lively and quick, I knew in a moment it must be Saint Nick. More rapid than eagles his coursers they came, and he whistled and shouted and called them by name. Now Dasher, now Dancer, now Prancer and Vixen. On Comet, on Cupid, on Donner and Blitzen. To the top of the porch, to the top of the wall. Now dash away, dash away, dash away all. As dry leaves that before the wild hurricane fly when they meet with an obstacle mount to the sky, so up to the housetop the coursers they flew, with a sleigh full of toys and St. Nicholas too. And then in a twinkling, I heard on the roof the prancing and pawing of each little hoof. As I drew in my head and was turning around, down the chimney St. Nicholas came with a bound. He was dressed all in red from his head to his foot, and his clothes were all tarnished with ashes and soot. A bundle of toys he had flung on his back, and he looked like a peddler just opening his pack. His eyes, how they twinkled, his dimples, how merry. His cheeks were like roses, his nose like a cherry. His droll little mouth was drawn up like a bow, and the beard of his chin was as white as the snow. The stump of a pipe he held tight in his teeth, and the smoke, it encircled his head like a wreath. He had a broad face and a round little belly that shook when he laughed like a bowl full of jelly. He was chubby and plump, a right jolly old elf, and I laughed when I saw him in spite of myself. A wink of his eye and a twist of his head soon gave me to know I had nothing to dread. He spoke not a word, but went straight to his work and filled all the stockings. stockings, he turned with a jerk, and laying a finger aside of his nose and giving a nod, up the chimney he rose. Sprang to his sleigh, to his team gave a whistle, and away they all flew like the down of a thistle. But we heard him exclaim ere he drove out of sight, "Happy Christmas to all, and to all a good night."
Yo, we gotta talk about this product that's going like super viral.
Yeah, it's a normal thing to talk about on a podcast.
It's some sort of like lizard kid that dances around in a diaper.
Okay, this is really something.
But if you think that's all it does, you're crazy. Yeah, they just released an update where it gets all hyper and just like spits up supplements. We're talking high antioxidant chaga capsules, guarana, nootropics, of course, athletic dang greens, goalie frickin' gummies, everything your body needs. And let me ask you this, you heard of Hims?
You kidding? I'm addicted to Hims.
What are you treating with Hims? Hair loss, anxiety, sexual health, depression?
Yes.
All of them. Thought so. Well, good news for you. This thing's just always like puking up all the Hims you can imagine.
Nice. Can it automate my parlays?
Yeah, everywhere except Alabama and North Dakota.
So how much is this thing?
They're having a sale right now for listeners of this podcast for buy one, get one free.
Free? That's like my favorite kind of speech.
Yo, we gotta talk about your t-shirt that's going super viral.
I just graduated college, and I always wanted to really get involved in volunteering. I'd never really done anything, and I just kind of looked around and wanted to make an impact because I was pretty fortunate in growing up the way I did, and just wanted to give back. You know, I never really had the opportunity to give back through college, and you know, I wanted to get in something positive because I figured if you do something positive is going to happen in your life, and so on. So I like to pretend like I'm a little kid again. I like doing things that I would not normally do with any of my friends or my girlfriend or whoever. You know, we get to go to play basketball pretty often. You know, we go to football games.
What I like most about being a little brother is probably just being able to get into more things that you wouldn't normally try, because if your big brother or big sister has like different interests than you like it kind of makes you try it, and you don't know, you may like it. And he's an engineer, so, and I really like math, and I kind of want to be an engineer, so it's kind of good to have somebody like that who can help me. My favorite activity was probably going to the Rutgers football game, and it was probably one of my favorites because it was my first football game I've ever went to, and it was pretty cool because I'd always like watched football games on TV, so it was kind of just like cool to just actually be there and just experience it.
Thinking about, you know, what are the right things to do, you know, how to like kind of set an example, make myself do the right things on certain situations that maybe I might not have in the past.
I've learned not to be shy and to be more confident, and just really focus on school a lot because it's really important.
Look, I can't promise that watching the Geekscape live stream this Friday will get you on the nice list, but can't hurt.
Lock your doors, get into bed. Don't you peek or lock your doors, get into bed. Don't you peek or you'll be dead. It's Christmas time again. The big red man called Santa Claus, he'll chop you up with knives and saws. It's Christmas time again. He'll wait till parents are asleep
Geekscapists. This is a pre-recorded segment, I'll say that up front, for the December 6th charity live stream, but you should be hitting up geekscapegives.com and making some donations to the Big Brothers Big Sisters, because that's what we're all about here, is spreading love and spreading charity. We decided to bring some of the great minds of our horror community here at Geekscape together to do the definitive rankings of the Silent Night, Deadly Night movies. I'm going to introduce my two friends who are here, as well as myself, and here's what I'll ask of you. Introduce yourself, mention the show that you are a part of, and say how many of these movies you had seen prior to us doing this ranking. So I am Matt Kelly, Horror Movie Night, and I've seen all 6 of these before we did this.
Oh, you sick son of a bitch. Hi, I'm Kyle Kukta. I am a co-host on Horror Movie Night, and I had seen 3 of these previously.
My name is Jackie from the Jersey Ghouls podcast, and prior to this, I had seen the first 2 movies.
All right, so this is going to be fun.
Right.
So the way that this worked, even though there's only 3 of us here, we brought in every horror podcast host. So
we
Scott,
heard from thousands.
We heard from almost 10 people on their opinions.
Tens of our friends.
Yeah, so listen, go check out Fright School, go check out Jersey Ghouls, go check out the Monster Rally podcast, go check out Horror Movie Night. And I really should have reached out to our friends in Camp Nightmare, not technically part of the network, but part of the network in our hearts. And they probably would have had interesting takes. But I asked each host to send me their official rankings of these 6 movies, the 5 original films and the remake from 2012. And then there was just a simple point system. Whatever they put at number 1 got 6 points. Whatever they put at number 6 got 1 point. And then I let math do the rest. And
Math Kelly
is
did the rest.
Math Kelly here once again.
Well, here, listen, I'm sorry.
Oh, you brought a drink for the night.
I did. Per what I do on Horror Movie Night, I did bring an accompanying beer for this late night session or December session that we're going to have. And it is Santa Claus from Fat Orange Cat. It is a cinnamon bun imperial stout. So it is currently like 60 degrees in Connecticut. So this is not like the vibe necessarily, but it is the vibe for our discussion today. So cheers. Happy day.
Number 6, Silent Night, Deadly Night, Part 3. Better watch out. Following the events of Part 2, Ricky is left in a coma for 6 years. One Christmas, however, he awakens to stalk a blind teenager with psychic powers. Also, his brain is exposed in a jar on his head.
His brain was surgically reconstructed.
Yeah. Well, Jackie, I mean, I'm actually really curious about your initial take, because you said you've watched the first 2, which is 1.5 movies, really. And then, so did you have any expectation going in? Did you know anything about 3?
No, okay. I knew absolutely not. No, that's not true. I knew that at some point we were going to move away from like the brothers characters of the first 2 movies. But that's about it. Yeah. Like I legitimately knew nothing about anything past the second movie. And
so how prepared were you for Bill Moseley with his brain in a jar on top of his head?
There were so many things that I was not prepared for in any of these movies. But yeah, I didn't expect to see Bill Moseley's name to pop up. I didn't expect to see his exposed brain the entire movie. You know what? For me, that one ranked a little bit higher. I think just because I like that we still had the through line of the original movie.
I think that's fair. This one's definitely my bottom. And this was, I think, Kyle's bottom as well. It may have even been Scott's. I think the Horror Movie Night crew really brought this one down.
Yeah.
And I think the reason is, when I say out loud, oh, the main villain in this movie is a telekinetic Bill Moseley with his brain exposed, this movie should be way more fun than it is. But it is like, it is a chore to sit through this
Well, I mean,
movie.
and like, you're right. There's so many things happening that are like, thematic things that would be fun. I love that we go to Nana's house and like our lead girl is blind but telekinetic, and like she's not sure. Like it's it's a weird. It's a movie that should be about vibe checks, and all the checks of the vibes are incorrect, and it's just like, then what are we doing? You've been studying this exposed brain Bill Moseley for how many years, and you were like, this is it, and everything goes wrong. It's like, you got to really make sure that everything's going to be okay before you just continue to unethically study this man's brain that you've encased in glass.
Yeah. And also I just feel like there's nothing that like sticks in my memory about this. There's no like memorable kills.
We do have 2 Twin Peaks characters. It's one of those like really lovely early 90s things where you see movies with 2 characters from Twin Peaks that are not playing their characters from Twin Peaks, which is always fun.
Love that. And if you're worried that the trio that is Horror Movie Night really called all the shots on this list, the very next movie, I believe all 3 of us wanted to see a lot higher than it ended up.
Number 5, Silent Night, Deadly Night Part 4, Initiation. In the first of 2 films that break away from the killer Santa Claus concept, we follow a local LA newspaper reporter who becomes entangled with a coven of Lilith-worshipping witches who are preparing for a Christmas Eve ritual.
All right, that's okay. That's okay. I understand.
I mean, this one you get Christmas in California, which is to say it is the least Christmas of any of these movies.
Barely Christmas.
It's easy to forget that this is even in the Silent Night, Deadly Night franchise. And as Jackie had said in advance, this is where we step away from the brothers. And this gets wild. We're just talking about witches. People give birth to maggots. Like, this movie is crazy.
This was, I think, the most non-consensual of all the movies.
Yeah, probably. I think that's a kind way to say it.
Yeah.
I don't want to get too graphic on this charity stream, so we'll just say that it is the least consensual of all the movies. I think Matt and I had a previous conversation, and I think this was the one. Oh no, it wasn't this one.
There's another one. Don't you worry.
There's another one.
We'll get there.
But yeah, this one, and if anybody that knows me knows that, like, there's not a lot of things in horror movies that scare me or that I don't like. But a prime example is the slug lady from Puppet Master. That grosses me out.
Yeah.
Things like bugs in and out of the mouth, like any sort of
And also, it's Leech Woman. Show respect.
I'm sorry, yes, Leech Woman. My apologies.
Yeah, that's derogatory, dude. You can't just say slug lady.
Yeah. Oh, look at this lady spitting out slugs.
I don't mean to be specious. I do not mean you. You know that I'm an ally.
Yeah.
No, but yeah, this part 4 just was gross
Rough.
on so many levels.
Again, like I said, Horror Movie Night had very little control over this. I will call him out. This was Scott's number 2. He loves this one.
Who hurt you, Scott?
Yeah,
And
I think that this is perfectly in the middle. And when you only have 6 films, number 5 is already basically the middle.
Yeah, no, it's true. And I think that it does lose points for being so un-Christmas. It just is like, and with so many, with almost all the other ones being specifically Christmas, it is hard that this one is just sort of like thrown in. Because again, I like all the themes. Like, I love sort of like a weird like coven, non-consensual coven maybe, which is a little odd, but was this written by a man? And then slugs and bugs and Clint Howard. There's a lot happening that again on paper is really nice, but in the grand scheme of Silent Night, Deadly Night, just Christmas stuff, it doesn't land. I had never seen it before, and I was actually kind of surprised. I was like waiting for something to jog my memory. I have this, I think it was Lionsgate maybe put out a 3 DVD set a long time ago with 3 through 5, and I don't know, I just assumed that I had seen them all. I don't know why 4 was, I'd seen 3 and 5. I don't know why 4 was missing there, but
I mean, this was where Brian Yezna starts to put his stamp. I mean, this feels like a Yezna movie, if nothing else. Every ounce of it is Brian Yezna, who both directed and came up with the initial story of the movie. So take that for what you will.
Number 4, Silent Night. This 2012 remake of the original film finds a man dressed as Santa Claus punishing the naughty folks of Cryer, Wisconsin.
We're back to Santa after a 2-film drive off into non-Santa related material.
Non-Santa land.
Yeah,
That's not in
non-Santa
New
land.
Hampshire.
I never know how I feel about this movie. Like I feel like part of me, it kind of gives me like a nick. And then like there's another part of me that's like, it's pretty brutal. Like it's definitely of that, like we were pushing the boundaries of what a kill could be in a horror movie time period. And I just don't know if it's never the one I'm picking up if I'm going to grab a Silent Night movie from my shelf to put it on.
No, I was surprised the first time watch on this too for me, and it's 2012, so but it also like is touching on like what feels like would be like what Platinum Dunes would be if they were like low, but like filmmakers would be able to like make a thing look like a Platinum Dunes thing 10 years later, right? Like they're able to make it look gritty and dirty and just make vile characters and like all this shit and make it still kind of look like it has some money behind it, which this did, but it's kind of the scale of it is larger. I mean, we're in this town full of absolute assholes. Like there is nobody likable in this town at all. Like it's pretty gnarly. And yeah, a lot of kills, very Christmas oriented, a lot of like Christmas puns, but also insults, and it was rough.
I mean, this one may have the
Donald Logue is fucking incredible.
I was gonna say this may have the most stacked cast of any of the movies we discuss. Like you said, Donald Logue, Malcolm McDowell, Jamie King, Ellen Wong, who you may remember as Knives Chow from fucking Scott Pilgrim. It's a pretty stacked cast. Brought in a box office of $130,781 on its limited theatrical run, which may be why we haven't had another Silent Night movie since 2012. Although, just a fair warning, it says here on the Wikipedia that late 2005 plans for an untitled Silent Night, Deadly Night film. So we may have to completely revamp these rankings.
Oh my gosh. Well, apparently the team behind Terrifier is going to do a Silent Night, Deadly Night too.
Oh, that must be it. Okay, well, you know what? Let's just say it's in number 7.
Yeah, Jackie, what again? I love that you'd only seen the first 2. I mean, I'm not much. It's not like I knew. Like,
yeah, you saw one more than her. Calm down.
I know, but like, it's the starting point that makes me so excited. Like, I think that's the thing. It's just like 1 and 2, and then it's just like the world is yours. It's like,
because yours was what, like 1, 3, and 5 or something crazy shit like that.
And 1, 3, and 5. So
you knew how weird it was going to get before watching the other ones.
So I was like, the remake was to me just like a mediocre early 2000s. Like that's what it felt like. It felt like the early aughts kind of horror, like kind of perfectly okay. I had it ranked pretty high just because it was on brand with like Silent Night, Deadly Night. I think this was one of the only movies, not to harp on it, but this was one of the only ones that there was no need for consent because it never got to that point. And, you know, again, listeners of our show know that I always get inappropriately excited when you kill a kid in a movie because there's not a lot of movies that have the balls to do that.
Yes.
So I always appreciate a good kill. And this kid, like, I agree with Sam. I would have done the same thing.
It was early on too. It was like one of the first. It was kind of one of the first kills. It was killing this kid, and
it was brutal.
It was brutal.
It was brutal.
We're in for some shit.
You know, I guess a couple thoughts, right? Like you mentioned Platinum Dunes. I will give them credit that this to me feels closer to when Platinum, and this wasn't Platinum Dunes, but like it feels closer to when they did a Friday the 13th remake that by all intents and purposes basically just functions as a Friday the 13th sequel. They're not doing like the big recap from the start, unlike a lot of the other ones that they did, like a Texas Chainsaw or a Friday or a Nightmare on Elm Street, where they're like, let's just tell the first movie again. They didn't do that. No. This isn't like a carbon copy of the original Silent Night, Deadly Night.
There's a few nice nods, like to 1 and 2. Like I didn't notice any 3 through 5, but that's okay.
No, but they have the homages, but it kind of falls into like, we talk about like if Halloween 3 was a success and there was just like new Halloween movies every year on different things. Like this at least felt like, sure, why can't we just have a franchise where every couple years a different Santa goes crazy? Like why must it be a continuation of Two Brothers? Like, and I love that this was just like its own standalone Santa. Like it wasn't like them trying to recreate too much of the magic from the original movies.
I did like the lore that like Santa in the remake goes to different towns.
Yeah.
I like the idea that he would, it's not like he's terrorizing one town every year. He's, he's on the move.
Yeah,
and
clearly I like to imagine that he's like really picking up towns where everybody's an asshole. Like, you know what I mean? Like everybody's on the naughty list. Like I feel like there was just a couple loose ends that didn't quite get tied up, but it was all in all, it was brutal. And I thought it was like, I don't know. It's probably just as mean-spirited, if not a little bit more than the first. So it's like, it's not.
I mean, that's
not
the thing.
on
We're not
brand.
talking about it not being a mean-spirited movie. I think one of the biggest strikes against Silent Night, the remake, is at that time period. I think we already got a much more fun Killer Santa movie with Santa's Sleigh, starring Bill Goldberg, where it's just so, it's so goofy, it's so fun. So like to already have those highs and then go to something so deadly serious was like if I'm looking at both of them on my DVD shelf at Christmas time, I'm going to pick up Santa's Sleigh every single time instead to watch.
Yeah.
Because it's the Holly Jolly season. I want to laugh.
Santa's Sleigh on Horror Movie Night?
We have not done that masterpiece yet.
Number 3, Silent Night, Deadly Night, Part 2. After a recap of the first movie, which takes up half of the film's runtime, we follow Ricky, the brother of killer Santa Claus, Billy. The film is most famous for a single line delivery that went viral in the 2000s.
Garbage Day!
This was one of the ones where I never know how to rank this movie. Because what I don't like is the hour recap of the movie I literally just finished watching before I put it in. But like the last like 15, 20 minutes with Garbage Day and all of the other craziness, absolute delight, campy delight. If we're ranking this as the short film that is the last 15 minutes, like it's like one of the best ones ever, but like it's not an enjoyable watch. I do not watch this. Like there are 2 Silent Night, Deadly Night movies that I make it a goal to watch every single year. This is not one of those 2. Like, because I already watched it. I put on the first one. Why do I need to watch it again?
Yeah. I feel like there's probably just on YouTube. There's got to just be the non-used stuff that you could watch. You know what I mean? Like, and so I'm gonna be honest. I didn't watch it, and that was one of the ones that I hadn't watched. And I feel the same way, where it's like I didn't want to watch it again, and like I just didn't. I don't know. I have it on VHS. I know it's accessible in other places, but I didn't want to jump around and try to like do the math and like figure it out. So I was just like, I feel like I've seen the clips that I needed to. I don't think it's going to do much more for me. That's not true. I guess I watched the setup. I watched the setup to the recap. And then I didn't watch anything beyond that. So I did rank it lower. I can't also imagine it would land anywhere else on my personal ranking, but I do know that people love it. There is a I wouldn't call it charm, but some people might call it charm to it being a cash grab recap with some silliness at the end. But
well, here's the story according to the filmmakers. Right on the DVD commentary, they said that they were paid a dismal amount of money to make the film, and originally were told that they were just going to re-edit the first movie and try to pass it off as a sequel or a re-release.
Oh, so that was the assignment.
Yeah, but the director, Lee Harry, said that if they're going to be hired for this, they're going to shoot some type of new footage. So they had to utilize what little budget they were given for the re-edit to kind of shoot a new story. Jeez. And that's where we get this like framing device of the brother of the first Santa being interviewed, Ricky, being interviewed and recapping everything that happened in the first movie, including many moments that he was nowhere around for.
Yeah.
And
I'll just like very accurate rumor mill.
Yes. And then at the end of all of this, he goes on a very quick killing spree that has some extremely iconic, quotable moments. Garbage Day, of course, being pretty high up there. And again, if we're just talking about box office, even with the measly budget of $250,000 to make a film, this one at the box office brought in $154,000.
Whoa, okay, that's pretty crazy. Still only half its budget. So it's a flop. Okay,
it's still a flop, even with I could probably pull together $250,000 to make a movie.
That's gnarly. I did not know that.
It's pretty wild.
Do you remember? This has to be 2014, 2015, when everybody on the internet, this was horror film true crime sleuth. Like this was like a horror film sleuth situation where they were trying to track down Erik Friedman, the guy who played fucking Garbage Day, and they finally found him.
That was the other fucking thing that I saw on this article, was that the information I'm talking about was on the first DVD release.
Yeah.
And it was in 2018 when Shout Factory finally found Erik Friedman to get him on mic to talk about this movie.
It was crazy. I remember because I think it was the theatrical re-release of the first film had started getting momentum, and there was a huge press junket for it, and everything was happening. And I think that there was this big, I don't know, there was a few podcasts, there was, at least in the world that I was listening to, there was a few of these podcasts and a few articles, I think Bloody Disgusting and or Dread Central were running stuff, just being where is he? If he could just get to a convention, people would flip their garbage lid. And they did. And I think he still does a handful. I don't think he doesn't do full, horror circuit, but there was a time where he had finally was okay, I'll go out and do the thing. And then, you know how that all works. We've been to conventions. It doesn't last.
No, it never does.
Though I think he would probably slap at a creature feature. I think he would be great.
Yeah. But how about you, Jackie? You've been kind of quiet as we discussed this film. What are your thoughts on Silent Night, Deadly Night Part 2, the other film in the franchise you had seen prior to this?
The other film, yeah. So it had been a while since I'd seen it, because I think it was college, maybe, the first time I saw it. Outside of, the obvious, again, the clips, everybody knows the Garbage Day thing. But for me, and now maybe this is me and just my simple mind, but I do remember the first time that I watched it, and I had forgotten enough about it that when I rewatched it for this, it got me again. But I never expected him. No, I shouldn't say I never expected him, but I never expected to see the cop that's interviewing him, or the psychiatrist that's interviewing him, to be dead. That's one of my favorite scenes.
Yeah.
When suddenly we pan to him and he turns the thing off and he's dead. And I'm always oh,
yeah.
That one always gets me. I don't know why. I just always love
that's
that
a good
moment.
twist. That is a very, very good
love
twist.
that moment. And I think because I do enjoy the campy, the slashery, the nonsensical silliness, this almost kind of had an air of Dead Alive to me. Clearly not as well done.
Okay.
It's nothing near that, but it had that
air
of
bit. All right.
if I want to, if I'm gonna, kind of compare it to something, it almost felt like it was trying to reach for those kind of stars. Which was enough for me that that's why I enjoyed this. That's why I had it ranked pretty high for me, because again, I'm always, it was a nice little, it made sense as far as a sequel goes, where it's your older brother did all this crazy stuff. You witnessed all this stuff. And then, it's going to pique your brain a little bit, and you're going to end up in the situation that you're in. And, maybe there is some weird feral thing that happened to you when you were a baby, because you were in the car when your parents had that whole thing happen. So I don't know. This one kind of tickles my funny bone.
Yeah.
So it's not something that I'm always oh, it's Christmas, gotta watch part 2. But in a situation where a friend will ask me to watch it, I'll be yeah, I'll absolutely sit down and watch it.
I might revisit it post this conversation for Christmas season. But I think that brings up a good point.
It probably works better watching it by itself and not fresh off the heels of watching the first.
Well, it takes all the I would say what you need for a regular movie. It takes all that shit out and then adds other stuff at the end. So it's like the pace of it. What you're saying about Dead Alive, I don't disagree with it. Like there's like kind of a frantic pace, I would imagine, when you take out all that other shit and are just like, and this is all the killings. These are all the killings that have happened, and this is all the nasty shit that happened, and then I'm gonna go out and kill anybody else. It's like pretty unrelenting, I would imagine.
I mean, who doesn't love a good clip show episode of your favorite TV show? This is like a nice little clip show, and then you get a little bit of a mini movie.
I'll tell you who doesn't like the clip show of a TV show. Look at any rankings of your favorite TV show.
Except for, well, that was not a TV show. I was gonna say, but Silent Night, Deadly Night 2 is up there on this list.
I know. Listen, the best clip shows. Community, I think, has one of the best clip shows because it's a clip show of episodes that didn't exist. Like they just filmed fake episodes for them to throw back to.
Number 2, Silent Night, Deadly Night Part 5, The Toy Maker. When Christmas toys begin killing people in a small town, all eyes are on the toy maker, Joe Petto, played by Mickey Rooney, and his odd son, Pino.
Merry Christmas! I need to hear what Jackie thought of the toy maker.
Well, I have a quote. I have a quote from Jackie's co-host.
Okay, amazing.
Who when she informed me that she was going to actually have to back out of tonight's recording due to some scheduling issues, I said, "All right, well, I'm telling you that Toy Maker came in second place because it was her bottom. It was her least favorite." And I said, "I need a quote from you," and she said, "I think Mother Superior put it best. When we do something naughty, we're always caught, and then we are punished, and that punishment is good. And it seems like a lot of the voters have done something very naughty."
Wait, you're telling
me this
me
was my
that
number
with her,
one. This was
with
my
her,
number one.
It put it in number 2. If she didn't, if she didn't vote, it would be number 1. Or like if she didn't put it at the bottom, it would be number 1. Is that what you were saying?
There's a very good chance.
Jeez,
Jackie
don't do that.
also though didn't do help on this. Jackie, where did you put this one as well?
This was ranked number 5 out of 6 for me.
Okay, all right. So you loved it.
Yes, Kyle, us both putting this at number 1 helped bring this up to number 2.
Well, Matt had texted me. So after I submitted my rankings, Matt had texted me and said, I think that only a few people had put in their rankings at that point. But apparently my list kind of caused some chaos.
It did.
And I was saying that, because he had said that
you are a chaos factor, dude. You are low key a chaos factor.
Yeah, because
one of my favorite things about you.
Spoiler, because you also put Initiation as your bottom, as your absolute least favorite, and Initiation was like in the three slot, I want to say, and this was in the number 1 slot, and you just like tanked both of them.
Okay, listen, maybe it's not chaos, maybe it's reality, maybe it's a reality check for us.
Well, what I had said, and apparently, so Matt and I we were texting back and forth, and I had said about part 5, I said, here's the thing about part 5. I said, I feel like part 5 was a failed Puppet Master script that somebody else picked up, slapped Christmas on it, and said, we can put this into the franchise. Which, of course, Matt said, you're selling it to me. Like, you're not, this is not deterring me from part 5.
This is the only one I watch every single year. Like, I always watch this one. And I
knew it.
And I think it's because here's the thing with part 5, The Toy Maker, right? Like, it's just so fun. Like, if you take it out of your mindset that this is part of the franchise where the first film is, it's just like, why aren't there more Christmas horror movies that involve toys killing parents? Because like anytime that these toys come to life and start killing the parents, I'm having a great time. When that like Santa ball shoots its arms out, when that little like centipede creature is going through a mouth and out an eye socket, I'm having the time of my life. And a film that is willing to have such a dumb twist as your protagonist turned villain is the son of the toy maker whose name happens to be Pinocchio. like
Yeah,
so
I did find the Joe Petto
Petto
and Pinocchio clever. No, I didn't find it clever. I'm trying to be nice. I did.
It's so
I was
bad. It's delightful and
Was
it's
it too
terrible.
horny for you? Was it too horny? Is it?
Well, it's definitely too horny for Scott, because that is why Scott dropped this one pretty low as well. Scott said on the episode that we did about this that apparently he has some problem with a robot puppet that thinks that someone's his mom, but also wants to make love with his mom to be too much. I think that it's fine.
I think it's just enough. I think that also, did you watch them in order, Jackie? Just curiosity? Yeah. I do think that like it does get gets a little sweaty. And it's not even like sweaty is not even the right word. Well, it is for this, but it doesn't I don't know. When you watch it standalone, I think that it has some sort of like excitement to it, but when you watch it as the 5th installment of this series that has gone off the rails 2 movies prior, I mean really 3 movies prior, like when you watch it and it's just like, we're never gonna get back on track, are we? It's exhausting. It's exhausting.
It is. It's but I guess
I love the Mickey Rooney of it. The Mickey Rooney of it all is like a chef's kiss. Like the fact that he was picketing and like very vocal about like the first movie being an absolute atrocity, and then money wins, even if it's $50 a day or whatever he got paid. Money wins, and it's kind of crazy. It is this beautiful full circle moment for me.
I think what it comes down to for me with this particular movie and why I love it so much is like, you're right. Like, is it a little icky? Is it a little sweaty? Like, it's all of those things, right?
Yeah.
I'm not going to pretend that it's not those things. But like, if I'm having people over for a movie night or whatever, and we're like, let's do Christmas horror, I think you put this on standalone along with a movie like Elves or like Feeder's 2 Sleigh Bells. Like, it's just that bad enough to scratch an itch, and it's interesting enough that it holds your attention because you're just like, where the fuck is this movie going? Like, you're like so like unsure of what's happening. And I
do not think that Jackie agrees with any of what you're saying, Matt.
Hear me out. Hold on. Let me stick my landing just a little bit.
Okay.
My point being that this is so outrageously fantastical that I think it fits in with those other like so outrageously fantastical films where like I would never invite friends over for a movie night and be like, let's watch the original Black Christmas and Silent Night, Deadly Night, because like those are like so heavy and grounded in reality that they're a bummer, where this is so outrageous that it, even if it is sweaty and gross and all that, it feels lighthearted because like none of these are real people.
That's fair. There is not a person in this movie.
I think I have to agree with things that you have both touched on. See, realize that I watch these movies in order in 3 days. I watch 2 a day, back to back to back to back to back.
Oof.
I think that maybe if I had just randomly put on part 5, I might feel differently about it.
Yeah.
But the fact that like this is literally like part 5, it's day 3. It's day 3 of watching all of these movies, and I'm almost done. And what the hell did I just watch? Yeah. Maybe if it was just kind of like another random movie that I put on, I might find that weird charm in it that everyone else obviously has found.
Yeah.
But yeah, it could just be guilty of it was on day 3 of nothing but Silent Night, Deadly Nights for me.
No, that can go a long way. It took me a long time to finally see this movie.
It's so wacky.
Because for some reason, I don't know if the rest of you had this, but like me as a child was absolutely psychotic. Even though I was in like middle school when I started watching horror movies, I had to watch franchises in order of release. So like I didn't see Sleepaway Camp until college because my Blockbuster only had 2 and 3 on the shelf. And I was like, well, I can't possibly. Like I have to start at part 1. And it wasn't until a friend like lent me his DVD of the trilogy that I was like, oh, at last I can finally watch these. My Blockbuster had the first Silent Night, Deadly Night, and 5, and nothing else. So I just kept renting the first one and being like, one day I'm going to rent this 5th one. So like, I feel like there was a buildup.
Little Matt Kelly that refused to call them movies and insisted on calling them films, no matter what they were.
Exactly. Listen, and
Films,
also
the
like
cinema. Going to the cinema.
Can we also agree? I think we can all agree on this. If this wasn't a ranking of the movies, but the box art, this would be pretty high up there on the box art, right? Like this is comparatively like little kids surrounded by a bunch of evil toys. That's a good box art.
You're right. I mean, I'm sorry. You brought up a good point. There's not a lot of killer Christmas toy films. Like there's this. Man, I mean, there's this and A Nightmare Before Christmas are the immediate ones that come to mind, and I can't, like, without researching.
I guess an element of Krampus, elements of Krampus, but they're like demonic toys from hell. Like it's
and they're
slightly
not all
different.
toys either.
Yeah.
We're talking like cookie. We're talking like elements of Christmas becoming demonic, not so there is a moment of that, but
and also again, look, let's just say it. I love the demonic toys in the Puppet Master movie, so of course I'm going to love this. Jackie's right.
No, you're fucking right. Now I thought there was credibility.
I love tiny killers, and that's what this has plenty of.
It's got it does have plenty of tiny killers, and it is, but while also being pretty horny and Mickey Rooney.
I love Demonic Toys. It was a very good movie. I'm with you on that. I think for me, it was the ending of this movie that tanked it for me. Like
that's a bridge too far. Like it I
really
laughed.
All the
I laughed
horniness
at the
in the beginning.
reveal.
I'm here for it.
Yeah.
I'm here for it. I got to see boobs.
Yeah.
I was happy. I was in my zone. Right. And then we get to the ending, and that's where it got icky for me, and I checked out.
Yeah.
Listen, I will make a Jackie re-edit where he reveals himself to be a robotic dummy, and then immediately the guy shows up with a baseball bat and kills him, and I'll just cut out that like 10 minutes that's really cringy.
Yeah.
5 out of 5. Perfect.
All right, and you can double it for me.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
We can extended weird puppet.
It's the opposite.
So this extended cut, they just played the scene twice.
Yeah, weird. I don't remember slow-mo in that part, but there's so much slow-mo.
Number 1, Silent Night, Deadly Night. This 1984 film caused a huge stir and protests for its tale of Billy, a young boy orphaned when a man dressed as Santa Claus kills his parents in front of him. Years later, he has a psychotic break when dressed as Santa for a local store and begins punishing anyone that he deems naughty.
I can't believe how close Toymaker was to making it number 1.
Oh my God, it was
that's
so
crazy
close
to me.
Okay, so again, like keep in mind, it's all based on math. It's all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So the numbers came down to Silent Night, Deadly Night, the original, having 27 points, and Silent Night, Deadly Night Part 5 having 25. It was a 2-point difference.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
But yeah, I mean, I ain't mad about this being number 1. This is a movie that I think I've bounced back and forth on my feelings over the entirety of my life. Like when I rented this in middle school, this was the coolest movie I've ever seen in my life at that point. I couldn't believe how weird it was. The way that I bought my first copy of this on VHS was at a random church yard sale. Like I was going to a friend's house. I happened to see that a local church in the area was having a yard sale, and I was like, I've got a couple dollars in my pocket. Let me see what they got. And some dude was selling this VHS tape for $5. And I was like, you, sir, have a deal.
Dude.
And I watched it a ton. And then I think I just started to be grossed out by it. Like, I know that I've said that I find the Black Christmas from 74 to be like the classier Christmas slasher movie. And I still stand by that, even though there's some filthy language in that movie. I mean, I think it's literally the comparison of like John Carpenter's Halloween to the first Friday the 13th movie. This one's just sleazier in that like extra exploitation kind of way. And there was a long period of time where the exploitation of it all really bugged me.
Yeah.
And now I think I'm just in the middle where I'm like, yeah, but it's so beautifully shot at times. Like there's like interesting camera shots, the close-ups of like the animatronic figures as things are happening is like weirdly unsettling and like
Well,
it's
think
a
about
it's a
how
trashy
well it
movie
worked in the
that's
fun
done well.
house. Like it works so well
Yes.
in the fun house, and then you apply it to Christmas where there's supposed to be this more cheery, like atmosphere of it all, and it does work. I mean, you're right, it does work really well.
And
But
then
there are
also like not for nothing. And again, I'm going to reference a movie I love. This movie takes a real It's a Wonderful Life journey to get to the point. Like you're like for those of you who haven't seen It's a Wonderful Life, you probably think it's a movie about a guy who tries to unalive himself and then an angel comes and saves him and shows him like what the world would be like if he wasn't alive. And you'd be correct, but there's an hour of the movie that's just showing you his entire life up until that point. And that also applies to Silent Night, Deadly Night, where you think that it's a movie about a kid who becomes a Santa Claus and kills people. But for 45 minutes, we have to follow every horrible, abusive, traumatic thing that has happened from the time he was 8 until the Santa thing happens. And that can be like a punishing part of this watch every time for me. Like sometimes I'll just skip right to like, all right, let's get to him working the toy store and like get because like I don't need to watch the nuns abusing him and beating him, and like there's just so much heavy exploitation stuff in the front that always bums me out.
Yeah.
And Toy Master was good enough, or Toy Maker was good enough to put all that stuff in the back end.
In the back end, Matthew. Jesus. I mean, yeah. I don't know. I have a couple of thoughts. I was trying to do a little bit of research before you, Jackie. You go. I have like 2 things I'm trying to figure out. So.
It's this was a fun journey to go on, but these are not like the Christmas horror movies I ever really reach for.
Yeah.
And it's perfectly fine. It had been a while since I'd seen the original. I think I'd watched it maybe a couple years ago. I don't know. Again, it's perfectly fine. It's not one that I'm like, 'tis the season for Creepmas and I got to put this one on.
Yeah.
I think I'll probably be good for a couple of years before I need to watch it again.
Yeah.
But it goes without saying that although how I feel about the movie, I will always put this movie on the list if we're ever going to rank, which we did on an episode, ranking kills in Christmas movies. Linnea Quigley getting antlered has always been one of my favorite kills. And I actually had the pleasure of telling her in person that was one of my favorite kills, and she was quite excited.
Yeah.
Because that is just it's again boobs, so A+. But I don't know. To me, that was just a very fun use of okay, here comes how has Santa killed people so far? It's like he's slicing people up and he's trying to strangle people, and what are we gonna do here? And we're gonna utilize our set and we're gonna stab her with some
Our set? Absolutely. I do feel like they had chose boobs over kill first, so they had to figure out what set to expose her upon, and I do think that it is a masterful kill that, I mean, I guess I'm not going to say that.
No, but I'll
maybe
even
in one
say
of these
that's
movies they
another-
might have referenced it once. In one of these other ranked movies they might have referenced it. But I do think that this one is so what somebody had made a Christmas ornament of like a bust of Quigley on the antlers, and I can't remember. There was like a sculptor who made like a very like limited number of these Christmas ornaments that it was just incredible.
But even
the
again,
movie
I'm
is-
going to go back to what I said. I think that even that kill, beautifully shot, great use of shadow. Like there's
so many ways that kill could have been shot incorrectly. Like there's so
that's
many ways
what I mean.
that
Like
kill could have been
like
bullshit.
it's a schlocky movie, but in the hands of the wrong director, there's a world where this could be 10 times schlockier than it actually ended up being.
I agree. I have an old DVD that is like the whatever the director's the unrated cut, however they did it, but they added a bunch of clips that they had found.
Terrible.
And the transfer is trash.
It's so bad.
So it's been a long time. I was just looking on my letterbox. I watched it once in 2016 and then once in 2022, which I was more recent than I had remembered. And again, after I didn't watch it before we had chatted tonight, because I felt like I had a good understanding of the movie, but I might throw, and I feel like what Jackie is saying is right. Like it's not like an every Christmas movie for me for sure. Like there's a lot of other Christmas horror and just other Christmas stuff that I want to be watching. That's not that. Matt, I know you've talked quite often about how early on in the season that you watch it just to kind of get it out of the way,
Yeah.
you know,
and that's even if I decide to do it at all.
Right.
Like it's
after this series, are there any that you would put in your rotation, you think, besides 1 and 5? Is there anything that kind of like tickled your fancy more this time around?
No.
No.
I mean, I think Jackie may have convinced me that I will replace watching the original with just watching part 2, because you remove a lot of the stuff in the front that I don't like, and you just get like a kill collage of all the highlights of the first movie, and then you get some goofy shit at the end.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a good point. It's a very good point. Yeah, it's hard not to like that. It's hard not to appreciate that first movie for a lot of reasons.
Let me ask this as our closing question. What is our overall opinion of Christmas horror? Because I think I'm starting to fall into this category that I describe with werewolf movies, right? I will watch almost any werewolf movie because when a werewolf movie is done right, it's one of my favorite types of films. But I think that there's more failures than successes in general there. And I feel like I could count on a singular hand the amount of Christmas horror movies that I genuinely love. And then I think that there's just a lot that I sort of tolerate.
I feel that actually Silent Night, the remake, the 2012 remake, is a really perfect example of this, where while I enjoyed watching the movie, and actually I enjoyed it. I think I ranked it pretty center. I could appreciate it and understand it. I think that a lot of other people's view of Christmas, if it's put into a horror movie, means that they have, I don't know, the approach to Christmas horror has a lot of cynicism to it.
Yeah.
In a lot of ways. And I think that sometimes it relies too heavily on that. I think some of the best Christmas horror movies don't necessarily rely on the cynicism of it, or so strongly on the cynicism of it. You know, I mean, listen, like Black Christmas is a Christmas horror movie, but like, what is it about? You know what I mean? And like, Krampus does, but I mean, it's also relying on like tropes of like familial like issues, and like, I mean, that could be fucking Christmas with the Clumps for all I care. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, I like it because it's exciting and there's a lot of fun effects, but the basis of it is almost too over the top. I think
that's why Gremlins becomes so perfect, is that it still feels like it has a love for Christmas, even with all the chaos that's happening around it.
I think that's the thing for me, is that I do have an appreciation for Christmas in a lot of ways. Like I really do love the season. And I think there's plenty of horror movies that don't treat it with a lot of love, which again is fine. I understand that it's not for everybody, and like that is also sort of like an easy in for a lot of things. But for me, I love a holiday horror that has an appreciation of, or an understanding of, the complications of, like, I mean, if we can dig into some of that, that's cool. But like, also, like, both things can exist. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like both. Like Christmas as a setting is also just a lot of fun, that I don't need the Christmas jabs as much as I need the snow and the lights and
that's why I think the original Black Christmas is so fascinating to me, because that is that is like 75, or I would even say 95% horror movie, 5% Christmas movie.
Totally.
But the elements of Christmas, it's not shocking that that guy made a Christmas Story a couple years later, because like it feels Christmas. Like if you take all the kills out, like the carolers and the snowy setting and the Christmas lights, and like it feels like an authentic 70s Christmas movie that just happens to have these terrible things happening behind the scenes. That's why I find that one so like unique to watch, and why it's like my perfect midnight on October 31st, pop that on and kind of like shift into Christmas mood, because it is definitively a slasher horror movie, but it's got so much Christmas there that it like gets me excited, just like hearing a children's choir singing carols and seeing the lights, and I'm just like, oh, it's coming. Like, you know?
Yeah.
And Jackie, send us home. What is your feelings on the Christmas horror franchise or genre?
I don't know. I guess for me, Halloween season has always been my favorite, and there was a very long period of time where I despised Christmas. I am a child of divorce, and a lot of times Christmas for me was just driving around, sometimes Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware all in one day, because you got to visit this person, you got to visit this person, you got to visit. Like, Christmas has always been a very frantic time where it's just more about obligation of seeing people as opposed to celebrating. It's only been in the last probably like 5 or 6 years that like I actually can enjoy the holiday for what it is and things like that. So starting at a young age, when all of the craziness was happening, I think I was just mostly excited because I liked Halloween, I liked horror movies, and the fact that I could have that bleed into Christmas movies, no pun intended, but like the fact that I could merge, you know, yeah, it's Christmassy, so like I'm celebrating the season, but it's still my brand of Christmas, because again, I was the very cynical, I don't like Christmas, this is all stupid kind of thing. So I really enjoyed it then, just because I get those elements of what I like into something that I have to tolerate. Now, I would say, like I said, the past probably 5 or 6 years now, I really do enjoy the season. I like to do the celebrating, the decorating, the music, the whole nine. Now, I just love the blend of everything from like, you know, Violent Night and Fat Man for when I want those like serious, bloody Santa movies. The absolutely ridiculous. A couple years ago, we watched Santa Jaws, which was so ridiculous, but I had so much fun watching it. Two things like, you know, Nightmare Before Christmas and the more classic, you know, Christmas horror movies. Like now I enjoy them all at this point. And again, like I like that, yeah, there's the really bad Santa Sleigh. Santa Sleigh is terrible, but it's also super fun. Like it's ridiculous and it's fun. And at this point, I kind of just appreciate all of it. And I'll take it all.
Love it. Love it. All right. Well, this is Matt and Kyle from Horror Movie Night and Jackie from the Jersey Ghouls. We have given you your definitive
and Clint Howard.
And Clint Howard.
Yes,
we've given you our definitive Silent Night, Deadly Night rankings. And we are telling you to go to geekscapegives.com and make a donation to the Big Brothers, Big Sisters. They do a great thing out there helping out coastal and northern New Jersey. And we will be back. Well, we're not going to be back anytime soon, but just hang out on the stream because there's tons of great things coming up, including some role-playing games. There's going to be some music trivia. There's going to be some recaps of things that have happened over the last year in pop culture and a bunch of other fun stuff. So I hope you all enjoy.
Big Brothers Big Sisters has been in existence for over 100 years, providing one-to-one evidence-based mentoring to youth throughout the country. History tells us when a community rallies around our younger generation, it helps us provide a better community in the future.
I just think it gives the kids a different perspective, not just from me, which I think is so critical to their success, to learn about different people from different backgrounds, cultures, and experiences to enable them to kind of develop empathy and understanding as they move forward.
Sharing your time with someone is probably one of the greatest gifts that you can give them.
It helps everyone, not just you, the whole community, the whole earth, because you could make a difference in life.
What is it, Hex? I'm very busy. Another holiday video for the Geekscape charity live stream for Big Brothers and Big Sisters? Didn't I do one last year? Fine, just send a robot duplicate. Oh. They've all been melted in a volcano? Fine. Just slap a voiceover on our award-winning short film. They'll never know the difference anyway.
In a reality that no longer exists, Johnny Neutrino was once the supreme overlord of a supervillain utopia. Supervillains of all shapes and sizes were given a nurturing and accepting home where they were free to explore their true will. But after a stunning betrayal, Johnny Neutrino was erased from reality and cast into a surrealist void outside the confines of time and space, known as the Nowhere Zone. Trapped for what may have been millennia, Johnny Neutrino harnessed the secrets of the Nowhere Zone and conquered the boundaries of space and time by learning to exist simultaneously in all realities, except for this one. After assembling his rock and roll army of supervillains, the Order of the Crawling Hand, Johnny Neutrino finds himself in Asbury Park, New Jersey, trying to rebuild his empire in a reality that has forgotten him.
Christmas.
Now that I've finally stolen the hidden gem, I can complete my plan and become
King of Christmas by putting everyone under my Christmas spell. I'm Johnny Neutrino, world's baddest guy.
Who is that guy?
Christmas.
Neutrino!
'cause you're mine. Stop the things you do. Why you lying? Oh, I can't stand no running around. No, I can't stand you put me down. I put a spell on you. Oh, because you're mine. Oh, yeah. Stop the things you do. Lying, lying. Oh, I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you anyhow. And I don't care if you don't want me. I'm yours right now. I put a spell on you. Oh, because you're mine. Oh,
Ready to meet a different kind of Santa?
No more jingle bells!
A special holiday fantasy adventure is coming your way. Ready to meet a different kind of Santa?
No more jingle bells!
A special holiday fantasy adventure is coming your way as a mother takes her children to the North Pole to save the real Santa and his toy factory from being blown to smithereens.
If he dynamites there, it'll be the end of all of us.
Spend your holiday with Jacqueline Smith, Art Carney, Paul Williams in The Night They Saved Christmas.
Sunday at 6 on Silly 57.
Well, it's Christmas time, pretty baby, and the snow is falling on the ground. Well, it's Christmas time, pretty baby, and the snow is falling down. You've been a real good little baby. Santa Claus is back in town. Back in town. Got no sleigh with reindeer, no sack on my back. Just see me coming in a big black Cadillac. Well, it's Christmas time, pretty baby. And the snow
Oh, wrong way. Wait, no, not. Guys, just checked. We are up to $127 over on the donations. So we must celebrate that real quick. Let's just put that up there on the screen. Now, I know that there are a bunch of Weird Al fans that are tuning in for this next segment. And, Weird Al fans, very, very generous people. So go to geekscapegives.com and make your donation today to help the big brothers, big sisters. And boy, do we have a stacked team of people here. So let's just start bringing them in first with my co-host, live from a car, Matt Milligan.
Nice job with the horn, Matt. That was great.
Thank you. There we go.
That's it. We got to start always with that. I didn't
Yeah.
know that was even an option.
Yeah, this is a brand new option. This was a Christmas gift
Amazing.
from Barb's son, Logan. Gave it to me early. Now, I think now that Spotify Wrapped has started dropping, I've officially decided that we're in a blood feud with our next two guests. Ethan and David of the Ethan and David 2000-inch Weird Al podcast.
Dave appreciates that or does not appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean, let's get this right. It's Dave and Ethan's 2000-inch Weird Al podcast.
Oh my God.
Alphabetical order and priority.
And priority, exactly.
We are being joined not just by these beautiful faces, but another beautiful face who happens to be a director with a very exciting, recently changed name documentary on the horizon. We have UH Jeff is here.
Oh, hi.
Someone who got very excited to see an ad for a movie playing on Philly 57.
Yes. I know. Many hats. Does that work? Yes. Philly 57. I grew up with Philly 57.
Who didn't in the Philadelphia area? And then our last guest, who maybe also was a fan of Philly 57, but she seems to be vacationing from her palatial winter lodge. Kelly Phillips is here.
Wow.
Hi, guys.
Wow, what a lodge it is.
Kelly.
I know, it's so
Channel
authentic.
17 lodging. If I've ever seen it.
So the way that this is going to work is that each one of us, all 6 of us in this chat, have a goal. And that goal is that we are going to try to have the perfect Weird Al set for a private show. Now, Al has made a very strange stipulation about playing all 6 of our private shows, is that he is not playing any song twice. So once one person gets the song, no one else can have it in their set list. So
Al is famously strict about this. Yeah.
You know what?
Reasonable, honestly.
All right, so we're gonna get into this later on in the episode, but people who are Weird Algorithm fans have known that for 2 years there was a saga about a graphics card from Jim Legrando that we're going to be showing a documentary about. And we don't get too deep into the gameplay, but in the level of accuracy about this game, and many of you have met Al, I think you can all attest to this being factual, is part of the game is that you're in Al's band. But after every show, you have to answer 5 trivia questions about Weird Al to stay in the band.
Which is accurate to real life.
Yeah,
I know.
exactly.
I know Bermuda
This
and
is
Dave
also
and Steve,
fair.
Ruben.
Yeah. That's famously why Steve J missed a bunch of shows on that last one.
Yes, exactly.
He fumbled on the Weird Al trivia question portion of his job, and he had to go.
The worst part is that he got who is the bass player for Weird Al Yankovic wrong.
Poor guy, he choked.
So embarrassing.
So I did have one screw up, which was that I was going to have some form of trivia to determine order here. And then I completely messed it up. I completely ruined it. So we're gonna.
You're not allowed to be in the band.
No. So I think we're gonna do the most fair thing that I can think of, which is a very quick rock paper scissors competition. We're gonna do 3-on-3 twice, and then the winner of those 2.
Okay, who's gonna think that they have a delay?
I have some questions, but okay.
No, listen.
I have a few suggestions. Rock, paper, running with scissors. Come on, we gotta.
Okay,
make
rock,
that
paper,
reference.
running with scissors.
And
Obviously.
Rock and roll records.
What about just like in order? Because I feel like we're gonna mess this up.
Okay, well, I think that Matt and I, as the hosts of the show, should be towards the back end. I think that's only fair. We are doing this serpentine style, so keep that in mind. So, like, if we have Kelly go first, it's going to be like 10 songs before Kelly gets to go.
Oh man, Kelly.
You don't want to be in the middle here, I think.
Yeah, that's kind of the gold spot, but we'll do it that way. We'll start with Kelly and work our way around to me, and then back around. Sorry.
You just said it's the worst position.
It could be the best position too. Who knows? All right. Kelly, we'll start with you then. Al shows up. What is one of the songs you're having him play for your little private party?
All right. So I had to figure out what my methodology was going to be for this. So like any good obsessive person, I already have a wish list of songs that I hope to be live someday. So I'm starting from that list. And at the very top of my truest live performance wish list is Everything You Know Is Wrong.
Ah, damn it!
Oh, boy.
That was my number one song.
Take
So.
that making me number one.
I'd put that low on my list because I knew that everyone else was going to have it on there. So I was like, I'm not even going to try for it.
Yep, I'm stealing this early.
That is a good first claim, and I expect nothing less from Kelly.
Is your show is your show sold out, Kelly? Because I would like to be in attendance.
I guess it's like, how big is my couch? Really? I just put it at my house. So I've got like 5 seats.
Yeah, you can see all the seats back there.
Yeah, right.
You know, there's only one song out of like a couple hundred that's off the table right now, Jeff. So you don't get the one that everybody wanted, but
I'm not complaining.
You only needed to come prepared with like 25 songs.
Right.
Well, 30, to be fair. I just want to point out, Kelly, Everything You Know Is Wrong has never been performed live. So I think that's part of the reason you chose it.
Yes.
Yeah, I might secretly have another list prepared of songs that have just never been performed live that I would also choose from. But yes.
All right, Jeff, what is the song you would kick off your set list with?
Well, I'm also dipping into the well of never before performed live. It's very early for me, you guys. Good morning. I haven't found my mouth yet. But I would like to dive into This Is the Life.
I didn't know that hadn't been played live until I think I texted Ethan that factoid when I had learned it, because like that it's crazy to me that it was a single. Like the fact that there's a single that hasn't been performed live is so strange to me.
Feels crazy. Like Everything You Know Is Wrong. Like I get it. He doesn't breathe while singing it. It might be hard to pull off on stage. I get it. This Is the Life. It just feels like it needs to be brought to life.
Yep, that was on my list too, Jeff. And
mine too.
But I had a specific caveat with it, is that he needed to bring in the glove, Chris Taylor, to do the scratching live up on stage.
Yes, and tap dancers, please.
Yeah, I think we're allowed to make unreasonable demands, right?
While we're up, why not?
Yeah.
I think that's fair. All right, well, Dave, what are you?
Oh, good. I'm so glad I got to go before Ethan, because I can guarantee this one is going to be on his list. And that is, if there's a Weird Al concert that I'm producing and Weird Al has to do a song, he's done this song only once before at the Bardavon Opera House in Poughkeepsie, New York on April 26, 2022. It was co-written by Ethan, myself, and the Grammy Award-winning Jim Kimo West, and that is the Dave and Ethan's 2008 Weird Al podcast theme song.
Wow.
Darn it, Dave.
You know, I almost wrote it on my list just to take it from you.
If I had thought of that.
Am I correct that 83% of us were at that concert?
I mean, I'm not a math guy. That sounds about right.
That sounds about right.
Getting called out.
Yeah, I wasn't there. The 2 people in Philly weren't there.
Okay.
Well, Ethan, Dave ripped your own podcast theme song straight out of your cold dead hands.
Brutal. That was brutal to see.
But what else? What would you go for?
Okay, so this one is not even a particularly rare one or one of my favorite songs. It just happens to be a white whale that I've always wanted to see live because I didn't get to see it on the 2018 Vanity Tour. The only rotating song I did not see was That Boy Could Dance, so I have to take it. I have to see it.
That was on my list.
That's a good one.
I think we established that was maybe the song on the Vanity Tour, the song he played the fewest times of anything. I think it might have been that. I feel like it was like 8 times or 7 or 8. It was very few. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm still salty about it.
Yeah.
All right, Matt, You're in a car. You're maybe halfway to this private show already. What are you making sure Al plays?
Well, you know what's funny? I'm actually in a car because I'm with friends. I'm in Philadarphia right now. I'm not too far from you guys, and I'm here because tonight I am going to see They Might Be Giants. So the everything you know is wrong really hurts. Really, really.
That's why you never come into Philly and not telling me.
Wow.
Yeah, why
know-
wouldn't you just come do this in my basement? Why are you
Because
doing it from a car?
the timings just didn't work out, you guys. That's not the point. That's not why we're here. We're here to pick songs. And,
Not pick fights.
And
Oh.
exactly. I'm gonna pick. I believe this has been played live, but not in a very, very, very long time. And it's like one of my absolute favorites of very early Al. That I don't know if he's gonna ever revisit, so I'm gonna force him to. I would like to hear "I'll Be Mellow When I'm Dead."
Ooh,
Nice.
good choice.
That's
Love that song so much.
I believe that was only played once in like '82.
There you go. There you go.
And
yeah.
I don't. It's another one. I don't know why. It's a great song.
It's a great song. So fun. So fun.
One of my favorites.
All right. Well, I'm going to be the first one to bring a parody into the mix. We've got a lot of Al originals here. Listeners of the show know this is my favorite Al parody. And this is the one that I still stand by. I think is secretly autobiographical. I want to hear Al do I Think I'm a Clone Now.
Another one that I think we
autographs
said
for my fan.
It's a great. That is a great song too.
Yeah.
Or at least not done outside of a medley.
Yeah, I think it's never been played live. I think we looked that up and figured that out.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to go with one that I'm sure if I was a better Al fan and had gone to way more of the Vanity tours, I would have experienced seeing live. Now that it seems that the Vanity tours are, not happening next year, and it's going to be more of a traditional Al set, I may have missed my opportunity to hear this one live. So I think my second song is going to be Melanie.
Ooh.
Nice.
Really, I didn't even realize it at the time.
Oh, that's
really
a bummer.
making an
Haven't seen
even worse themed set list so far. But
Melanie is such a good song. It's so wonderful live, and I think I'm a Clone Now has not been played live.
Excellent.
Correct.
Oh, it hasn't.
On the last tour, when he was playing Melanie, they started with Ruben doing this little solo, which was great.
Yeah.
And there was this meow sound effect that Bermuda would play when they mentioned giving the cat a mohawk. So those were two really great things you missed. Sorry, Matt.
Well, great. Well, back to you,
Love it
Matt,
more.
who's apparently just, a mere 20 minutes from where I'm at and probably even closer to Kelly, but still choosing to do this on the phone through the car. What's the next song you'd like?
We're going to try and wait by the end of the song. I can see in the background.
Should I just reveal my exact location? My next pick is going to be what am I going to run with here?
What is happening on this?
Philly. It is the most Philly thing that's happening right
That's
now.
not me. That's not
I've never
me.
heard that Weird Al song. That's an interesting take, Matt.
I know, right?
I'm gonna pick just another favorite of mine. I don't know. I got nothing to say other than that I love it and I want to hear it live. Slime Creatures from Outer Space.
Oh,
Nice.
Yes.
Yeah, done on the Stupid tour.
There you go. Yeah. And not since then. I don't think. Right.
Yeah.
As far as I know, yeah.
We're coming up on 40 years. Come on.
Wow. Oh
Wow.
We mentioned
Those are some old slime
Steve J earlier, but just a fantastic bass line throughout that.
Oh,
entire
so
song.
good.
I know. I was just so in awe of him. He's incredible.
Well, Ethan,
Yes.
speaking
So-
about being in all of people, I'm in all of you in this great list that you have so far with That Boy Could Dance. What else are you going to put on this list?
So I have to choose a song that has been one of my favorites. It's not on a studio album, but it was released as a single.
Oh boy,
so
are we about to fight?
I think we are. Spy Hard. I love Spy
We
Hard.
are about to fight.
And I would love to see it live. It would require all sorts of extra players. Maybe we'll get it on the new tour.
I was so hoping for it to pop up on the Strings Attached tour.
Yeah, I feel like it was a missed opportunity on Strings Attached with the full orchestra there.
Yeah,
I just feel like Spy Hard should have been in that set list.
Well, plus it was orchestrated by one of the backup singer's fathers. So
Right.
what better place to play it?
Absolutely insane. Dave.
Good choice. Good choice. I'm going to go with another one that's never been performed live. I believe it was rehearsed and intended for the ridiculously self-indulgent, ill-advised Vanity Tour, and I can understand why it was never performed. Trigger Happy, with the addition of Probin Gregory, who's worked with the Beach Boys, and Brian Wilson. I feel like it should be on the upcoming 2025 Bigger and Weirder tour, and now's the time to do it. And if it's my concert, he's definitely performing Trigger.
Yeah.
Or else, it sounds like.
Because you understand satire at your concert, Dave.
Yeah, that's the biggest
You can't
thing.
trust everyone else.
All right. Well, Jeff, unfortunately, Spy Hard was ripped right out of your hands.
brutal.
Just a mere
It is
2 positions away
heartbreaking,
from you
yes.
claiming it. So
Very
I have to
heartbreaking.
ask, what are you going to get instead?
I have a handful of things that have never been performed live that I really am itching for, but somehow the one that like just is inviting me into it is this song's just 6 words long.
I knew you were going to do that.
Good pick. Good pick.
I love it so much. It's so ridiculous, and I just want it. I just want it, you guys.
I was going to
Take it.
get that one
Take
just to piss you off, Jeff.
Wow. But instead you chose Spy Hard. I see how it is.
If we had done the research, we could have been really cruel to each other.
Yeah, which would you, Jeff? Are you more excited to have 6 words long, or would you have rather had Spy Hard if you could only have one of the two?
Spy Hard is higher on my list, but
all right, look at that.
I have been in love with 6 words long for a much longer time, at least
All right.
6 words longer.
Okay. All right, Kelly, you've been waiting long enough. You get 2 picks back to back now.
I know. I was just stressed out that I have 2 picks. I need to really maximize them. Well, I'll start with the last one that's left on my top of the wish list. A song that has always had a soft spot in my heart because it's so stupid and it makes me giggle every time. I want to see Gotta Boogie.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. What a pick. I'm so proud of Kelly for that pick. It's the best.
Matt, you should run to her house and give her a
done.
high five since she's
I
right
should.
there in Philadelphia.
That was on my list. I'm just glad anyone is asking for Gotta Boogie. That's Team Gotta Boogie.
Gotta Boogie
Yes.
is truly like a top 10 song for me.
It's great. So good.
Yeah,
Man,
that
now
one was performed a handful of times, but never on like a tour rotation, as far as I.
Yeah.
And I mean, we've got some
tell.
background singers now. We could
That's true.
All right.
All right. So I can either go in a direction of a song that's never been performed before, a song that's kind of tied into my own work, or just a song that's really silly and I want to see it. And this is very stressful.
You can't pick Gotta Boogie again.
Double just back. Can you just like throw it back? And,
You're like, actually, could you just like
rewind?
Gotta Boogie 5 times? Is that possible?
There's a demo version of Gotta Boogie.
I was going to say,
Ooh,
now the
that's
demo.
fun. Yeah. All right. I'm going to go with what was just higher on the list for me. I want to see Mr. Frump in the Iron Lung.
Aw.
Classic. Great choice.
You are very old school today. I like
I'm
it.
going old school. I want this to be
Yeah.
an intimate performance,
All right. Al, an accordion, and some drumsticks.
right?
Yeah, that's all you need. That's all
That's
you
all
need.
you need. That's all you
Also,
need.
because when I did take accordion lessons for 2 hot seconds, I tried very hard to learn that song. I mostly got the breathing part down.
Yeah, it was a party trick for you.
Yeah.
All right, Jeff.
Oh, back to me. Oh,
Yeah. You still can't get Spy Hard, but you can get a bunch of other options.
You know what? That's all right.
You could do the
because
orchestral mix of Spy Hard.
I could, yes. Oh, that's Chloe chiming in with her orchestral mix. Good morning.
Just trying to do backup.
I would like Virus Alert.
Oh.
Never before performed live. one of my favorites. I think it would be really cool to see
Great choice.
and experience.
I think to tie to Virus Alert, one of my favorite little behind the scenes stories of Weird Algorithm was that the very first episode of Weird Algorithm was recorded one day after Matt Milligan had saw Sparks live. He saw
Ooh.
Sparks the night prior, and then we started recording a podcast.
That's right. That's
Wow.
absolutely right. Good memory, Matt Kelly. I would not have remembered that.
Yep. No, I remember that because I had just
Yeah.
watched the Sparks documentary that same day, not knowing that you were at a Sparks concert
There
at
you
the
go.
time that I was
There
watching
you
it. And we said,
Yeah.
oh, well, then there's definitely, this podcast is blessed by fate. Great song. I guess that or the Dave and Ethan's 2000-inch Weird Al podcast theme song are the newer songs that are on this list. It is a very 80s to mid 90s leaning list thus far for everybody. All right, Dave.
Yeah, this is tough because now there's a couple songs that I haven't picked yet that absolutely should be in the set list, but I don't know if you guys are going to have them on your list, so I don't know if I should just throw them in there to go with it, or if I should go for one of my other ones that I really hasn't been played in a while. Oh boy, tough one. I think I'm gonna go with, and you guys might disqualify this one, but I wanted to bring back the Fabulous Food Medley. And I'm calling that one song, and specifically the 1985 Stupid Tour version with Moldy Now, Dr. Doctor, Make Me Steak No. 3, Burger King, Don't You Forget About Me, Girls Just Want to Have Lunch, theme from Rocky 13, I Love Rocky Road, Spam Eater, Feel Like Throwing Up, Avocado, Whole Lot of Love, and My Bologna.
Wow.
I accept. I also considered medleys.
Yeah. Because a lot of those songs are concert-only songs that haven't been played since and don't even exist in concert, and the fact that he's done medleys. They're no longer food medleys, and they were medleys after a while. And then they started becoming the unplugged medley. But I'd like him to go back to the original food medley, just all food related songs and a lot of concert only songs that are only available in concert.
All right. I will accept that because that is to me, those are all miniature snapshots of songs and not like I'm not going to be like, no, you can only take Doctor Doctor. How about you, Ethan? Are you also going to take a giant cacophony of half-written songs?
I didn't know we could do that. I'm bummed that I didn't think of that. Good one, Dave.
You can always do an audible.
Well, I have some other ones that are high up on my list. Are we gonna have time to do some honorable mentions? Because this is tough.
I think so.
Well, with the encore, obviously.
Of course. You know what? This is one that's been performed at least once, maybe twice, and I'm really bummed I didn't get to see it. It's Jurassic Park. It's the phonetically translated into Japanese version of Jurassic Park. I would love to see that.
Also on my list. He played that in a really strange venue, like
it was at the end of the Strings Attached tour.
Yeah, and just like pulled it out.
Like somewhere in Ohio, maybe. I remember him making the joke on stage in the video of like, obviously we got to do this in Ohio.
So
that one broke my brain when I saw the video of it. Just truly couldn't handle.
It's pretty amazing
how epic that is.
So awesome.
Good choice.
I love it.
Good choice.
Okay, so Weird Allison is saying that it was in Indianapolis.
Indianapolis. Okay, there you go.
Yeah, she was there.
Oh,
jealous.
Confirmed.
All right, Matt. You didn't get the Japanese version of the phonetically Japanese version of Jurassic Park, which I know
I did not.
was so high up on your list. I know how much.
I know.
You
Well,
love
that's
Jurassic
shame on me
Park.
for waiting until round 3.
Yeah. So, what are you getting next?
Well, you know what? I think now is a good time for me to take my biggest swing into dicey terrain, but based on precedent now, I think we're going to have to accept this. So my pick, because another thing that none of us have picked yet is a polka.
Oh, boy.
Now I'm worried.
So I'm going to pick a polka, and I'm going to pick a polka that is kind of a lost polka. And I'm talking about the 1982 lost polka that he did at the Missing Persons concert.
Wow.
Jocko Homo, Homo Sapien, Sex Junkie, TV Party, People Who Died, all those tracks. Because ever since I heard that existed, I have wanted so badly to hear what it sounds like and
The
I have
idea-
never been able to do that.
The idea that TV Party is in a polka, like
It blows my mind
crazy.
so
Just
hard.
like, because that is on my list as well, Matt. I need you to know.
There you go. There
Awesome.
you go.
Great choice.
That's my pick. Yeah, the Lost 1982 polka.
Wow.
All right. I'm going to go with one that you can see at almost any Weird Al show. But it's basic for sure. But like 1994 was when I discovered music. And I discovered, punk music and grunge music, and it's what like made me love music, and it led me down the path of Weird Al. So when I found out that Weird Al did a song about a band that I had loved, Nirvana, it like to this day I hear Smells Like Nirvana and I get like a little emotional because of how much I love that band.
Aww.
And I do think that he does a great job just paying tribute to that band through silliness. So I just love the whole presentation when he does that out in the cardigan and like the cheerleaders. Like I want the full. I don't want just Al playing it. I want the full show presentation of people out on stage having a blast. I don't care that it's my basement. We'll make it work. So that's my number 3. But now I get a second one.
Wait, who do you
Excellent,
want to
by
be
the way,
the
excellent
cheerleaders?
choice. It Smells Like Nirvana. Everybody knows that is my favorite song. That was absolutely on my list, and I'm glad I didn't. I was gonna say it next if somebody didn't say it. So I'm glad it's already in our concert. Excellent choice, Matt.
Yes.
And for my 4th song, because I feel like I haven't really taken anything. Until now, I didn't realize I'd taken anything that was on anyone's list. But I said that there's a blood feud between our podcasts, even if it's a joking one. So I think I'm going to hear Frank's 2,000-inch TV at my house.
Well
it
done.
has
There you
gotten
go.
ugly.
Knives out.
Yeah, shouldn't have
By the
waited
way,
this
that's
long.
two songs at the concert that have 2,000-inch in their title.
Yeah, true,
yeah.
Weird Al podcast theme song.
That's very
I've never
exciting.
heard of this Frank's TV.
We'll play it for you later.
Yeah.
Matt, over to you. You just grabbed an insane lost polka that none of us have ever gotten to hear.
I know.
You will be the only one to have ever heard it besides the people at the Missing Persons concert.
I know. I'm going to be like Martin Shkreli with the Wu-Tang record. It's just for me. No one else can have it. For pick number 4, I'm going to do another one that I know has never been played. And I'm really asking a lot of Al and the guys, and I apologize. But I still really, really want to hear their swing at a live version of Genius in France.
Yeah.
Ooh, yes.
The Frank Zappa style parody that sounds real challenging. That's definitely one I've been thinking about for this upcoming tour with some extra musicians. I wonder if they're going to try to pull that off because that would be a wild one to witness live. It looks great in my head.
Yeah.
Sounds great in my head. I'm in.
Yeah.
How about you, Ethan? What is your 4th song in your set list?
Okay, so this one, it takes a little bit of explaining.
Okay. Is it one of the? Are you having him do one of the Sundance Channel?
I did debate just listing those as my 5 options. No, so I gotta like kind of start with an explanation before I back into what the song is. But anyone who's seen Al and the band perform the Yoda chant knows how incredible of an experience that is, and it's just wild in so many ways. It's something you can't describe or do justice to. And the Yoda chant was born from a performance of Another One Rides the Bus, where they had what they call the bus chant or the alien chant. And there is a really crappy recording of it on YouTube. It's from a bootleg of when Bermuda showed it at the first Alcon, and it was unreleased, unused footage from when Al and the band performed on the Dr. 20th anniversary TV party. And so it later became the Yoda chant, but I would love to see Another One Rides the Bus, including the alien chant, aka the bus chant.
Wow.
Is it the classic bus chant or the like updated, extended Yoda chant inside of the bus?
Just the bus chant. I don't need the whole thing. I just want to see the original one.
Whole thing.
All right.
Thank you, Jeff, for clarifying. I know people were freaking out, not knowing that.
I speak for the people.
Well,
me too. It's great.
Well, Dave, I know that you had just next on your list another one rides the bus with the bus chant, and Ethan just.
I'm so glad Ethan specified it was the bus chant version, because now I can pick the other version.
I'm here for technicalities.
Oh boy! All right. Yeah, I feel I'm gonna just go with the classic as well. And this one is synonymous with the start of any show. Every time I hear it, it instantly puts me into concert mode. And it used to be played, just the track off of the CD used to be played before the concert. And then starting on some of the later tours, they started playing it live. And it was last played live on The Unfortunate Return of the Ridiculously Self-Indulgent Ill-Advised Vanity Tour. And it's always fun when they do it live to start off the show. And I'm going to start off my show with Fun Zone live.
Fun Zone.
Love that.
And I know Matt's, you guys specified that he can't play a song twice. But Dave and I were at a show, I don't know if you were there, Kelly, where he actually played it twice. They played Fun Zone
twice?
They went through, and then they were closing the concert before the encore with Albuquerque. And when he does the bit where he starts over Albuquerque, he jokingly started over the entire show. So the band started playing Fun Zone in its entirety. So we got to see it twice.
Oh,
I've never seen him do that. That's awesome.
So
do you remember where that was?
That was Lancaster, I believe.
Yeah.
Oh man!
Wow,
I don't think, no, I missed
cool.
it. Then.
It was crazy.
So, related but not related. My co-host of the One Hit Thunder podcast was in a band, still is in a band, but for one of their tours, the opening act on their band was Tommy Two-Tone.
No way.
And in Tommy Two-Tone's 30-minute set, they played 8675309 3 times. It was the opener, the closer, and in the middle of the set, the energy high.
Give the people what they want.
This is a little off topic, but 'tis the season. Have you heard Tommy Two-Tone's parody of 8675309? It's his own song. He does Santa Claus is Coming to Town to the tune of 8675309, and it is just wonderful.
Well, I need to check that out. They said he was
check that out too.
so nice. They're
I
like,
can also say I have seen Weird Al perform.
Yes, Jenny.
Yes.
Except he changed the numbers. I don't remember what he changed them to.
Did he change it to what was it, Steve
Jim.
James?
No.
Jim West.
I feel like we asked, someone asked him, and there was no clear answer.
Just someone who really
We
didn't
need
like.
mystery in our lives.
All right, well, Jeff, after giving us that fun fact, I mean, if you want, you can take Tommy Two-Tone's 8675309 Santa Claus is Coming to Town.
Yeah.
But I think you'd want to stick with a Weird Al song on your
Yeah,
show.
I mean, Weird Al covering that would be a dream. However, I think I'm going to go with a song that hadn't been played until the Vanity tours, and it is so good, and I would be a fool not to pick it. UHF.
Yes.
Thought I could get it last round.
Nope.
That was one of those things that when I found out that he had not played that before the Vanity tour, I could not believe it.
It is. I mean, it's just so good live.
Incredible.
And
It's excellent.
That is the live performance elevates that song in a way that I did not anticipate. Because I love that song so much anyway.
Based on the way our show works, where we're going chronologically, up until we got to Bad Hair Day, when obviously I threw Everything You Know Is Wrong at the top of my list, that was for a long time Matt and I's both like #1 original Al song, because like in our minds, that song should have been huge, not like as an Al Yankovic song, like
Right.
as just a sincere, barely any jokes rock and roll song.
Yeah.
It is incredible.
It's so
It's an anthem, man. He wrote an anthem.
is an
It's
anthem,
really,
yes.
yeah, it's incredible.
Well, I know Kelly can be scrappy, and she was maybe thinking of taking UHF from UHF, and now her
I would
opportunities
never
are gone.
cross UHF. Everyone else there, you're on notice.
Well, Kelly, you get your last two picks back to back here.
Oh.
It's great. I've been strategizing how I would approach this, and then I realized I had two in a row, so things are great. So much like Matt Milligan, I agree that we need to have a polka in a perfect concert. So I'm going to choose the polka that gets circulated the most in my friend group. We're all pretty deeply obsessed with it, and it's the only one I've ever sung at karaoke. That was a good time. I'm going to do the alternative polka.
Oh,
nice.
My
Great
favorite
choice.
polka. Love that one.
Great choice.
It's a banger. It's a good time. It's fun to sing. I want to sing.
Did you find a karaoke bar that had the alternative polka as an option?
There is.
Or did you just go rogue?
No, there's a karaoke host in Philly who has, I think, the deepest book known to mankind.
Wow.
And she had it in there.
That is incredible.
That's incredible.
Shout out to Sarah Scher. You have an extensive Weird Al catalog in your karaoke book.
Can I book Kelly for a private concert and have her sing that? Is that?
I will happily just drink a bunch of wine and sing Weird Al songs.
There you go. If I find
Kelly.
myself at a karaoke bar that has the alternative polka, I would find that mandatory to do. That is
I'll let you know
so
if-
crazy.
I'll let you know if this karaoke person's around while you're literally in town.
Oh
There
yeah.
you go. Yeah, right up the street, maybe.
Kelly, when he does it for your concert, do you want him to include Buddy Holly by Weezer, or do you want the album version?
I mean, I want album version. We're gonna go pure.
Purist.
All right. And then your last song.
All right, so now I'm getting into full fantasy mode with this one. So we've thought about what the contents of this concert is, but not necessarily when it's happening. So in my perfect world, this concert would happen on my birthday.
Oh.
And he would sing happy birthday to me.
Oh, perfect.
Great. That's way to start the final round. That was really good. That was
lovely.
And Kelly, just
Now I gotta
again,
step up my
shout
pick.
out.
Yeah.
3 songs off the self-titled in one. That's
God,
a very
I like an accordion. What can I say?
All right, Jeff, I know you were really trying to go for happy birthday, but obviously Kelly got it from you. So what is the last song in your set?
I'm still smarting from the TV party polka. There's so many good songs left, but I would like to hear a concert or a song I've not heard live outside of a medley. I would like a full version of "I Lost on Jeopardy."
I thought you were going there. That's a good pick. Good pick.
Yeah, it hasn't been performed in its entirety since Off the Deep End, and I did not see that concert, which is also crazy. So, after writing all those Weird Al Jeopardy questions, I feel like I've earned that.
Yeah, you've earned that at least.
Yes.
Agreed.
And then some.
All right, Dave.
I have a sad story to tell you. It may hurt your feelings a bit. Last night when I walked into my bathroom, I stepped into a big pile of shaving cream. Be nice and clean. Shave every day and you'll always look clean. I think it would be absolutely fun for Weird Al to do shaving cream, but he has to, every concert that he does is that he has to bring in a different celebrity or local celebrity and perform the song with them. He does a verse, the celebrity does a verse, and then they do the song together as the final. They do the final verse together. So
wow,
I would love to see shaving cream
at your concert. Who is the celebrity?
Yeah,
or is it you? Who's the celebrity that does it with him at your private concert?
I guess it depends who I invite.
I was just saying, I thought you were parlaying this into being like, and that means I get to invite a celebrity, and then that celebrity.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. Lin-Manuel Miranda.
Wow.
Wow.
So shaving cream, not the Hamilton polka.
No.
Lin-Manuel will be
We are
there.
doing
but-
Shaving Cream featuring Lin-Manuel Miranda.
I feel like that there's several polkas that are on my list that haven't been picked yet, but I had to go with Shaving Cream.
The craziest thing about that is that it feels like approaching Lin-Manuel Miranda and being like, listen, Weird Al's coming to my house. He's performing a private set, and he wants you to duet Shaving Cream by Benny Bell or whoever.
Say less, I'm going.
Yeah, he's like, all right, I'll be there.
That was perfect. That's exactly the sort of advanced content I'm looking for from Dave.
Yeah. Well,
nailed it.
Can I just point out? Well, I just want to point out on Dave's list, he's the only person to have a song not by Weird Al, but he has 2 of his 5 songs are not Weird Al songs. So Dave just wants Al to do a cover concert for him.
Yeah, he just wants to hire Al to play songs he's always wanted to hear Al sing.
Yeah, this is Dave's fantasy. We can't crush it.
Yeah,
that's a true fan. That's a true fan.
I have another song on my list that's not a Weird Al song. If we get it in honorable mentions.
But you know what?
That'll blow your mind more than Shaving Cream. So
it's also good that you got a food melody in there medley in there because 3 of your songs all barely would take 2 minutes to play. You'd have such a short private concert.
If I'm going to have people in my house, I don't want them staying for a long time. And just get this concert over with.
You know what? That makes sense. Actually, that makes a lot of sense. All right,
I would like to change all of my picks. Dave's right.
All right,
Ethan,
so
your final pick.
There are so many songs that he's never performed live, or songs that I've never seen him perform live that I would love to see. But for my final pick, I'm going with what was the first song I ever saw Weird Al perform live, back when I was 9 or 10 years old. I can't remember exactly right now.
When you were
the
only
opening
400 inches. Oh.
At the opening of the Running with Scissors tour, he opened it with Gump, and that's one of my all-time favorite Weird Al songs. I'm just such a huge Presidents of the United States of America fan, and I have seen it, like I said, in its entirety once when I was a little kid, and then in medleys, but he hasn't done it live as a full version since then, so I'm gonna have to do it at my concert.
Nice.
Very nice.
Nice pick.
All right,
That's a fun
Matt,
one.
I'm wondering if you're gonna take the one that I want to do last, but we'll see.
Oh, you know what, Matt Kelly? I'm not.
Oh.
I don't even need to know to tell you that I'm definitely not taking your pick because I am picking not the most obscure one, but one that got played a bunch on the Vanity tour that unfortunately I missed. Just bad luck of the draw. I did not wind up at a show where this got played. As we've established, for reasons that make no sense to me, this is a somewhat divisive pick. But it's not to me because I think it's one of the best, and I would like to hear him do Airline Amy.
I am on your side. It's so good.
It's so good, and
Incredible
I know it happened a bunch of times on that tour, and I just, for whatever reason, just did not land on the right show for it. So that's I still have my fingers crossed for that one before, while I still can.
Very nice.
All right.
I'm going to check my list. I've only seen that once. So that's a one-off for me.
Yeah.
And I'm going to go with one that you've covered. That you've actively covered. I Remember Larry.
Yep.
Just
Nice.
a song
Great
I
pick,
liked.
too.
Always a song I liked. Matt Milligan played it in a cover band at one point. And,
Nice.
And I love that. And guys, this is crazy. I just got a text message from Al.
Oh
my God.
And he said, you know what? Each one of you, starting with Kelly, gets an encore of one song that someone else got on their list.
Oh, so from somebody else's list?
Yeah, you can take an encore from someone else's list.
Oh, now I'm glad I was writing them down. That would have been way too much
awkward.
Oh boy. Okay. Nope. I don't have to think about this at all. I'll Be Mellow When I'm Dead.
Nice.
All right. Jeff, what about you?
I mean, no question. I'm going Spy Hard.
All right. Dave?
That was my choice.
He said he'll play the encore as many times as you need him to.
Yeah.
No, he won't, Dave. Pick a different one.
Oh boy. All right. I'm gonna go. Actually, I'll go with that song that I'm thinking of right now. No, This Is the Life. I'll take This Is the Life. Jeff's pick.
Nice.
Very nice.
Ethan.
Oh, such a hard decision. How about Dave and Ethan's 2000-inch Weird Al podcast theme song?
Yeah, and I mean, how can I turn down an opportunity to meet Lin-Manuel Miranda? So I'm going to go with Shaving Cream featuring Lin-Manuel Miranda.
Yeah, he said he'll go to anyone's house. He's
I know.
really
That's
down
a
for
challenge
this.
accepted. Bring him over.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to
Put him in
take
the
the
car.
I'm going to take the very first one that was played. Everything You Know Is Wrong.
Nice.
Very good.
Well,
what a
this
great
is-
show this is going to be.
Yeah, these are all really exciting. All right, so Ethan, you had requested, and I'm going to say let's stick it to Kelly. Everyone can get 3 honorable mentions in real quick.
Okay.
Oh boy. Well, 2 that I had highlighted that I did not get to were Since You've Been Gone, since I got to illustrate the comic version of that. So I feel like I should get a private performance of this song. Hardware Store, because I want to just keep challenging Al technically. I want him to just truly pass out on stage, not breathing. And then I had also been thinking of medleys. So a medley I would like to see again that I saw many times is I would like to see the Touring with Scissors medley again.
Ooh.
Okay.
Good one.
Nice.
Polka Power, is that one?
I think so.
No,
yeah.
the
the medley of like
medley.
that song.
Yeah, not the
not
polka, the live
Got it.
medley. Yeah.
Yeah.
My
Jeff?
apologies. I would like Waffle King, which has never been performed live.
Wow.
Yeah, that was one of mine.
I
Love
would
that.
love to see One of Those Days again, which was performed on the first Vanity tour. It didn't make it to the second one. And it was the only time I've ever cried at a Weird Al concert. Because he in Atlantic
I
City
find
was
that hard to
like,
believe.
Yeah,
Jeff really wanted to hear this, and so here it is.
I was there for that. I heard him say that.
And the reason why Jeff cried was because I punched him in the face. So.
I wept through the whole song, and it was so lovely.
That's awesome.
It's amazing.
Incredible.
Awesome.
And one that he has performed live many times, but he hasn't done the original album version, Like a Surgeon, which got updated to the Madonna Truth or Dare version sometime in the 90s, which is when I started seeing him. But I have not seen the original 80s version outside of when I was at the Weird filming, and Radcliffe was shirtless and singing that version on stage. Which I
Sounds
didn't
like you got the
mind.
perfect performance of Like a Surgeon. Then, as far as I'm concerned. Dave.
Yeah, so is it even a Weird Al concert if Weird Al does not perform Yoda? So Yoda,
Fair.
my first honorable mention that I'm surprised nobody else picked. Another one that, like Jeff, this song was relegated to the medley and then later the unplugged medley. But I'd love to see the full version come back. And it's a song that put Weird Al on the map and later parodied by Michael Jackson as "Beat It, Eat It." That's that song come back. And then my third choice is one that I've done cosplay to, and I love the audience participation with the arm waving in this one. Amish Paradise has to be on my set list as well.
Ethan?
So I would love to see Ricky performed with Tress McNeil performing her part. I know they did that.
I was
once
just gonna say
or
that. I had that
twice.
one lined up. That was really good.
I would kill for that to happen somehow.
Yeah.
So this is kind of a weird story I'll tell really quickly. I was trying to figure out if eBay had ever been performed in its entirety, and as it turns out, it was performed in its entirety only once in 2003 at a eBay live event, and I was able to confirm that by getting in touch with a guy who was a backup dancer at that show. Who's going to come on the podcast, Dave? So,
oh my god, amazing!
But eBay is such a great song. It charted. It wasn't released like as a single necessarily, but it's a super popular, well-known Weird Al song, and he's only done it in medleys and partials outside of that one performance. So I'd love to see that in its entirety.
Wow.
I'm absolutely surprised he's never done eBay, the full version live, especially when he had that choreography and it all.
I was gonna say, I need to see this choreo now.
Yeah.
It just feels like she should have brought that into at least the concert by now.
Yeah.
Third one, I'm gonna go with Fat. I wanted to bring Fat back. That is my favorite one to see performed live. I love jumping in my seat as the Shockwave. I just everything about it, the costume. I would love to see that live again. So I just missed that one.
All right,
that
Matt?
upgraded costume is so great.
To pull another, I just to echo again, I was just thinking about Ricky with Tress McNeil. I mean, really, I think anyone doing Ricky with Al would be such a treat to hear. But Tress would be like next level, incredible to actually experience. Just to pull another really, really, really old one, and funny enough, it's a Matt actually, it's more of a Matt Kelly pick. I'll save it, but I will say, how about Such a Groovy Guy? I don't know if that has ever I would be so intrigued to hear that live.
Nice.
I would love to hear. I only saw him do it once. You Make Me, which I love so much, and it's just such a great song. Only one time did I get to see him do that track.
It's so fun.
And then, I'm probably just saying it, but it's like Fat. Like, I feel like following all of the Vanity tours, like I even would be just thrilled to see him and the band do like a great version of Eat It. Feels like it's been a really, really long time. Not in a medley, not like just like the whole thing.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Right. And I appreciate you leaving checks in the mail on the table.
Yeah, that was what I was going to say. I was going to say checks in the mail, but I was like,
world's
I can't do that
biggest
to Matt
checks
Kelly.
in the mail fan, Matt.
What a kindness.
I know.
Another one that
has the entire first album been put on.
I think at this point,
Rocky
There's
Road,
a lot of
maybe?
bangers.
Yeah,
Rocky Road was on my
Didn't
list.
get picked.
Yeah, Rocky Road
was on
didn't
my
get
list
picked.
too.
Buckingham Blues didn't get mentioned, which kind of fine with that. But also, again, I'm sure you don't have to go far to hear this one live, but I have always loved It's All About the Pentiums.
Yes.
So, seeing that live would be fun. And then just as a guy who loves a good sing along, like I can't help myself singing my little heart out whenever I hear Skipper Dan. So throw Skipper Dan in there as an honorable mention.
Nice.
And now to wrap this up, everybody, just plug real quick. Kelly, you're up first. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. That was Kelly, you're up first.
Wow.
Where did I go?
Hi.
Holy cow.
I got kidnapped. I'm also all alone now.
It's all right. No. So you can
Exactly,
plug.
you need to
Where can
plugs.
plug.
We're doing plugs. All right. Well, you can find me on social media wherever at Kelly P Comics. You'll find about projects I'm working on. You'll find about my comic anthology, Dirty Diamonds, the Philly Comics Jam. If you're a local Philly comics-oriented person, come hang out with us every month, last Tuesday of the month. And my website, kellyphillips.net, has all you could ever want to know about me and my work.
Yay!
Hooray.
All right, dropping you down there, Jeff.
Oh, hi.
Plugs.
Tight and Nerdy. The documentary is coming at some point, any minute now. Check out Tight and Nerdy movie on all the socials, and we'll update you soon. Please and thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Jeff. Dave and Ethan, I'll just keep both of you like this.
Okay.
Plug the podcast.
Yeah, so along with Ethan, obviously, we do Dave and Ethan's 2000 Inch Weird Al podcast. Remember that Dave is first in Dave and Ethan's 2000 Inch Weird Al podcast. We are at 2000 Inch on social media, 2000inch.com, weirdalpodcast.com. Both bring you to the same place. And go for it, Ethan.
Yeah, thanks for having us, guys. This was so much fun. Be sure to check out our San Diego Comic-Con thing that we did with these guys. That was so cool. Thanks for having us on that. And this is so fun. So thank you.
Yes.
Of course. And Matt, I think what we're going to plug is what we're just about to play right now, which is a flashback to earlier this year when you and I went to New Jersey and helped our friend Jim try to relive some magic. So big shout out to Kyle Kukta of the Horror Movie Night podcast who shot and edited this for us. And, we've got some plans for what we can do with this. So stay tuned, but enjoy our little short. And then One Hit Thunder is up next.
Jimmy's graphics disk spent 30 years in a dark desk drawer, just waiting for a day that it might boot up again. I picked it up and held it a few times over the years, often wondering what else might be contained within, beyond knowing that at the very least, the world's longest text-based Weird Al game existed within the ones and zeros of this fossil from the information age. Could this disc ever again be read by a machine, let alone an Apple IIe? The fateful visit to the Too Many Games conference outside of Philadelphia found me in the exhibit hall greeted astonishingly by a working Apple computer like the ones from my youth, all thanks to the stalwart Vintage Computer Federation. Once the VCF agreed to let us visit the museum and try to break into our little version of Al Capone's vault, I started to have hope that one day the contents of this disc could be available for us to reminisce.
So before we manipulate them at all or use them, we first get a good read of the exact signaling that's on the diskette. Using a disk imager technology, this one is called Applesauce. And it reads in all of the track data verbatim. Now we're gonna load the image of the disk back in and write it to the disk. Yeah.
Too many fatal system errors.
Wait, that's my original boot disk, so something's not behaving the same.
I mean, there was a lot of this.
Yep.
And then eventually it'd be green.
Basic. Maybe not.
Feed the directory. We have the manual.
We do. This is not a Pro DOS disk. We need regular DOS 3.3, which we attempted to boot it off of here. What's wrong with this keyboard? We could go try to find some more regular boot disks out in the warehouse. All right, let me run to the warehouse and get more disks.
Sure, yeah. All right, see what's up. Well, I gotta say, this process is pretty cool. I mean, there's a lot of memories that I'm coming back to me and seeing this going. And I assume we're gonna get it to work because I can understand that it's something that's 30 years old, a disc that hasn't been booted in 30 years might not work, so we'll see where this gets to. But I gotta tell you, just sitting there watching us trying to deal with it for a second, seeing the disc in the red light and knowing that when it boots to green it's gonna work is such a weird feeling to be like a kid who did all this and then having not seen it for 30 years. I know it seems crazy. I haven't looked at an Apple II in 30 years.
If you had asked me to draw what an Apple II looked like from memory, I couldn't do it. But the second I looked at that machine, like a million memories of being in like my school computer lab just like rushed back to me.
I'm feeling really good. I mean, I don't know if we're gonna get this thing or not, but this is an amazing place. Like, I'm having so much fun. We're just talking about computers, and I'm showing me Oregon Trail machines from my childhood, and it's like a crazy military base, and they're talking about lasers pointed through. I don't know. This is like a wild place to spend a day. Like, I might come back very soon.
Do you think it's gonna happen?
They got it. Whoa! What? Guys!
I think we got it. It's DIR instead of catalog. You have to have it in caps. So I ran the first I ran the first program, hello. So it said, all right, so here, I'll run hello. And it
It's Jimmy's graphics disc with popular games.
You know it is.
So then this is a directory of what's on the disc.
Jimmy was.
Quiz, Apple Panic, School Days, Weird Al Lines, FTS Makers, Blow Up the School. That's nuts.
You're gonna get a call from the
So
NSA.
which one do you want to run?
Well, we're here for Weird Al.
Is that right?
Guys, we got it. Yep. Not yet.
There's a problem, maybe with the disc. So you have to do low. All right, let me do a Weird Al.
In quotes, if it's
I broke it. So let's try run MT.
okay.
Run Othello. Doesn't like that one.
So pop it in.
And we're gonna try run Weird Al.
Yeah.
Yep.
With no quotes.
Let's do this.
W-
Come on.
E-I-R-D
space A-L. Come on.
Sounds better. It's
Come
not
on.
making sound. That's good. It's gonna
Come
work.
on.
It's gonna work. And my magic
It's better.
will make it work.
You are a weirdo, Yankovic maniac.
Yes. The sheer joy of knowing the disc wasn't corrupt and our ridiculous adventure to return to my 6th grade classroom in a Weird Al-based time machine was actually worth it is nearly indescribable. To experience a moment of going back in time feels very much like Lucky Joel Miller finding the marble in the oatmeal. Now let's all drink from the fire hose.
The taste of nuts and honey, Mr. Scrooge.
Better things to do.
Oh, Mr. Scrooge, Honey Nut Cheerios, it's Christmas.
My customary gruel will suffice, thank you.
Yeah, but Honey Nut Cheerios blends golden honey and crunchy nuts.
I said, did you say honey and nuts?
Merry Christmas, Mr. Scrooge.
What are these young people doing? They're being so cool. Oh, and this music.
Don't cry, buddy. It's just EDM, and it can be yours too.
But how?
For the low price of a few crypto, you can stream all the greatest EDM tracks, like Your Beautiful Love by Asvulde. Let Me See Your NFT by Zika.
Digital delight just for me. Let me see your NFTs.
Sex by Asvilve. Dance of the Midnights by Kinderwolf. Dance of the Midnights remix by Angerwolf. Porter, SVB Megamix 2023 Capike remix. And Sex House Edition by Jane.
I need this music. What type of crypto will it take?
An assortment is fine.
One hit is all you need to make the money guaranteed, and you can live off royalties forever. And it makes me wonder, is it just a blunder, or is it one hit thunder?
Hey everyone, welcome to the annual One Hit Thunder Trivia Challenge, part of the 5th annual Geekscape Livestream-Tacular. I'm your host, Chris Wafalius, and I'm very excited to introduce our challengers today. So here we go. First off, you might know him from his work in bands such as The Fatal Flaw, The Plus Ones, Pansy Division, and the Mr. T Experience. And you might have heard him recently on our Nina Cherry Buffalo Stance episode of One Hit Thunder. Everyone, please welcome Joel Reeder. He's coming. He's spinning. He's a little spinning circle. Believe me, he's on the way. This is the fun kind of stuff that happens during a live stream, but I guess we'll move on to the next person. We'll let Joel get here. Next up, you might know this guy as the host of the High School Never Ends podcast, or you might know him from his past appearance on One Hit Thunder to talk about Dishwalla's Counting Blue Cars episode. Everyone, please welcome Wingman Steve Isle.
I'm here. I'm not spinning. Hey.
He's not a little spinning wheel. That's a good quality. That's something I like about you, Steve. There's Joel.
Thank you.
Hey, gang.
What up, Joel? How's it going, man?
It's going great.
And finally, you may have first gotten to know him from Netflix's The Circle or his 2023 Amazon Prime stand-up special, The Specialist. And you've definitely heard him on some past episodes of One Hit Thunder, like the episode where we talked about Come On Eileen and the one where we talked about Play That Funky Music. Everyone, please welcome John Franklin. There he is.
What up, everybody? How we doing?
You look like you're in the big city.
I am. I just got to a coffee shop and I'm outside of it. So
Very nice.
I'm braving the elements to do this podcast episode. So I should already get points as far as I'm concerned.
We appreciate that, man. Okay, so we'll get into it real quick. This is how this is going to work. We're going to have 3 rounds of questions, and each of you guys will get 2 questions each round. When it's your turn, you'll get to choose between 2 categories of questions, all of which that Matt has a little graphic that'll pop up for. We're fancy over here. You'll get a chance to answer the question, but at any point before you do, either of the other contestants can say steal for a chance to steal it if you miss the question. Be careful, though, because if you say steal, you are required to give an answer if the person misses. And if you miss the question, you get minus points. You get negative points. So be careful. Make sure if you say steal that you absolutely know the answer. Okay. So
you
in
can
round
only steal
one,
after somebody answers, right? So you have to let them answer, then you can steal.
yes, correct. But you can say steal during the reading of the question. But just remember, be careful about that, because if the person misses the question and you have to answer it at that point, and if you get it wrong, you're going to get minus points.
All right, I'm coming out of here with negative points. I think my cousin Chris did that last year, so I just have to get less negative points than him. That's the goal.
If it comes to whoever has the least amount of negative points will be the winner. We'll get to that. So anyway, there will be a final round. After round 2, someone will get to bounce. Who's ever at the bottom at that point will bounce before the final round. But you guys get the rules basically. It ain't rocket science.
Yeah, I think this is some revenge for the Jeopardy episode that you joined on. I'm in trouble.
Yes, your questions were very hard on your game show. So in round 1, all the questions will be worth 100 points, a whole 100 points. And we're going to go around clockwise. We're going to start with Joel today. Joel, you're going to be our first one up. I know you're a little bit of a ringer when it comes to music trivia. So,
oh boy,
don't set the bar too high, Chris.
Your choices of categories are either punk rock. We'll wait for the little graphic, or the 80s.
Ooh, all right. It's both very tempting categories. I'll go for punk rock. It's on brand.
Okay, here we go. Your question is, which legendary hardcore punk band released the album The Shape of Punk to Come in 1998, with its sixth track being prominently featured in recent years on the acclaimed television show The Bear?
That would be Refused.
You got it. 100 points for Joel right off the bat. Good job, Joel.
Nice.
Yeah,
Best
this is like
sweaters
this,
in the game.
if this is the standard of questions to come, I'm so fucked.
Well, that's a specialty category, so
That's
we
fair.
might have.
Believe in you, John.
Hey, thanks,
All right.
Joel.
We're going to Steve next. Your choices for categories are the 90s or the 2000s.
Chris, let's keep it in the 90s for me.
Okay. What was the stage name of rapper Anthony Ray?
So if I guess and get it wrong, it's negative, or there's no penalty?
No. When it's your question, it's no penalty. It's if you try to steal, there will be a penalty.
Gotcha.
So what is the stage name of rapper Anthony Ray?
I got two in my head. I'm going to go with Sir Mix-a-Lot.
You got it. Nice job, man. I thought that was a pretty hard one. So
MC Hammer was my other guess.
You did good. You did real good. Okay, we're over to you, John. Your
Damn it.
choices.
Okay.
Your choices for categories are 80s metal
Okay.
or one hit thunder.
I was really hoping you were going to be like words that rhyme with cat. I'll take one hit thunder for this
Okay.
one. Let's roll with it.
Okay. Evan and Jaren's Crazy for This Girl had an alternate music video featuring clips from what popular WB drama to promote the upcoming third season?
Jesus. Or if I dig deep into my knowledge of WB dramas, which isn't deep.
90s. Keep them.
I'm with the era. Guys, this is gonna be bad, but I'm gonna rock with, definitely probably wrong, Gilmore Girls. Final answer.
That is incorrect. I'm sorry.
Is it Party of Five? What is it?
It is not. And nobody's trying to steal, right?
No, I'm not trying to steal.
Okay.
I'm not that foolish.
I feel like this was a pretty obvious one. It was Dawson's Creek.
Oh crap.
Yeah.
That's a really good. You know what? I should have had that.
By the way, I just started watching.
Way to twist the
Dawson's
knife
Creek.
there, Chris. Though.
Yeah, sorry. I just started watching Dawson's Creek because it's on like Tubi or something. I never watched it back in the day. I'm on like episode 3, and one of the kids is having sex with the teacher. I didn't know that was a plot line on there. It's so weird.
No,
Okay.
the best Dawson's Creek episode is when they try to recreate the what's the free cam horror movie that was like sort of fake but real.
Blair Witch Project.
Yeah, they recreate Blair Witch Project in Dawson's Creek.
Nice.
Like scene for scene. It's hysterical.
I got something to look forward to then. All right. We got one more round of questions in round 1. We got 100 points each for Joel and Steve, and John is not yet on the board, but it's early, guys. It's early. All right. Back to you, Joel. Back to you, Joel. Your choices are emo or the 90s.
Let's go with the 90s, Chris.
Okay. What was the name of the trip hop group remembered for their hit Glory Box?
Is that Portishead?
You got it. Wow, Joel. Dang. Joel, you're for real.
Oh, man, thanks.
I knew you came to play.
That was awesome. I'm having so much fun watching you guys.
That was pretty good. Pretty good. Okay. So Joel, he's got a perfect score going, 200. We're back to you, Steve.
Okay.
Your choices are punk rock or emo.
My show, we talk all about pop punk. I feel like punk is a little too cool for me. Maybe let's try emo.
Okay. Which Champaign, Illinois band released the album Frame and Canvas on polyvinyl in 1998, containing noteworthy tracks such as Never Will Come For Us and A Dozen Roses?
I don't have an answer.
Anybody trying to steal this one? No, nobody's trying to steal. Amazing album. If you haven't heard it, check it out. That would be Braid.
Braid.
Naturally.
Yeah.
Naturally.
Do you know it's not authentic Midwestern emo unless it comes from the Champaign, Illinois region.
That's right.
Otherwise, it's just
That's what they
sparkling
say.
emo. Yeah.
This ain't My Chemical Romance questions in the emo category. This is legit emo music.
Oh God.
All right, we're back to you, John Franklin. Can we get you
Thank
on
God.
the board before the end of round 2?
I'd
Your
love to.
Your choices are the 80s
Okay.
or the 2000s.
Oh damn. Those are both in my wheelhouse. I think. But I feel since I grew up in the time, I'm gonna go with the 2000s.
Okay, 2000s question. Okay. Which vocalist sang on Moby's only Hot 100 hit, South Side?
Steel.
Okay.
Let him have it. Yeah, I have no idea. Yeah, you can take it.
That was you, Joel? Go ahead.
Yeah. That's Gwen Stefani, right?
That is Gwen Stefani. That is correct.
I was gonna guess a man, so I'm really glad.
No,
All
Moby
right.
liked the ladies.
Yes, especially Natalie Portman, who he claimed to date, but actually didn't. Pretty
Never
awesome.
a good sign when you have to retract your autobiography.
So I believe, Matt, can you pop in here and give us an after round 1 score update?
Sure. So chilling in last place is John with a gentleman 0.
That's okay.
In second
It's a
place,
strategy.
he's waiting for those points to double in the next round. In second place, we have Steve with 100 and Joel with 300. And I do just want to give a shout out to the Team Ashen Twitch family that just all bombarded in here and have been commenting, but are definitely baffled by how hard our questions are.
What can I say? We don't mess around here at One Hit Thunder. You're going to walk away learning something. That's all I can say. So
I feel
round 2,
dumber.
guys. No, you're going to get smarter, John. Round 2, the points are doubled. Now every question is worth 200. Be careful on the steals because it could be minus 200 on the steals now. So be careful if you want to try to steal. And we are back to the impressive Joel Reeder. Your choices for this round will be the 80s or 80s metal.
Ooh. I'll go for garden variety 80s.
Okay. Thomas Dolby wrote the songs for which strange 1986 film starring Leah Thompson?
All right. Oh, I don't lose points for guessing?
Right. This is your turn, so you wouldn't lose for guessing.
It's Howard the Duck.
You got it.
Wow.
Joel is rolling. Joel, more like roll.
You know what's crazy about that? He said, I don't lose points for guessing and definitively said it is Howard the Duck.
It is Howard the Duck. I was just
wasn't a
making...
guess at all.
It took all the pressure off.
Yeah. Hey, Dave Mattingly got it too. All right. Steve, we are back to you, man. Your choices are the 90s or the 2000s.
You know, both kind of in my wheelhouse. I did a 90s question already. Let's go with 2000s.
Okay. Which band is best remembered for their song that became the theme song for the television series The OC?
Steel.
Oh.
Joel bouncing in with the steal, but Steve still has time.
Yeah, I don't know. They might be Giants. That's not the right answer.
That is incorrect. We go to Joel for the steal.
I'm sorry to say it's Phantom Planet.
That is correct. Joel got it.
You don't have to apologize. You got it.
Yeah.
I
I did not watch the OC.
No apologies, no mercy.
It's like Cobra Kai.
Yeah, that's right. Great band.
Chris,
Phantom Planet.
did you guys ever have a song on the OC, Chris?
We did not. I wish we did. Did you?
One of my bands, the Plus Ones, had a song on the OC soundtrack. It's
awesome.
To this day, like 99% of my BMI royalties every quarter are from reruns of the OC.
That's awesome.
That is awesome. I didn't even know that when I made that question. So, hey, check out which song is it, Joel?
Oh, it's a song by my former band, the Plus Ones, called "All the Boys."
All the Boys. Go check out All the Boys. Give him a few more streams today. The Plus Ones, All the Boys. All right, we're back to John. John, can we get you on the board, man? We're gonna get you on the board. Your choices for category are either One Hit Thunder,
yes,
or 80s metal.
Oh God. I'll go One Hit Thunder again.
Okay.
Let's run it back.
All right, here we go. Before releasing the chart-topping hit Toy Soldiers, Martika was famous for appearing on what kids' TV show?
Was it Mickey Mouse Clubhouse?
That is incorrect. Is anybody trying to steal this one?
Don't think so.
No, nobody's trying to steal. Does anybody watching in the live stream know the answer? I mean, I'm sure they could Google it, but I was going to give someone a chance to look cool. Oh, yep.
Yeah.
Team Ashton got it.
Team Ashton, did they got it? Yeah.
Yep. It was actually
Kids Inc.
Kids Incorporated. Great show. Great theme
Who else
song.
was on that one? Alanis? Who else was on that one?
Who else was it? No, it was Fergie. Fergie was on it. Alanis was on You Can't Do That on
Can't Do That on
Television.
Television.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, we got one more round of questions before we have to eliminate someone. It looks like Joel might be rolling to the finals, but between Steve and John, we'll see.
The
Joel,
toilet bowl out here.
We're back to you, Joel. Your choices are punk rock or the 80s.
All right, let's keep it with punk rock.
Okay. Which California punk rock band released their debut album, Duh, on Fat Records in 1992?
Ooh, 1992. Duh. I'm not positive about this one. Fat Records wasn't exactly my scene, but I'm going to guess Lagwagon.
You got it.
I did? Oh, no.
He got an incredible game going right now.
Jesus.
We are back to Steve. Steve.
What are the prizes for second place?
Hey, if you make it to the final round, it's anybody's game. I will say that.
Okay.
All right. We're back to Steve. Steve, your choices are emo or the 90s.
I got to go with the category that I got a single question right in with the 90s.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought this was the circle trivia. I've watched every season.
You probably do better than me, honestly. I was only on one, and then I can't watch the rest because PTSD.
It was fun.
Okay. So you picked the 90s, right, Steve?
Yes.
How Do You Talk to an Angel was a #1 hit for what band? Which also happened to be the name of the TV series that it was the theme song of.
Man, these are really hard, Chris.
Did Joel say Steel already?
I did say Steel.
Not that I'm
He's
gonna.
feeling
I just
bad
wanted to
about
make
it.
sure that we all heard that he knows.
Bon Jovi.
That is incorrect.
Yeah.
Joel, for the steal.
The Heights.
You got it.
Okay.
Joel.
It's a terrible show, guys. Don't feel bad. You've seen an episode of The Heights.
Joel, did you ever have a song on the Heights?
Never had a song on The Heights.
Okay. All right. John, you actually
This
have
is
a
it.
chance.
I have a
think
chance, yeah.
you
If
do
I
have a
get it
chance
right,
now.
right? Yeah, I
Yeah.
sneak in.
Good luck.
Backdoor cover.
Backdoor cover. I would love it if you got the backdoor cover thrown for those junkyards at the end of the game. Okay. John,
Jalen Hurts is back in the pocket.
Yep.
He's got all kinds of time.
John, your choices are the 80s
Okay.
or the 2000s?
Oh, you sons of bitches. Well, I didn't do well with the 2000s twice. Maybe my knowledge is deeper in the 80s. So I'm going to roll with the 80s. Let's do it.
Okay. All right, here we go. Which disco funk group had a hit in 1980 with Funky Town?
Oh, that's Lip Sync, right?
You got it. Wow.
Yes!
Backdoor cover for John. Wow. That wasn't easy either. That was impressive. I'm really, that was a good
Let's
job.
go.
Dave got it too. Steve, I'm sorry to say that John came up and sneaked up on you at the end.
Steve,
there.
I'm sorry to say,
Dude,
too.
nice job, John. Chris,
Yeah.
this is revenge from Jeopardy. I understand.
is.
It's okay. I'm not hurt.
For anybody who doesn't know, I was on the High School Never Ends like pop punk trivia, Jeopardy challenge, and I did horrible. So this was a little bit of revenge. But I will say, for anyone who hasn't checked out, check out the High School Never Ends podcast. Check out Steve and Chris over there on that podcast, and it's a lot of fun. So, Steve, thanks for joining us today.
Thanks for having me. This has been fun.
Yeah.
Steve, great playing with you.
Steve.
See you, Steve. I wish we could do the remote control, like send his chair backwards type thing.
The cane comes in and just pulls them out.
All right, guys. Now, look, Joel, you were crushing. And of course, I didn't really plan ahead for someone crushing so bad. So here's the deal. It's anybody's game now. I know you had this giant lead, Joel, but we're back to square one in the final round.
I told you it was all strategy. I've been waiting, lurking.
So here's how this is going to work. This is basically a wager round, okay? You're going to go back and forth, and I'm going to give you a question, and we'll start with Joel saying how many you could name of this, and then the thing is either the other person goes, okay, I can do more than that, or you say, go ahead and do it if you think you can do it. That's, so basically that's what it comes down to. It's pretty self-explanatory, but basically it goes like this. On January 28th of 1985, Quincy Jones organized the supergroup USA for Africa to record the song We Are the World, which went on to become the 8th best-selling single of all time and raised millions of dollars for the famine in Ethiopia. 54 different musicians either sang or played instruments on the track. How many can you name? And we'll start with you, Joel. How many can you name, do you think? Where do you want to start the bidding for this?
I'll start the bidding at 10 names.
10. So, John, you can either say more than that, or you can say, go ahead and try, buddy.
Now, if I say more than that, I have to name 11.
Yes, or then he can come back and say either do it.
Got it, got it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Give me a second.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll up it to 12.
12. Okay.
Oh.
Joel, the ball is in your court. Either you say go ahead and do it, or you try to up the ante.
I'll go for 13.
13. Oh, back to you, John. There's a lot of big names on this thing, but
I know
you can't get one wrong. That's the trick.
Right. I'll go 14.
14. Oh, Joel, back to you, buddy.
All right. I'll do 15.
Wow.
And I'll let him do it. do it. I think that was my.
Man, John, this will be the biggest backdoor win ever if you pull this off. I'll be so impressive.
I think Joel can do it. 50's a lot, and I only got lip sync, so we'll see.
It's a good poll, though.
It'll be incredible if you win this whole thing just for one answer. I will be so impressed by that. Joel,
I have to DM Lip Sync's Instagram account and be like, you guys have no idea what you did for me today.
That's right. All right, Joel, you ready to start?
Yes.
Okay.
Of course, you have Michael Jackson.
Okay, that's one.
You got Lionel Richie.
That's 2.
Okay. You've got Huey Lewis.
That's 3.
Cyndi Lauper.
That's 4.
Bob Dylan.
That's 5.
Stevie Wonder.
That's 6.
Diana Ross.
Is Diana? Yes, that's 7.
Al Jarreau.
That's 8. Good one.
Oh yeah, I'm screwed.
You've got Dan Aykroyd was in there for some reason.
That is right. That is right. That is 9.
That's awesome.
Let's see. Who else? This is going to be like bad podcasting as I like.
No, it's okay. It's a live stream, not
Okay.
a podcast. The people are thinking about it at home too, so don't worry about it.
Right. Okay. You got Kenny Rogers.
That's correct. That's 10. 5 to go.
Okay. Let's see. Prince famously did not show up, so he
That's
wasn't
correct.
in
That does not count.
Oh.
He almost slipped up.
there. No. I'm just.
He's just toying with my emotions. Is what he's doing.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah. So let's see. Was Kenny Loggins in there?
He was. That's 11.
Okay. Let's see.
Still some big names out there.
Okay. Paul Simon?
That's right. That's 12. 3
Okay.
to go.
So I'm missing some of the biggest, most obvious ones, right?
There's a few pretty big obvious ones you haven't got yet.
Okay. Quincy Jones doesn't count.
No, he does not count.
Okay. Ooh. All right. So I just need 2 more. Is that right? Just 2 more?
You need 3 more.
Oh, I need 3 more. I've gotten
Yeah,
12.
Yes,
Okay.
that's right.
All right. Oh boy. Let's see if I can pull this one out.
The gears are grinded over there.
They're grinding. I smell smoke.
I know.
Let's see. I just want to say my favorite moment in that documentary is when Bob Dylan is having a total crisis of confidence.
I know.
I just think an artist as legendary and well established as him can still get in a room with people and be like, "I'm a fraud.
Dude,
why am I here?"
How much did that make you love Stevie Wonder though?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Like you couldn't love him more.
Yeah.
And then he's in there like, "No, Bob, you just do it like this. I'm Bob Dylan." He's like, "Oh yeah, that's what I sound like."
Yeah.
All right. There were no Brits in there. This is USA for Africa we're talking about. I'm pretty sure. I'm not sure I'm gonna be able to come up with 3 because I'm struggling to come up with even
Wow.
one. Okay,
John.
hold on.
We're-
Hall and Oates, were they both there?
They both
Daryl
were
Hall and
there.
John Oates?
That is
They're
right.
both there?
So-
Oh, that damn it.
Okay.
Now you
I
need one more.
more. Just one more and I can get it.
Yep, that's it.
Okay.
Don't mess up.
Dionne Warwick.
You got it. Wow,
I can't
Dionne
believe I did
Warwick.
it. I really thought I was gonna choke.
That
at
was
the end.
that was
Hall and
good.
Oates poll
Joel.
was massive.
Yes.
I just
Once I got Hall and Oates handcuffed together, that was.
Did he
Can I-
not say Bruce Springsteen?
Bruce Springsteen. No, yeah, never said Bruce Springsteen.
Let me
was
go over.
Springsteen.
Let me go over some names you did not say, Joel. You
Okay.
did great. You ended up winning. We thought that John was going to get it for a second. You didn't name Tina Turner, Billy Joel, Willie
Oh.
Nelson, Bruce Springsteen.
I didn't.
Steve.
Wait, hold on. I didn't name Springsteen.
You did.
No.
You never
Oh
named
my
Springsteen.
God! I
It's
thought
like
I had
the
him like as one of the first 2 or 3.
It's like the best part of the whole song is like
Yeah.
him and Michael
Yeah.
Jackson just staring at him like, what the hell
I
is
can't
that?
believe it. That was because I straight up thought I'd already done it. I'm sorry. Go on, Chris.
Hey, some other ones you didn't name. If you watch the doc, you'll smack yourself for not remembering these ones. Ray Charles, Harry Belafonte,
Of course.
Steve Perry, Lindsey Buckingham, Bob
Whoa.
Geldof, of course.
Oh.
So
He's
many
great.
Jacksons. Jackie, Latoya, Marlon, Randy, Tito, Waylon Jennings, who famously walked out during the doc, Bette Midler, the Pointer Sisters, all three of the Pointer Sisters, Smokey Robinson. Wow. And then you had some of the players like David Page and Steve Picaro, and some of the people that played instruments and stuff. But Sheila E., of course, who she was featured in the doc.
Yeah,
but,
she's like, they only got me there to try to convince Prince.
Get Prince to come there. Poor Sheila E. But I thought that was a great game. I got to give you credit, Joel, and I'm sure everyone watching will. We'll give you a round of applause.
Joel deserved it.
He did.
But you know what? Let's give a little bit of an applause to John Franklin, who's been sitting out in the cold for about 25 minutes.
No, I feel great.
There was part of me that was like, I hope he doesn't get this question so we can go inside where it's warm.
Wait, Matt, can I ask, did I do better than Chris last year?
I think you did. Chris made it to the final round, and it was name Hall & Oates songs was his final round.
And he lost?
beat it. Yeah, it was like naming.
Chris loves Hall & Oates.
Not as much as you love Lips Inc. So
yeah, I mean, hey, look, to each their own.
The world's biggest Lips Inc. fan, John Franklin.
You know what the craziest part was? You guys asked me that question, and in my head, I was like, "This feels easy," and I'm upset that it does. Like, it was like, why did that click to me so fast? And I couldn't get Gwen Stefani.
John, the other big thing that I'm realizing right now is we still haven't done Funky Town by Lip Sync on the podcast. So
No way. That's a good one.
I think you've just locked yourself in as our guest for whenever we do that one.
That'd be awesome. You count me in every time.
Yeah. So this was a lot of fun, guys. For anybody watching, a few things. Go check out John's comedy special, The Specialist, on Amazon Prime. Go check out Joel's music, especially The Fatal Flaw, but all of his music, any particular songs, any releases in particular that people should check out right now, Joel?
Thanks, Chris. Well, our latest single from my band, The Fatal Flaw, is called Enough. So
Nice.
I'll direct people to that.
Cool.
Sweet.
And John, I shouldn't have just promoted your special. Anything coming up that you want to promote too?
Yeah, going on tour spring next year with me and my friend Lucas Arnold, a fellow comedian. So we'll be hitting some cities near you. Check out that on my Instagram. You just look up John Franklin. I'm easy to find. Other than that, just putting out some more sketches every day and having some fun on social media in the meantime. So anytime you guys want to take a laugh, take a minute, get away from life, come find me on social, John Franklin.
He's
Love
crushing
that.
it on TikTok right now with his 25 songs of Christmas.
Yes,
favorite
this is my
thing
new
that John
thing.
does. But also, I think the most important thing, the reason why we're all here, the Big Brothers, Big Sisters of Coastal and Northern New Jersey. Please go geekscapegives.com. If you're watching, make a donation. Even $1 goes a long way. We're trying to raise $2,000 today. $2,000 will help match a little with a big for 1 year. And even if you can't donate, maybe look into what it takes to be a big brother. It's a really rewarding thing to do. But I agree with you, Chris. Big thanks to Joel, John, and Steve for participating in this. We had a lot of fun doing this. And we have a musical performance coming up now from someone who has been on One Hit Thunder.
Oh,
our friend Mark sent me a video of his ska band, the Slackademics, a ska band made up entirely of educators. And this is from their most recent show the other day. So let's enjoy a live set from the Slackademics.
Hell yeah. Thanks, everybody.
You guys.
Thanks, guys.
Just stay quietly.
Strutting down the alley, a golden year so stylish, chasing the sounds of madness. Let's taste away our sadness. Maybe we should stay and put the kids to shame. When I get older, a little more silver in my hair, but I don't care. Still got the best moves in the way. dear. So say the word, 'cause I belong to you. One last demand. Let's start a punk rock band. Yeah, yeah. Someday you'll find me dancing at 64, showing them we want more. Will you still need me, feed me? Stepping out, dancing at 64, 64, with the outrageous bar still cutting on the dance floor.
Thank you.
Big thanks to 2 to 1. Y'all were awesome. That was really fun.
Very sweet set.
I was telling them I'm kind of jealous. I'm from the West Coast, and they were playing Operation Ivy. They were playing Real Big Fish, stuff these guys haven't even heard of before. These New Englanders, come on. All right, the song's called Reach. Oh, I started. It's stressing me out.
If I do nothing, will you find a way to be free? If you say nothing, then it can't be a lie, can't be a lie. I flew 1,000 miles, but I'll never be close enough for me to do nothing or say nothing. I should know better, 'cause there's been worse. Race towards the lights, the darkness gets there first. Sleeping across the greenest of pastures. Would it be magic if I had the words? You're floating, lost your tether, so close I can reach for you. If I do nothing, will you find a way to be free? If you say nothing, then it can't be a lie, can't be a lie. Miles, but I'll never be close enough for me to do nothing or say nothing. We're too far to reach. Too far to reach. Too far to reach. Too far to reach. Can't be a lie, can't be a lie. I flew 1,000 miles, but I'll never be close enough for me to do nothing or say nothing. We're too far to reach. We're too far to reach. Too far to reach. Too far to reach. Will you find a way to be free? If you say nothing, then it can't be a lie, can't be a lie. I flew 1,000 miles, but I'll never be strong enough for me to do nothing or say nothing. Try something new, to do nothing or be nothing, be something to you. I'd crawl 1,000,000 miles, but I'll need you to meet me in the middle. For me to do nothing or say nothing. You're too far to reach. Too far to reach, yeah. too far.
All right, thanks everybody. That song's called Our Own Island. Listen to the words. Tell me what you think it's about, because I'm curious.
I'm still figuring it out.
still figuring it out.
Is there anybody home? I think we might be on our own. Fire's dwindling low, everyone's ready to go, knees are all swaying. Under there and the love affair, it's only cosplaying. There's no time to be saved. Step away from the cage of your self-containment. Take a swig of the wine. It's just dirty water, sweet entertainment. There's nothing to worry about when the world at the door. No bell at the end of this bout. No coming back for more.
Cygnus on trumpet.
There's no shelter from the rain. Nothing will ever be the same. Stage is on the rise, people lift up your eyes, look up to the heavens. Listen to the sound, nothing's coming down. Guess it's BYOB then. Try to make a scene, sell some magazines into topical depression. Sweep the broken glass, everything must pass, you know. It's not just an expression. There's nothing to talk about when the other bird's low. Nothing to phone home about. You're just waiting for Godot.
there's someone for everyone. Woo! It's just a song.
Is there someone for everyone? Is that a thing?
I honestly believe it.
I hope so. But what if there's an odd number of people?
One day.
One day.
One day.
One day.
One day to ignite power and promise. One day to transform your community. You can make a big impact. It's been a challenging year, but Big Brothers Big Sisters is committed to providing caring adult mentors for our littles, who need your support now more than ever. Your gift today will empower their resilience.
Please donate now.
Please donate now.
Please donate now.
To help me.
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 Donate now. To help me reach my full potential. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Two brothers, one woman in a cross-country race to save a town in trouble.
We got a lady on board, and she is in labor.
John Schneider and Tom Wolpat in Christmas Comes to Willow Creek. A full night of holiday fun Friday.
Sometimes the best gift you can give is a helping hand. Please donate to the Big Brothers and Big Sisters this holiday season.
I am so excited to present everybody with a Big Brother Big Sisters donations update. We are still trying to reach $2,000 on our donations, but as of right now, we are sitting at, let's throw it up there on the board, $287. Not bad for the first 4 hours. We still got a lot of time to go on this live stream. So if you are sitting there watching, now is a great time to throw some money. Geekscapegives.com. Even if it's just $1, it goes a long way. Really help out the Big Brothers, Big Sisters. I am very excited about this next segment because I didn't know I was going to be a part of it until about an hour or two ago when we had a cancellation due to work, and then we found a replacement, and we had a cancellation due to child sickness. So now I am here. I'm on baby watching duty simultaneously, but baby is currently sleeping. So we'll see how this goes. But there is a chance I might leave and get baby. But in the meantime, let's talk to the people who are going to be running this. One of my absolute favorite shows on the Geekscape network, Napping Through Happy Hour. We have Katie Hampton and Marie Brand.
Hello. How's it going?
It's going good. It's going good. I love so fun story about this I told earlier. Barb, my girlfriend's kids, had a Santa secret workshop thing this week at school where they could go and buy gifts for their loved ones. And in the short time that they've lived here, boy, did they know me well, because one of them bought me a gigantic kazoo that I've been using all night. And the other one got me a magnetic thought bubble to put on the fridge that's dry erase. So you can leave messages in the thought bubbles. So, I mean, A plus across the board for both of those kids. I think I'll keep them. I think I'll keep them around. I like it.
Aw, I'm so glad to hear that, dude. That's so awesome. And how's the donations going? Are we donating out there, folks?
Yeah, come on. So it's so funny. I run from midnight until 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I run like a highlight reel of the past year, like past segments from years past. And I completely forgot that last year during the Napping Through Happy Hour segment, we raised like an additional $300, and we couldn't tell if it was because you were auctioning off your Polar Express giant coffee mug.
I'm pretty sure it's still here somewhere. I actually don't know where I put it, but oh yeah, it's just right here. Hold on one sec.
Yeah, let's jacket. Let's bring in our guest Eric J. Brown too, because I think he'll have some commentary on this oversized
Polar Express mug. It for all of your cocoa needs. It's giant. If you donate over $100, I will send this to you free of charge. If you're a big Polar Express fan.
How many of them do you have, or do you just?
I just have one.
You just didn't send it out last year.
Well, so someone did donate $100, and then it was just a family friend who happened to donate during their segment and had no clue what was happening. And they were like, please do not send me a giant coffee mug.
And I was like, well, that's too bad.
Yeah.
Eric, what are your feelings on the Polar Express?
I have never watched it.
Probably best.
I was gonna say, as much as I'm a Christmas guy, I don't think I've seen it in its entirety. The animation freaks me out, and I usually tap out.
I've seen clips, and it's the whole uncanny valley thing is very creepy for me. And like, I don't mind. I've seen the Christmas Carol with Jim Carrey. I watched that.
Yeah.
But I think it was okay because it was Jim Carrey, because Jim Carrey's in weird stuff, and that's like my brain's already prepared for it. But
he's already an uncanny valley in and of himself. Yeah.
There's something about Polar Express, and also it's like such a short little book. I'm like, how did you turn this into an hour-and-a-half movie? And then I saw the like dancing flips and stuff on the car.
Oh, they try. Yeah.
So.
I saw that movie in the theaters in an IMAX. So it was huge, and I think that's where we got the Polar Express mug. But yeah,
I think I watched it after we talked about it because I
last year
to not watching it at all, and I was like, no. There was so much talk about it. I mean, it was almost a whole happy hour that we talked about it. So I watched it and I regretted it because so creepy. It's a really creepy movie.
It's unfortunately creepy. It brings a lot of like nostalgia for me because I saw it with my mom. It was one of the last movies I saw with my mom in theaters, but it is not the best movie to have nostalgia for.
So can you spoil it for me? And if anybody's watching right now, just kind of cover your ears. I'll give you a thumbs up if you don't want it spoiled for you. Why is Santa kidnapping all of the children and taking them to the North Pole?
Well, it's Christmas Eve, and they don't have enough Christmas spirit, so they get carted onto a train to reinvigorate their Christmas spirit with hot cocoa and lovely sweets, and then they get to tour the North Pole through the Polar Express. And many things that are going on that trying to make the Polar Express not get to the North Pole, I think. But also, it's the animation that's weird. It's like it's a thin storyline, I'd say.
It sounds like the children are just hostages at this point.
No, it's 100% that. Yeah. It's kind of like the show 100. And they just like throw them on a train, and then they have to survive in the North Pole for like a couple of hours, and then they get carted back.
Thousands of them are ripped apart by polar bears because there were polar bears back then.
Well, that's a movie I would have watched. I would have enjoyed it.
Polar Express, the 100 edition.
Well, I mean, I think all of you missed earlier today when I played a marionette Christmas special from like the 60s to kick off the live stream. So, I mean, in the grand scheme of kind of can't look away, but a little scary, Uncanny Valley, I think that's right up there with Polar Express.
Oh, 1000%.
That's creepy.
So, Marie, let's start talking about what are we doing here. You are the game master today.
I am, and it's actually. I mean, we're doing an abridged or abbreviated version of the full game. But today we're playing. I can't believe. Well, here we go. Can you see it?
I can't believe I did that.
I can't believe I did that. From the makers of Mortified, which speaks a lot to what this game is all about. But essentially, we're all going to tell some fun stories about our life. We're going to get to know each other a little bit better, and I think that's perfect for this group. I have some great memory cards here. We decided to do it a little different than the game is actually played, just for internet's sake and just to make it a little easier. But I'm going to reach down into my random grab bag of memory cards. I'm going to pick them. I love that you can't see with my green screen. My house is a mess, so I had to do it. But I'm going to reach down into my little grab bag and at random pick out a memory card, and you're going to tell us a story about a moment when something similar happened to you that fits with this card. But I'll just give you an example. Let's see here. A moment when you were painfully uncool, and the biggest misfit wins. So we would all tell a story about when we were painfully uncool. I've got plenty of those, so we don't have to start with this one. But I'm just gonna go for it if y'all are ready to share a little bit more about your painful memories. Let's go.
Let's unpack some trauma.
Yeah,
Yay! That's after happy hour.
That's really what we're all about. All right. All right, here we go. I'm excited to learn more. I'm shuffling these cards badly. I'm just gonna pick from the top. Hopefully it's a good one. Today, our first story is, oh God, a moment when you were irritatingly responsible. Biggest den mother wins.
Oh, okay. I already know the story I'm going to tell. And this one isn't even that far behind in my own childhood. This is like in the last 10 years.
Okay.
So my family took a trip to Disney World, maybe 2018, 2019. And my brother was staying at a different hotel than the rest of us. Him and his fiance stayed at one hotel and we stayed at another. And my brother booked us a character's breakfast at Belle's Palace. And so we get to the front and we're waiting for my brother, who texted us and said, like, hey, just parked the car. I'm on the boat on the way there. I should be there in the next like 10 minutes. And we walk up to the front and they say, is your whole party here? To which my family said yes. And then I said, well, actually, one of us is making their way here from the front. And what ended up happening was that my brother, who booked the breakfast, didn't get to enjoy breakfast with us because they set us as the number that was currently there at that moment, and he had to quickly find somewhere else to eat.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. That's a good one. I like that one. Katie, I
do you
feel like
have
you.
one?
Oh, or okay.
I mean,
yeah.
I den
Sure,
mother
you've
like
got a
crazy.
I don't think I'm a responsible person ever, so I don't even think I can I have something that like would make me a den mother. I've been trying to think. There was the closest thing I could even possibly do is it involves a crime, so I probably shouldn't say anything.
Oh my God, say it louder though.
No, we got caught for it, and they broke me down. See, I'm not the kind of person. So here's what happened.
Okay.
What happened was this. It was what's it called? Those days when they're doing like PSSA testing it was state testing for Pennsylvania, and our class didn't have to do it. It was supposed to be like sophomores and seniors only, I think, or freshmen and juniors, something like that. And so we were out. We got early dismissal that day, and my friends and I were all hanging out. And this one girl had just gotten broken up with by this guy, and she cheated on him, or he cheated on her. And so to get back at him, we decided to vandalize his car while he was in school. Oh. And so we went to the grocery store and we bought a jar of pickled pig's feet.
What happened?
And this was a warm April day. So pull up into the parking lot, hop out. She opens it, dumps the congealed pig's feet onto his car, hops back in, and then we drive away. We're idiots. And we decide to return to the scene of the crime. Not supposed to do.
No.
And we watched to see his reaction. He's all pissed off and everything. And I don't know how he found out it was but we pull out and just start driving away. And all of a sudden we notice that he is following us.
Oh no.
And so my friend Brandon decides that he is going to drive his mother's minivan at 45 miles an hour through the suburbs of Delaware County, trying to make quick turns and lose this guy who is driving a Mustang, by the way.
No.
He caught up to us, told us we were assholes, and that was it. But then the next day, of course, we get called into the principal's office, and they separated us. And they were like, well, listen, we know because the neighbor across the street saw you guys do it. So they told that to me, and I was just like, oh, okay, that makes sense. And then they made me like write something, like write the whole thing down. And it was all a lie. I just didn't watch Law and Order and realize that's what they do. They put the pressure on the weak one, and I was the weak one. Oh, no. So I guess that's me being a den mom, being like, oh, you got me, kids.
I love it. Really, the essentials of these stories is that the den mother is just the one who gives the truth faster.
Yeah.
I don't like to lie.
I'm trying to. I mean, Marie knows that I am very much a den mother. Like I have my schedules and my things that I like to get. I sent Marie a invite link for today with like notes on people that we were gonna have on that I had to delete. But yeah, no, I can't think of anything off the top of my head unless Marie, you could think of something. But I know I've ruined some parties.
I was gonna say is I have something very recently that I did, and that my partner gives me a hard time for. So every year, and I don't know if this fits, but I'm telling the story. Every year, my mother at the high school she works at puts on a very big what is it called? Where you walk through a haunted house
Okay.
for her and the high school kids all build one, right? And it's really good, and they take the money for charity, for the band to earn money so they can go on trips and things like that. So it's a big deal, and a lot of the community comes together to go visit it, and like people stand in line, and it's like an hour and a half line to get through this haunted house. So I was already like revved and ready to go, and we have been standing in line for probably an hour, and these two young high school girls started to sneak up beside us. And I was like, oh, I think these girls are trying to cut. Now, mind you, they're like, that is one of the things that is a pet peeve of mine, to try and cut. Don't you do it? I don't care if you're old. I don't care if you're in a wheelchair. I don't
Get
care.
to the back of the line.
You gotta wait.
I've been to Universal with Marie. I know this.
Do not cut. So it was short and simple. I told on them very quickly.
So it is about telling the truth.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It's about telling the truth.
Yeah, and all of a sudden they were gone, and my mom had taken care of it. And so that is my irritatingly responsible moment, telling on some 15-year-olds for cutting in line at a high school haunted house. So that's me. That's,
They can't get those scares for free. No, you got to wait to get those scares.
Yeah. You
well,
really do.
I kept saying that, they got to learn young. You don't want them to grow up entitled. You got to teach them young. You don't cut in life. So you don't cut in this line.
That's a slogan I want to think about for a really long time. You don't cut in life, so don't you cut in this line. That's,
There you go.
truer words have never been said.
I feel like that's going to be your new parental advice.
I'll do it. I'll do it.
I mean, going off of that, I feel like my most recent one was I did a trivia game show for a friend's elementary school, and it was parents and for kids as well. And I've told this story on the actual podcast before, but hey, we're telling it again. And I had written all original trivia and stuff specifically for the kids and the age group of the parents. And there was this one little boy who was so excited to be playing this trivia game, and he's like, "My team's gonna win! My team's gonna win!" And the winning person got $100, so like I was really rooting for him. Just a little white boy, just like coming up and just like, "We're gonna win." I was like, "Okay, cool." Anyway, we get to the end of it, and it just so happens that he doesn't even place.
Oh no!
In it, like his team doesn't get anywhere near enough points. We even had like if you make us laugh, like you get extra points for that, and we would give him a prize. If you had the most ridiculous whatever, like you would get a prize. And so it was sort of like their team, just all they did was just say, "We're gonna win, we're gonna win." And I was like, okay. And so I had to read out all of them, and this kid is just so prepped and ready, because every chance he got, he would come up to me, any break, he would come up and just be like, "Because we're winning, right? Are we winning?" And I was just like, "I don't know, man, we'll see the final points." And I was like, "Watch the points on the screen as they come up." And I go through the whole, here's the third place, here's second place, here's first place, here's the funniest team. And then when we finally do first place, his face falls so devastatingly hard. And he just like stands there, and everybody's like saying thanks, and they're clearing out and everything like that. And he's still standing there, and he starts to cry. And I was like, "Buddy, you played a really great game." I was like, I was really rooting for you guys. And he was just like, "Okay." I was like, "I'm so sorry, buddy." And I was just like, "It's just not how the points worked out." And I was like, "But like, that's okay." And as I told one of our Alyssa, our guest, when I told this story on the podcast, I couldn't help but think, because it was the week of the election results, I couldn't help think, you gotta learn now.
Yeah.
You gotta learn now.
Well, but you know what? I'm going to bounce that back on you, because here's the thing I've learned.
20?
Yeah, here's the thing I've learned. No, not that. As someone who has been around children in different capacities, be it like a mentor or whatever, if you know that there's bad news that's about to happen, you just like kind of ghost a little bit. Don't make eye contact. Don't look.
I tried to.
It's not your job to teach them how to be a good winner. Like that is all on the family.
And I think a future white man will be okay. You know,
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
gonna win a lot.
Historically, things are gonna play out all right.
You know, and like honestly, it was the only white male tears I saw that day, so it was kind of nice.
Yeah, look, like he's not gonna get used to no. So
Somebody
you started it off like he's like, oh, that's a thing I might hear sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
I think we're ready
love
for
it.
the next one.
I love it. Okay. I just happened to pull up one as we were speaking, and this probably fits in my last story, but a moment when you were a pain in the ass. Biggest annoyance wins.
Ooh, that is a good one. Because I am also of the white variety, and I know I've Karen'd a couple times.
I was like, I've got another line cutting story, but
man, line cutting stories are like your core.
Trying to think of like, so I worked in like retail and tech support and all of that, and like you would think that would make it where you are less likely to like put on the like I need to speak to a manager voice, but like I think that there's also an element that comes in where it's like, well, I know how I would have handled this phone call, and this person is going about it the entire wrong way. So like I need to work my way up the chain to like the person who's going to give me the answer that I'm looking for.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just trying to play back a few of my recent support calls with Apple because they're usually pretty prime for like you need to get moved up like one or two rungs to get to someone who will just like talk to you
Talk to you as a human. Yeah.
Yeah, like it's like I know how a computer works. Okay, like
I don't need to do the turning it on and off again.
yeah, like it's one of those things where like I can't think of a specific story, but like there's definitely been times where I've been on a phone call where I've used the phrase like, well, does that make sense to you? You know, like where you just like
Yeah.
like where you just get like so, because I've said this before to people, like the one thing that will make me the biggest asshole is specifically like a thing not doing the one thing it's supposed to do.
Right.
Like if a printer is no longer printing, like I just jump to like unreasonable so quick because I'm like the only reason I have you is to print things and you're not printing. So when I'm having like computer issues for like the one reason I bought the computer, like if I bought a computer specifically for video editing and the editing software isn't working, I just become like unhinged for a couple minutes until I like sit down and breathe. So I don't have a specific example, just I know I've been awful on some Apple support calls specifically.
But you kind of have to be annoying for those kinds of things. Like
you kind of have to. You're not going to get results if you're like, oh, okay. Like they'll talk you right into buying a brand new computer.
I take calls from my partner sometimes. I'm like, no, get off the phone. Let me call back. I'm you now. Give me your social. I'll tell them I'm you, and I will handle it. Because I used to work as a phone answerer, customer service in a customer service center. So I also know that a lot of times they just give their scripted answer. They give the first answer that comes to their head. They don't. There's no nuance to your problem. They just think it's all the same. So I definitely will request a manager pretty quick. And I always start off with, I know this isn't your fault, but I need to talk to a manager.
Right.
Yeah.
That's actually, so that just reminded me of a time when I had to be annoying because Verizon was being annoying with me. So before my husband and I went on our honeymoon this year, and before I went, I wanted to get an international plan. I just wanted it for 1 month, and I wanted it for April, half of April into like half of May, because that's when we were gone. And I called, set it up, and they were like, great, you're going to be all set for April or whatever. And I got a bill in March that they had already charged me for this international plan. And I was like, oh no. I want it for April. And that's when I would like the time for this. And they're like, oh yeah. We'll just credit you that back. No big deal. And I had been doing it all on like a chat support type thing. And I was doing a similar thing of just like, I know this is not your fault. I will definitely talk to you guys as you are human beings, just in case you are human beings. I was like, hope your day's going well, like going with all that bullshit, and they said they figured it out, whatever. Going on a honeymoon, it was great. Had the international plan. And then when I came back, I was like, okay, I'd like to cancel this. And they were like, great, it's canceled. And then the next month I got billed again. And I was like, no. So I go back on the same chat. And I was like, hey, I've been here before. I only wanted this plan for this month, for these times, and I don't want it any other time. So please give me my money back. And they're like, oh, we're so sorry about that. How's your day going or whatever? And I'm still trying to be nice. I'm just like, I'm great. I was also stoned at the time. So I was very chatty. And I was like, hope you're doing well. I know that like this is the time of year when like people get like really rough or whatever. So I hope you're all right. And like, you're not dealing with too many painful people or whatever. And they're like, no. You're all figured out. We'll send you your money back. Don't worry about it. The next month, it happens again, and I have to go back. And I was like, "No, this isn't happening. I'm not playing this bullshit. I'm angry, and I am angry for a reason." I was like, "This has happened 3 times. Do not let this happen again. If this happens again, I'm canceling my service." And they were like, "Oh, how's your day going?" And I was like, "I'm not responding until this is fixed."
Yeah.
There you go.
And then they started charging me. So
I definitely, because I kill me to get on a phone. Like that has to be the last call.
Yeah.
So like I'm like you. I'm usually in the chat, and like I've never actually said it, but there is that moment where you're talking to one person, and they're like, "Oh, I think we need to move this up the chain to someone higher up in support or whatever," and then you're literally starting at square one, and I'm always just like, did the previous person I just spoke to for an hour like give you nothing to work with? Just like send me over to you and said good luck.
I love that this is all around customer service. I feel like
actually now that so this is like tangentially mine, and it was when I worked in customer service. So the job that I worked for was the last real job I had before I started doing like the podcasting stuff. I worked for a company that basically is how every single used car dealership got their inventory on the internet. It all runs through one company.
Whoa.
Basically, which is crazy.
Yeah.
And this guy called, and he was like, and literally what he said to me, I'd only been there for about 2 weeks. And he said to me, "You guys are changing my prices, and I want to know why." And I was like,
fair.
Okay. And he's walking me through it. He's like, this car's supposed to be this much money, but it's showing up as this much money. And the way that our system worked was if someone manually logged in, so we would pull a feed from the car dealership every day with their prices. But if someone logged into our system and changed a price, it would lock that price because it would assume that they're changing the price because there's something wrong with the feed and that the feed shouldn't override that. And it tells you who types that in. It will say, like, this was done by this user.
Yeah.
And it was him. I'm like, hey, it says actually that you changed this price. And he goes, that would have never happened. One of you must have figured out my login information and have been doing it with malice. And I was like, oh.
Wow.
So there was a guy, Will, who was pretty high up, and his only job was like, they called him the fireman. Like when there was like someone who was really unhinged, get them over to Will. Will put out the fire. And Will was like, you're new. Let me stay on the back of the call and you'll see how it's done. And all I can say about the call was that when all was said and done, Will walked over and was like, okay, well, that one is not how it's done. because this guy, like, Will literally got to the point where he was like, "Sir, I need you to understand. There are two options here." Because what we found out was that he had given his login information to every employee at his dealership.
No.
And he goes, "Sir, one of two things happened. One of your multiple employees found was logged in and made a mistake, or what you're proposing, that one of the 30 people here figured out the login for just your car dealership out of all the car dealerships in the entire United States and logged in to maliciously make your car $100 cheaper for no reason." He's like, "Now, which one of those options seems more realistic to you?" And he goes, "I only hire the best, so it has to be one of you guys."
Wow.
And then I heard Will really become an asshole. But,
at some point, you kind of have to.
yeah, like it's like you're not even listening to even a little bit of logic on this one. Like you're just ready to be mad.
Oh lordy. I mean, yeah, some people are. Eric, have you ever been annoying?
Yeah. Pain in the ass.
I think I am, because it's like I'm the kind of person, if you like hit me, I apologize for denting your car. Like, oh my God, I'm so sorry that I was crossing this crosswalk and you ran me over.
I was gonna say, you live in a haunted house and you like usually complain that you're bothering the ghost. Like,
yeah, I feel bad. I mean, they're probably trying to take a nap right now.
I feel like we're kindred spirits in that way. Was there ever a point that it pushed you to like having to be like, you know what? I was nice for a while, but now I can't be. That's how I feel.
Yeah, but the thing is, my husband is a lawyer, so he loves arguing. So anytime I reach my like, okay, I'm going to become mean, I call him and I go, "Can you deal with this for me?" And then he does, because then it means he doesn't want to argue with me ever. He's doing it at work, and then for a pleasure, he does it with the customer service representatives that I don't want to deal with anymore. So like, I'll give you an example of the time that he was the asshole.
Yes,
I love it.
We were going to Santa Barbara for our friend's wedding. And we get there. By the way, Santa Barbara Airport is adorable. Their like baggage claim is basically just this rolling shutter they throw open, and they just kind of toss bags in, and that's it. And so we land, and it's a big full plane from Phoenix, because that's where our connection was. And they throw the thing open. The guy's there with a cart. He throws 5 bags out, shuts it, and leaves. And about 20 minutes later, nothing else ever comes out. And so we're like, well, where's everybody else's stuff, including ours, which has all of our clothes for this wedding weekend that we are in Santa Barbara for.
Mm-hmm.
And turns out they lost our bags. They forgot to put them on. Everybody from Philadelphia, they forgot to put it on the Phoenix flight. And so we go and just go to Banana Republic and buy stuff for the welcome party that night. Okay. And they're like, "We're going to deliver it to your hotel room and it'll be there this evening." I was like, okay, that's fine. The next morning, we still don't have our bags. So we call them and they're like, "Oh, we're still trying to find them. We're going to be delivering them this afternoon." We go out, do sightseeing. 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the wedding is at 4. 1 o'clock in the afternoon, they still haven't delivered the bags. And now when we call them, we go to the airport and we're like, "Hi, we need our bags." And they're like, "Oh, we don't know where they are." I'm like, okay, well, who's buying us new suits? Because they need to be bought and tailored within the next 2 hours. And so we call, they like give us the customer service then. We call them, and what they do, what the airports will tell you is you can make any necessary and reasonable expenditures. And when I say, okay, well, we are here for a wedding, does that include suits? They don't say yes or no. They say, you can make any necessary, reasonable expenditures. And I said, you're recording this call. If we do not get our bag within the next hour, we are buying new suits. That is necessary. We will be reasonable based on however we can get them.
Yeah.
And they said, you can make necessary and reasonable expenditures. So we hang up. The only place that has a tailor like in store is Nordstrom. And so we go to Nordstrom, we're like, can you fit us for a suit and tailor it within an hour. The airport is going to pay for it, whatever it is. And they're like, yeah, we can do it. So they do it.
Oh, wow.
We miss the fucking wedding ceremony. We get there for we get there for the reception. And the next day we're like, you know what, fine, let's go back to the airport and just be like, we need to find out what happened to it.
Yeah.
Our bag was there the entire time.
Shut up.
They had it in Santa Barbara. It got there on a later flight on Friday. It was there the entire time, and they just didn't want to bring it. And the gate agent or the ticket agent told us this. And they're like, oh yeah, they always tell people they're going to drop it off, but they don't want to because they figure you're going to come eventually and show up. And I was like, why didn't they give it to us when we were here last time? She's like, I don't know.
What?
So, we go to submit all of the receipts because there's like an online form, and they deny it. It was like $2,500, by the way.
Yeah,
so
because
they deny it, and they do not realize that my husband is a lawyer, and so he just writes up a letter and says, "I am a lawyer. I am representing myself and my husband. This is everything. This is what happened. And if you do not pay us $5,000." We will sue you for even more than that. And so they gave us $5,000. They gave us the Admirals Club, the like American Airlines club that you can go into before the thing. They gave us free passes for a year.
Oh my God.
It was great. So that's why I get Mike to do everything. That's
okay. Way to go, Mike. Oh my gosh. I feel like your husband and my husband would be best of kin on that.
Let's just get them together. They can tag team customer service.
Yes. No, yeah, Mark is incredibly good at that. That is so. Oh, and you got the whole lounge thing. Was it? How was the lounge?
It's really nice, and it works with like other lounges that like in other countries that are part of the same partnership. And so the other the American lounges are all kind of you can only get like shitty food and like some beer or wine, but the European lounges have like a full spread of like cheeses and meats and hot food and pastries, and they have like just bottles of liquor that you can mix your own drinks. They have champagne, they have wine, beer, and it's like you're checking in for like an 8 o'clock flight, and I'm like 8 a.m. and I'm like, well, I don't care. I'm gonna make myself a mimosa. It's free.
Yes, as you should. As you should. Oh, I'm so happy you guys got that.
I know. It's because of him. I wouldn't be able to do it without him.
Oh, I love that. I work for a law firm, so I can't wait to throw that at somebody someday. I'm waiting for the opportunity. Yeah.
Well, I work for a law firm, so let me just have them review this.
Let me just call up my boss real quick and see. But I love that. An attorney in the family, that's golden.
It really is. It really is.
Yeah.
I think
but I have a secret though. If for anybody watching, you don't actually need to hire a lawyer, because a lot of customer service is told that if you ever say you're going to contact the media or a lawyer, they will do whatever you want instantly because they don't want to deal with it. Because when it gets to that point, if it gets to the point of a lawyer or like outside media, they have to then get their in-house counsel to work on it. And some people don't have in-house counsel, so they have to hire a lawyer to look at it and just like tell you to go away pretty much. So just threaten, say, I'm going to go to my lawyer or the media, and usually they'll do things really quick for you.
You know what? Exact same thing. My husband Mark, we had carpets in our apartment, and they had somebody come in and reglaze his bathroom. And the guy who was reglazing his bathroom with this like sealant paint type stuff spilled a whole big swath on our carpet. And dude looked like a stoner to begin with. And I was like, you're probably smelling too many paint fumes, whatever. Their company came out, assessed it, and they're like, yeah, that's our bad. We'll replace all the carpets. No biggie. But our landlord pocketed the money and never did anything for our carpets, like to replace them. So my husband, Mark, who is a comedian, frustrated lawyer, talked to my uncle, who is a lawyer, frustrated comedian, about all this. And he got some tips and advice, and he called our landlord and or a couple times, didn't pick up. He sent him an email that listed out all the reasons why he knows he pocketed the money, all of the interactions he had with the other company. And he's like, and if you do not respond to this within a certain amount of hours, I will be seeking litigation about this. Suddenly, he gets a phone call. And our landlord apparently was like, Mark, I don't appreciate being threatened. And he's like, well, I don't appreciate being yanked around for something that was supposed to be taken care of. So why don't we skip the foreplay and get to fucking?
Oh, Mark. I love Mark.
So we have nice new hardwood floors now.
Yes,
because of him. Oh, hello, baby.
Don't mind him.
Is there a baby on the screen? Is there a baby?
Right behind his shoulder, if you can see.
Is he watching us on the live stream?
He is. He's going, wow, she said something about fucking.
Sorry, Matt. Hey, since we're all in the holiday spirit and cussing already, if you donate now, get yourself a Polar Express giant mug.
Perfect for when you get kidnapped and get sent to the North Pole, because they have all of those hot chocolate thingies.
We did jump up to $314 so far. Geekscapegives.com, a great place where you can donate even just $1. It goes such a long way. There, I did my spiel.
I love it.
But do you have one more card for us? Maybe I think we can get another 10-15 minutes out of another card.
Yeah, I have one. A moment when you were a tad, let's say, emotional, most sensitive ones. I've got one right now. I've got the perfect story.
Go for it.
Actually, Katie already knows this has been the drama of the week for me.
This is why this will be our podcast for Monday.
Long story very short. I work as an event planning coordinator at a law firm, and a lot of my job is doing a lot of research and venue searching and contracting with venues for these big events that we're going to have. Well, we rely on this program for all of our information, like when the date is and like what time it is and things like that. Like our marketing people put it in, and they say, this is the date and time, this is when it is. I booked a very expensive venue based on that information. And then I found out on Monday evening that I had booked for the wrong date, which is a big deal. And it came with a $6,000 cancellation fee.
Nearly 7,000.
Nearly 7,000. And so I had to tell my manager and another manager that I had made a huge mistake. And what started out as me just going in there, like trying to be tough, I actually ended up, as soon as she started talking to me, I started crying. I was like, please don't fire me. I love working here. I'm sorry I made this mistake. It was in the program. I promise. I just relied on that. And I'm not fired, thankfully. And while we were here, I actually got a great email about it while I was sitting here. But yeah, I was very emotional all week. I called Katie. I was going to quit my job. I called my mother and told them that I was going to get fired. My partner had to like coddle me to sleep. I was sure I was gone. But thankfully, I still have my job. I was not blamed. They blamed the program where the information was entered. And it's been taken care of. So I am very happy. But I was emotional this week. I felt all of the emotions. You went through all 7 stages of mourning. Is it 7
It
stages?
was,
Agreed.
yeah, the Dabda. No, it was quite the journey, I will admit. We were going to record on Monday night, but then we were mostly just talking about this. And again, my husband, the frustrated lawyer, active comedian, talked to Marie and talked her off of the ledge and was like, "Oh no, that's not on you," and then like lawyered the way of like, you did what like the information was given to you, so that's all you you knew. And it was so sweet though. I remember I got a text from you that you were like, I did end up crying a little bit in front of my boss, and I was like, good, show them the anxiety, because as we talked about, I think last night, those kinds of mistakes in other jobs where people don't take responsibility for things will make it your responsibility. And like that is such a shitty place to come from and have that much anxiety. But then to be able to freely, and not only did it work out really well and they commended you for the catch, but they've also been making fun of you for crying. And
They sure have. I have been the joke of the week at work, so that's great. But yes,
which is
that
it's
is
huge. And that's it. Like, yeah, I'm very proud of you.
Yeah. So that's when I was a tad, let's say, emotional. What about y'all?
So I'm trying to think of a specific example because I cry so often that Barb has just like, she'll just feel it coming before it even happens. Now I've cried reading books. So we haven't even said this, but Erik is one of the hosts of YA OK, which is a podcast I produce for the network about young adult novels. He's written young adult novels. I've yet to meet a young adult novel that hasn't made me cry while I'm reading it. And Barb will always ask about it, and she's like, why is reading this? And also I must stress, I am very straight. It is always the queer YA novels that get me crying when I'm reading it. And she's like,
called empathy.
And she goes, why are you crying? And I said, because they're discovering themselves and being accepted. There's been times where we'll just be watching a TV show and I'll start crying, and she'll ask and I'll say, because they're all so nice to each other. Like, it's like Shrinking. Every Wednesday when I watch Shrinking, I need a box of tissues because it's so wholesome that my heart just can't take it anymore. And I start, it was the same with Ted Lasso. I couldn't get through an episode of Ted Lasso without crying. And it's never like, oh, someone died and that's really sad. It's like you're crying because it's just like, gee whiz, isn't everyone so nice to each other? And you're like...
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Oh, those are probably the biggest, like, what was the phrase? The softy. That's the biggest softy situation I've had, is just crying at every and anything. I think at one point it was just 2 elderly people, and I said, I'm just so happy they're still there. Like, yes, they're still going. Look at them.
Oh, I love that. Erik?
I'm like kind of the opposite. I love this. It takes a lot for me to cry. However,
well, that explains why you kill your characters with no regarding your books.
Yeah.
Making me cry on a train to San Diego Comic-Con. I'm texting you. I'm crying on the train.
But there is, so I teared up recently. I actually full on sobbed this week, which I will get to in a second. But I teared up recently. I was at a book festival in Chappaqua, New York, and they do a children's book festival every year. And I've been going for the past 3 years now, ever since my first book came out. And the first year, I was there with just my one book, and this girl came up, and she was probably 11 and started asking me about the book. I pitched it to her. She bought a copy. I signed it for her. She came back the following year to buy my second book, and she was like at my table. She's like, I'm so glad you're here this year. I loved your first book so much. I can't wait to read this book. Oh. And this year she came back again. And this year her entire family was with her. And they were all like, oh, she made us read the first book. She was there to buy my sequel, which had just come out in May, and this was in September. They were like, she wanted to wait to buy it. Her birthday was in July. We tried to buy it for her then, and she told us, no, I want to see him in person in September. And so she basically got her entire family to go to this book festival. And then I find out her grandmother stays behind to talk to me, like after I sign her book and everything. I find out they're from Maryland. They just happened to be here the first year I was there. They just happened to be there, and she bought the book and has asked her parents since every year to drive them probably 4 hours from Maryland to Chappaqua. And her entire family came up this time, and all of them were so nice and thankful. And they were like, we just want to say thank you because of your book. She started reading more, and she loves reading now. And now I'm like so excited to see her next year. So that is one thing that, like, as soon as her grandmom left, I turned to the guy that was at the table next to me, and I was just like, wow, it's really nice. He had like way more books, and like he was like, yeah, I always love when that stuff happens. But I will say, can't hear you, Matt. You think you're on mute.
Right. Mute it for the baby that was enjoying a cookie.
I get that.
First of all, was there any part of you that was like, I should tip them off that I live near Maryland and like
I did. I told them, I was like, well, I will come down there.
Yeah. Or just you do a lot of book signings in Philly. It's a much shorter drive.
I said that. I was like, just come on up to Philly. But I did. I went to Maryland last weekend, and there's a new bookstore in this town that I go in called St. Michael's. So I'm going to go down there, and I will hopefully see her there so she doesn't have to drag her family 4 hours up.
Very sweet story, but also very unnecessary.
I think they do have like other people up there that they're visiting. So she just kind of like says, we should go up there this weekend. They're like, oh, okay, yeah.
Okay,
sure,
that
fine.
makes sense. As long as,
good.
I mean, not to crap on the story, but dear Lord, they're like an
But
hour
that's what
away
I
from
said.
where you live.
Which books were they? And if you don't mind, please promote your books.
Wow, hold on. I have them all right
He always
here.
has visual
So,
aids ready.
Yeah, well, it's my computer is on a stack of my own books here. So this is my first. It's a post-apocalyptic romance called All That's Left in the World. This is my second one. It is a coming-of-age rom-com that takes place at the old folks' home that Matt Kelly and I were actually working in high school.
Oh.
And I only have the UK cover, but this is the sequel, The Only Light Left Burning.
Yes.
The sequel to All That's Left in the World. And this is the one that made Matt cry on a train.
They've all made me cry. Just the other two were on a plane, and that one was on a train.
I'm curious if my fourth one's going to make you cry, because it's a really dark thriller that I've been told twice now that is too terrifying and violent, and I need to dial it back a bit. So
Ooh.
Well,
I've never been told to dial it back before. So.
I'm sure it'll still bring tears. I do have, you sparked a convention memory for me. And this is a sad story. I'm going to give you guys all the preemphasis. This is a very sad story. But there was this horror convention that I used to love doing in Virginia called Scares That Care, where the entire convention was to raise money for one random sick child each year. They would pick a child that they were sponsoring, and they would have a giant convention, and like all of the people who were there to sign would give their donations, and the vendors would give like a portion of their proceeds and whatever. So I'm in Virginia all by myself doing this convention. And while I'm there, I get a phone call, and it's a phone call to let me know that my best friend from high school had unalived themselves the night prior. And I'm just like sitting there, and I'm like, all right, I got to get through today. It's like, bottle it up. When this is over, you'll go upstairs to the hotel room, and you'll just like, you will feel the emotions that you need to feel. So this girl comes over to my table maybe 25 minutes later, and we're talking, and she says, yeah, I'm not really even supposed to be here, but I felt like I needed to come. And I said, oh, what happened? Why? And she goes, I was supposed to be here with my fiance, but he died last week in a car accident. But he was so looking forward to this that I felt like I owed it to him to show up, and I said, I just found out my best friend died. And then we both just started crying, and she was just like, can I hug you? And I was like, yes, you can. And we just stood in the middle of this convention. And now we text each other every couple weeks just to check in. Like, this was maybe 4 years ago, but we've remained in touch. But that was a very public, in the middle of a convention, just two strangers holding each other crying for 5 minutes. That's definitely one of my more emotional moments, but also just says why conventions are great, man.
Yeah. 100%.
I don't think I've ever been more vulnerable than I am at conventions sometimes.
Oh, I love that story. That is beautiful.
Yeah, that's really beautiful. All right,
Wait,
you win
Katie
that
might
one.
have this being the moment that she cried.
Yeah. Dude, I'm like you, Matt. I cry at everything. The freaking dog commercial comes on and I'm in tears.
Listen, this is a rough season because it's all Christmas and Thanksgiving movies that actually I just cried 2 weeks ago at a TikTok that someone sent me of Steve Martin talking about how much he missed John Candy, and I started crying. I was like, I can't do this. This is
It's actually one of the reasons I don't follow animal accounts on social media, is because I know at some point those animals die, and I don't want to be around for it.
That is
I would follow a few when I first started Instagram, and then I was like, oh my god, you're so cute, and I went one day I clicked it, I was like, wait, you're gonna die someday. No, I don't care.
In the immortal words of Paul F. Tompkins, pets countdown to sadness.
Yeah. Amazing. Well, we are just at the hour, and Katie, you're doing double duty here.
I am.
So I would say, Erik, if you want to one last time, just quickly plug your books and your podcast.
Sure. Oh, I got a whole screen too. You can buy my books wherever you buy books. Here they are. The Only Light Left Burning, All That's Left of the World, Lose You to Find Me. And then you can come to our YAOK podcast on Instagram. It's at YAOK podcast. And tell us what you think about it. Unless you hate it. Don't tell me that. Just keep it to yourself.
I listened and I loved it. Just so you know, it's great.
Oh, thank you. And then Katie and Marie, unless you have anything to plug, Katie, you should give us the setup for this sketch that I'm about to play.
Well, I'd say, Erik, you are always welcome to come back on Napping Through Happy Hour for a full episode, especially when you release that scary novel or even before. Let us know. But yes, please check out Napping Through Happy Hour. You can find it wherever you get podcasts. And my improv group called Faux Pas is going to be coming up next. We have a very funny group of people. Maddie Martin is the one who wrote this sketch. It is about introverts and hanging out. And it gets a little wild. There's also quite a few appearances from some of the members' kids. So stay tuned for that.
All right, and we'll be back. You'll see more of Katie on Marvel Movie Talk coming up next. And Marie, always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. I love Marie. I just want to throw that out there. Every
Marie's
time
fun.
we do a
Thank you.
podcast together, I'm reminded how much I love Marie. All right, here is Faux Pas Introverted Hang.
When I'm inside, I listen to music, I go outside, I listen to people, I say hi, and I bet they hate me. But it's fine, just a little voice inside my mind telling me that others find me to be a problem. Oh, it's just a little social anxiety. Most people my age have it to some capacity. So I'm sitting at a table with my friends, but the voice that plays inside my head says I don't fit in, my jokes don't land, and they regret including me in these plans. No, that's a lie, how could it be? How could it Why do I assume people don't like me? These are my friends, these are my friends. When introverts hang, this happens. There's no way that they really If I differ, I would stink. Oh, I fear offending. But when it comes to me, you can say whatever, I'll forgive you no matter what you say, in hopes that you'll be kind. Please. Oh, it's just a little social anxiety. Most people my age have it to some capacity. La 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 la. So I'm sitting at a table with my friends, but the voice that plays inside my head says I don't fit in, my jokes don't land, and they regret including me in these plans. No, no, that's a lie. How could it be? How could it be? Why do I assume people don't like me? These are my friends. These are my friends. When introverts hang, this happens. I look around the table and remember that all my friends are people pleasers too. There are still weird vibes, so I lift my eyes, take in my environment for the first time. And I think this restaurant is a front. So I'm running around the table with my friends, cause the voice from the hostess says we're a family here, what do you need? But if you don't tip, I'll kill your family. Who picked this place? We're the only ones here, except some old men and one is missing an ear. My gosh, it's a mob. My gosh, it's a mob. I hate my friends, they had one job. Ooh, social anxiety. Make way for absolute fear. Wrong time, wrong place. This is what happens when introverts hang.
We've been really focusing on a match. It's Big Brother Tom and Little Brother Wyatt, and they've been matched for 1 year. So we get to see that $2,000, what it went towards to make this match for 1 year. Wyatt he lives at home with his single mom. They had a really rough past with the father. He's no longer in the picture. He's been in it for 1 year, and we've seen amazing changes in Wyatt. So Tom's the big brother, and he shared that I've never done anything like this before. I never had kids or had this sort of responsibility where I need to show up over and over again. I've learned a lot. I've learned patience, how to be calm in situations that I never thought I'd be in. And I've just grown to build this great friendship with Wyatt. And then in speaking with Wyatt's mom, she shared that this program has changed my son's mind about men. He had an awful past with his father and hated men because of it. Tom shows up every Saturday at noon, and at first Wyatt couldn't believe it. He was so surprised that Tom kept coming back. Tom put in the work to get to know my son, showing up no matter what, and Wyatt's trust has grown tremendously through this.
Milk-bone dog biscuits, dog treats and flavor snacks. Merry Christmas, pal.
morning and good afternoon to each and every one of you out there. Welcome to a special festive Marvel movie talk, our last show of the year. Well, our last regularly scheduled show of the year. Ooh, we've got a Craven special coming, but no time for that now. I'm excited to be here, part of the 5th annual Geekscape holiday live stream, our live audio and visual audience. You can see some of the ways that you can donate. Please feel free to do that anytime during our show. I would like to introduce our panel, returning from just mere minutes ago on Geekscape's holiday live stream, our buddy Katie Hampton. Katie, thank you so much for being here. Katie, did you mute yourself or do I just not hear you? Could be me.
Nope, it was me.
It was
I muted myself because I was typing in the chat. That was me.
Miracle. Wonderful.
Sorry about that. But hello, thanks for having me.
Figured that the one who was just podcasting would be the one whose microphone worked, but that's all right.
I mean,
Glad
it was.
now. Thank you so much for being here. And of course, Eric Connor is that a giveaway from Sausage Party? What are you showing us?
It is I first of all, I wish. Secondly, it's a Brian Henson signed, I don't know the character's name, Mr. Sausage, maybe? To you, Mr. Sausage, treat him with respect.
Hey. He didn't spend 7 years in sausage medical school for you to call him Mr. Sausage. That's Dr. Sausage. All right, I'm no longer interested in what you're holding. Also with us is our buddy David Brody. Thank you. America's favorite Brooklyn boy. Is that accurate?
Yes, and in high school, I was Mr. Sausage, so I'll take
I have
that.
no questions about that. And thank you for joining us, our special guest, Jordan Bloom. Jordan, thank you so much.
Hey, everybody. Whoa, look at a MODOK.
And there is a MODOK,
welcome.
yes. For people who maybe haven't seen our show, Jordan was the showrunner for the Marvel's MODOK on Hulu. And obviously you worked with Patton Oswalt on that. And he seems like a great guy, but I feel like you haven't been able to get rid of him since then. Is that accurate, Jordan?
He just keeps showing up.
Yeah. So your comic book series, Minor Threats from Dark Horse, and its wonderful universe of spinoffs. Obviously, that's all the brainchild of you and Patton. And we have something Marvel related to talk with you in a little bit. So thanks so much for being here. And, for our visual audience, you have a bookshelf with only like 4 books on it. I feel like you need to write some
I'm
more
at my
stuff.
office, and I've been accused of not decorating it enough. So I had the book we'll be talking about up there and a few other things.
Well,
at work.
if we gave you some Loki sauce from McDonald's, would it go up on the shelf?
Sure.
Boom.
That's right. You have to have a Loki sauce to be on this show, Jordan.
What does
I guess
Loki
we
sauce
didn't-
taste like?
It's
Happiness,
sour, right?
joy,
Yeah.
regret, grief.
Regret. Well,
Corn
yeah,
syrup.
that's if you have it with a 20-pack of McNuggets, it definitely tastes like regret. In any case, happy to have all of you here today. Our buddy Nate Miller was going to be here, but the nerve of the guy, he got a job, so he was too busy for us. So all right, I see how it goes. Money is more important than your friends, but so there's a lot of fun stuff to talk about. Obviously, I think that this was a little bit of a light year for Marvel. I think that we definitely enjoyed what we did get for the most part. Our only cinematic offering was, in fact, Deadpool and Wolverine. But if you believe the release schedule, and we could talk about whether or not we all believe the release schedule, we will get 3 films next year. And kind of what I wanted to do for this episode is have each of us just share some thoughts, overall expectations for each of these things that are coming up in the year 2025. We're going to not go through the calendar. We're going to do movies and then we'll do TV. And if I feel like we're running out of time, we're going to really breeze through animation, but there's some great animation that looks like it's coming up this year as well.
Can I ask you guys a question?
Yes,
I know the show is predicated on there being Marvel shows and TV out, but I mean movies and TV out. But was it also good to have a year that slowed down to make you appreciate it more?
Oh
no,
Brody's really quick with his answer of no.
No, I would rather have a bad Marvel movie than no Marvel movie. And
You
I
got Madam Web?
That's not a
Well,
that's
that's
a
a
Sony.
skew, but
Stop it.
You know what, Katie, you make an excellent point because we did get Madam Web and Venom: The Last Dance, and we're a week away from Craven. So be careful what you wish for, Brody.
Okay, let me say I would like a Marvel Studios movie rather than no Marvel Studios production
Madam Web
movie.
all day long.
As much as I didn't like, let's say, Multiverse of Madness, as much as I was hoping to like it, I still enjoyed it, as opposed to no movies to go see. So the fact that we have 3 next year and 3 TV shows or 4, whatever it is, and then like, yeah, but the following year we're going to cut it back. No, don't cut it back. Just have good quality shows. Find a way to do both.
Good
but don't cut it down to
quality
no
shows
movies.
Time, Brody. Time
was
to
that,
get
Katie?
right to act.
And money.
Money.
Well,
Talent.
look, I mean, it wasn't the plan. Obviously, the strikes last year were a big factor in this, and
You're
boy,
welcome.
they keep doing a variety of things to slow down the release of Brave New World, but that is the first thing that we're going to talk about, and you know, I'm a little behind the scenes. I'm using a different computer for the first time, a new computer, and sharing an image was something I wanted to do, but not happening. So I'll figure out a way to do it in a moment. But we'll go clockwise. We've talked about it on this show, but I just want to go sort of quick overviews. Katie, we are really 2 months away from Brave New World. We've seen some good glimpses of the Red Hulk. If you dig deep enough and you see what Funko has planned, you've gotten a look at the leader, you know, so we're getting to see a lot of the stuff. Where are you at with Brave New World in terms of excitement level?
I'm really excited. I'm honestly very excited to see how they do this next phase, how everything rolls out. I worry about, you know, some of the fandom being dickheads, but apart from that, I think we've got a really interesting part of the Marvel Universe coming into play right now, and especially with current times. So I'm very excited for this movie to come out, and I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, I'm excited for President Harrison Ford.
Yes.
I know it's Thunderbolt Ross, and you know, giving us full Harrison Ford in the trailer. They said lose the mustache or lose the election. I'm like, perfect. And I'm gonna say, if they figured out a reason for President Ross to say, "Get off my plane," this is going to immediately become my favorite Marvel movie ever. Doesn't matter what else happens outside of those 10 seconds. Yeah, I'm just putting it out there.
What if they come up with a more clever way to say "get off my plane"?
I mean, come on. You're gonna
What if Hulk
Get off
smash
my
plane?
Quinjet, right?
Get off my all right, you know what? Jordan, you figured out a way to make me like it even more. Yeah.
What if he
Get off
takes
my
out a
helicarrier.
whip and he whips the guy off his plane? Dun, 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 dun,
Yeah,
Yeah,
dun,
and
dun,
he's
dun.
wearing a Han Solo vest. I mean, and his glasses from Witness. Look, you can really put it all together and figure it all out. Where are you at, Mr. Connor, in terms of our expectation and excitement level with a Falcon that just flew by? I'm sorry, I have to interrupt you. There's a really important question from Marissa in the chat. Can there be snakes on the plane? If there are snakes on the plane,
That's
you
Blade.
know Nick Fury is there.
Nick Fury has to be there,
Oh, yeah, it's Nick Fury.
holding all the snakes. You know, I mean, obviously, McDonald's was very excited about this. Thus, they released the toys. What Christian, was it spring of this year? Like, January?
yeah, and we've talked about how McDonald's doesn't care about movie studios
Release
shuffling
dates.
their release calendar. When the Happy Meal promotion is supposed to happen, that's when it happens, because they can't do it in February, probably because there's going to be like a Super Mario or who knows what else. So it's like, well,
Right.
put your movie out whenever you want. But now Erik has all the toys. And I think one of the toys is a Red Hulk, right?
Yeah, no, I didn't get. I don't go to McDonald's that often, and I always say, "Oh yeah, no, I'm buying." For
You're
my
the
kids."
one who gave me Loki sauce, Erik.
Yeah, you have Loki sauce and toys for kids. You don't go to
I bought
McDonald's a
that
lot.
might have been an eBay purchase. Loki sauce is actually illegal in California.
I see a McDLT tea container on your shelf.
Oh, that's not
Been
dressing.
there
That's,
since 1986.
it's still in my
This is all
beard as
just
well.
research of what you can put on your shelves.
Right,
if you're-
right. It's all
Jordan, I hope
window
you're
dressing.
taking notes of all the great
Could
things
use
you can
some.
add to
Yeah,
your-
send some of your stuff to my office.
Jordan, I'll be happy to send you all the Loki sauce you need. Just don't let it touch your skin.
Yeah.
Okay, I care too much about you. I mean, obviously, I got my Captain America shirt. I got my Falcon just off camera here. I do like that I have a toy that was still when she was Israeli. So the toy is
Yes.
Israeli. The character is now Russian.
Oh,
I'm
Oh,
a
Sabra's
little-
Russian now?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Really?
Because
Just,
they're not at war.
Yeah, because they're nice.
because everybody likes the Russians. No, they basically gave her Natasha Romanoff's backstory. Is my
Oh.
understanding. I mean, we'll see when we see the movie. There's probably 8 more reshoots between now and the time it comes out. But our expectation is that yes, she's Russian now.
And Christian, you just spoke to my concern because I think if I just had the trailers, I love Anthony Mackie in the role. I love the idea of Harrison Ford as Thunderbolt Ross. It's not quite the same as getting a President Harris, but I'll take President Harrison. So excited about that. But the reshoots, the rumors, I know someone who actually did see a test screening and he was not allowed to say much, but what he did say was like some of it's great and some of it, and then he just walked away. So I'm a little nervous. I'll of course be there opening like all of y'all, but I just hope that they figured it out somehow in post because it's a good property. It's good characters.
Sure.
Let's hope they didn't screw it up.
Yeah, and by opening day, you mean we'll be going on our 2nd annual Valentine's Day movie date because last year we saw Madam Web, so this would
it's your
have to be better.
anniversary.
Yeah, exactly. It is our Webiversary.
Webiversary.
Brody, where are you at with Brave New World? And our video audience is finally able to see the Hulk punching Sam's shield.
A human strength Falcon. I'm going to go with 8, 9, 10 on the 3 movies coming out. I'll tell you my other ones when you ask me, but I'm going to go with an 8 level of excitement for Captain America. I probably gave it a point or 2 higher because I'm so desperate for a Marvel Studios movie that I gave it an 8. And I'm excited to see Red Hulk, although it's just the Hulk with this red. But
no, he has a Harrison Ford face. I mean, if you look at Red Hulk, he definitely has Harrison Ford's face.
Yeah, absolutely. I watched Shrinking last night, and I'm like, oh, there's the Red Hulk.
And by the way, he has the reaction that Harrison Ford does if you ask him whether or not he thinks Greedo shot first. That's actually what happens to Harrison Ford. His face gets that bright red.
Right. Hulk no care. Right. I'm excited about it. I'm curious to see who's in the movie that we don't know about yet, because I feel like there'll be some cameos that spin off into other movies, especially since this movie was supposed to come out last year. They probably have cameos for Marvel TV, like for Agatha all along that already happened. I think, like we talked about in some of our comic book reviews, during the movie, there'll be a little thing that says, as seen in the movie that's not out yet, right? It'll be like, oh, as you may have already seen in Thunderbolts, coming soon. So I'm excited about it, but I'm looking to see where it leads in the story. That's really what I'm most excited about, to see what the big picture story is, since it's obviously not Infinity Gauntlet this time. So where's it going?
Yeah, well, I believe the answer is Doom. Jordan, as we sit about 2 months away from Brave New World, what are your thoughts? Are you nervous that they won't get it right? What are your expectations?
My excitement for this film hinges on one thing, which is Giancarlo Esposito has been confirmed as playing Copperhead, I believe, right? So if I don't see the Serpent Society and dudes in snake suits, I'm out. Then the movie's a failure to me. Also, I think they're huge cowards for not giving Red Hulk the Thunderbolt Ross mustache.
Yeah,
I think we should have had a Hulk with a mustache, is what I'm saying.
You know what? There's still time. This isn't going to be his one-off appearance, but you're right. Yeah,
but Serpent Society, to me, if they get that right, I'll see it twice.
Yeah, which I remember the Comic-Con where they teased Civil War. They first told us that it was going to be called Captain America Serpent Society, and I was very excited. And then they're like, "Oh no, wait, that's the wrong title. It's actually Civil War." And I understand it's a much
Right.
bigger
Everyone
story,
else
but I
cheered.
was
I
like,
booed. I wanted serpents.
"Yeah, Jordan, we've had to wait like almost 10 years
Yeah.
to finally get the Serpent Society."
I want a union of supervillains who all dress like snakes in this film. Because that's
You
what
want
makes
the
Serpent
Serpent
Society
Crown?
amazing. They're union boys. Did you know that? It's a union of supervillains. They pay dues. There's guarantees in the union that they get bailed out of jail by Sidewinder, I think, who can teleport.
Yeah.
It's a great concept.
Post-credit scene, they strike, actually.
Yeah. Do they have no-show jobs where like someone gets paid, doesn't have to go to work?
No, there's no scabs either.
Nice. Giant rat. If anybody works in the Serpent Society who's not in the union,
Exactly.
Well, keeping ourselves with the snake theme, we'll do sort of the snake draft, where now we'll do the reverse order. So, Jordan, you just had your thoughts on the first cinematic offering in 2025. How do you feel about Thunderbolts? We've got a couple of really fun seeming trailers that, if YouTube weren't YouTube, I'd probably play them right now while we talk over them, but we'll just kind of look at them looking up in surprise.
Well, I'm hoping that this is the one that surprises all of us, because I think the trailers have been really good and have made me the most excited, I think, for a Marvel project in a while. I feel like the hardest thing this movie has going against it is not being the Suicide Squad or redress Suicide Squad, and finding a way to tell a different story, since we've had 2 Suicide Squad movies and now there's Creature Commandos, which is like a third Suicide Squad project. And having this be able to have an identity different from those films.
Yeah, I think that leaning on Red Guardian and obviously Yelena, who I would say that Yelena first and foremost, but to an extent, Red Guardian really stole the Black Widow movie from Black Widow. Right. I think that and they knew what they were doing, and maybe I had already said my goodbyes to Natasha. Maybe that had something to do with it, but I think their dynamic seems fun. And look, I think you can really explore the John Walker character, and we could really get some stuff out of that, because Wyatt Russell did a tremendous job in making us hate him in Falcon and Winter Soldier. So if he's able to even win over half of the audience, then I think it'll be impressive.
Why do you think
Brody?
not calling him
Sorry, go
US?
ahead, Jordan. What was that?
Why do you think they're not calling him U.S. agent? Is it because that joke only works when you see it written out?
I think so. Actually, it's a great point. But maybe it's a reveal. Maybe it's U.S. agent asterisk, just like Thunderbolt.
He is credited as U.S. agent in IMDb, though.
Okay, because in the trailer they just call him John Walker, and I'm like, that's not going to excite people.
That's not. It's not a great superhero name. Like how, in all honesty, Jean Grey's superhero name has been Jean Grey for at least the decade of the 90s. So
terrible.
Yeah. Brody, your thoughts on Thunderbolts asterisk?
Jean Grey?
Nope. That's another show for another time.
Very excited. That's my 9 on my 8, 9, 10 scale, giving away what my 10 is. The trailers, to Jordan's point, have been fantastic. Funny, action-packed, a little bit of mystery, a little bit of misdirection. You're not sure what's going on with the Winter Soldier character. A couple of characters at the moment I don't care about, like Ghost and Taskmaster, but hoping that they find a way to get people to like them. So I'll see what their journey is. Yelena needs a code name. I'm sorry. Yelena is just not John Walker and Yelena. Those aren't superheroes. So I need to call her Black Widow at some point.
I would expect they would call her Black Widow at some point.
By the end, I think she earns the mantle and to pay tribute to her sister, yada, 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 yada.
Right.
But I'm very excited about it and to see how they make the scene look like New York again. But Red Guardian to me is the star of the movie, even if he has 2 lines. David Harbour's fantastic as Red Guardian.
I agree.
And I think he's going to be the breakout character of the movie. I hope he gets his own movie or Disney Plus show at some point. I think that's what's most going to come out of this movie is how great he is. So.
Yeah, and he's actually not that busy doing Stranger Things. So they sure take
done
their
filming
time with that show.
Yeah,
well,
they're done filming, so he's over. Yeah,
exactly.
I was about to ask, are you guys Are you guys Sentry fans? Are you excited for the?
I was just going to say, yeah, Sentry's not in there. Didn't remind me, but Sentry could be an amazing new character if done right. If you speak to that, Jordan, that I'm not.
Yeah, no, and I'm glad you brought it up, Jordan. I think that's one of those ones where it's a little bit of a let me wait and see how they portray the character, but I'm excited at the concept. What are your thoughts on Sentry?
I thought it was like a fun gag they did in the comics that like works once for a story. I don't know if the characters had staying power. Evil Superman, or out of control Superman we've seen a lot of times, but I think just from the teases of meeting Bob in the trailer, I think they have a fun comedic kind of spin on it that'll make it more interesting and different from the comics.
Yeah, no, and I think that there are those characters in the trailer, and Sentry being one of them. And Brody, you mentioned Ghost, you mentioned Taskmaster, and we've had the theory that some of them might not be in the film for very long. If Jordan, you referenced the Suicide Squad. The second one sure had a lot of characters that had about 8 seconds of screen time. So I wonder if we're going to get any of that. So let's see. But someone who deserves more than 8 seconds of screen time is my friend Eric Connor. And Eric, I'm interested in your expectations for Thunderbolts, which will be with us, I believe, May 2nd is the release date.
The trailers agreed have been great, and I think putting it's interesting because like Black Widow obviously had a bit of a troubled release. I know Scarlett Johansson's actually an executive producer on this film as part of Disney's apology tour for not releasing that theatrically alone. I assume it's part of the settlement for that suit she actually brought. And with that, though, we get 3 of the 4 main characters from Black Widow, which is pretty exciting to me. Rachel Weisz is also in this, and they were such a fabulous group together. Like they had really good chemistry. So I'm excited that it's not just 1 or 2 of them. I am a little less excited about Ghost and Taskmaster. It feels like what we always talk about, right, with the TV shows. It's a little bit more like TV budget friendly to get characters like that. I agree. They seem like red shirts. They seem like chum. I'm not going to be too attached to them emotionally. I don't think we're going to see them past minute 37. But the truth is, like, the characters on paper are cool. Taskmaster in comics is kind of interesting. They just never really explored what made Taskmaster. Maybe now they have a little bit of space. I'm a big Sentry fan, actually, from the comics, from certain runs of the comic, I should say. Mostly because Sentry, like Molecule Man, these characters that have almost unlimited power, but their mental state is the problem. And that makes them fascinating to me. And lastly, John Walker, Kurt Russell's son, just like Bill Pullman's son, part of the Nepo Baby cast. I'm pretty excited about John Walker as a name. It's like the wrestlers who were the chum of the 80s, the jobbers, the enhancement talent who would show up. Hulk Hogan against John Walker. John Walker would only have blue tights and he would laugh.
So I'm sorry, are you saying he's the gobbledygooker of the Thunderbolts?
Gobbledygooker at least had a character. John, the Jose Luis Rivera's did not. So,
honestly, I was just mentioning that only to.
I'm proud of you for knowing it, though.
It's like one of the only obscure wrestlers I know because it's such a ridiculous idea. But
Perfect
finish your
idea,
thought.
you
I'm
mean.
sorry, Eric.
No, just I think this one, Suicide Squad maybe looms a little bit, but with this cast and bringing the people back that they did, I think their head's in the right place. And then let's not forget, of course, Julia Louis-Dreyfus, who is, I will see her in anything at this stage. I adore her. So her as Valentina, that's great. So excited.
Yeah, no, I agree, and that's definitely an important part, and it's fun to see her interacting with everyone in the trailer. Katie, thoughts on Thunderbolts?
Also very excited. There's not going to be much that you don't find me excited about, but I'm also very curious about Wyatt Russell's whole arc because he was very clearly a villain in Falcon Winter Soldier, and to be starring in ostensibly a Suicide Squad, I want to see how they win us over as an audience to him in general. And like, I mean, is he also chum, or are we actually going to see US Agent? I'm not really sure. So I'm curious to see that. And I think that's where we'll get a lot more Julia Louis-Dreyfus as well, which I'm very excited to see because she crushes that character. It's such a great character for her. But yeah, no, I'm excited. I don't know how they're going to do with Wyatt. I'm honestly nervous for David Harbour. I don't know if he's going to make it out of this movie, and I'm scared about that.
Oh,
Breakout star.
You're
Just put that out. I think he's going to be
No.
breakout star. I think he's going to do a great
No.
job. I think
Ghost is
going
going to die. It's in her name.
We barely got Ghost the first time we saw her. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
Ghost is one of those people, like, I agree. Like, I want to be excited about her because, like, the comic book character is so interesting, and all the stuff that you guys have told me about it, I love. But it's just like we haven't seen too much on a cinematic scale, and I don't know what else that they can promote or show that would make it that interesting. But I don't know.
My money's on Bucky dying a second time.
Another time. Okay.
They've arced him. I don't know what else you do with that character. He's gone through a full redemption arc. We've done all the Bucky stories. There really isn't much left to do.
He loses his other arm.
Sebastian Stan in the last few years has played Tommy Lee from Motley Crue. He's played Donald Trump, and he was Jeff Gluey, or maybe he was somebody different in that movie, but you know what I'm saying. So we've, it's almost like, Bucky is like one of the least interesting people that I can play. Our friend Adam Hughesy, the H-Man Hughes, Craven the Hunter. I'm going into it with positive thoughts. You can't get something wrong 5 times in a row. Oh, well. Hughesy, as an Irishman, you'll appreciate the phrase, hold my beer. And David Harbour doesn't need Marvel. He's got Violent Night 2 coming. The Wick-verse is happening. I enjoyed Violent Night.
I did too.
That was great. That was excellent.
But Craven has something none of those movies had, which is a good director. J.C. Chandler's a really good director who's made incredible films. So Craven has that on its side.
Yeah, well, and that's honestly like some of the action in the trailer. Like it feels like Sony's last pull for, hey, what about this property too? But I'm interested. I'm very interested and excited for that. It depends on how it's written. It depends on the story. It depends on how it all plays out. But I'm interested in that. I'll at least see it.
Katie, are you going to go see Craven with your friend who was the
Craven on
actor
the
for Craven in the
PlayStation
video
Sony?
game, who was on our show?
He's a busy guy. So if his schedule clears up at some point and he stops filming all of the things that he's doing or working on video games, then maybe I'll go see it with Jim.
Well, there you go. And we appreciated that. So, Katie, now I would like you to take your first steps in telling us what you think about Fantastic Four First Steps, the little bits that we've seen. Of the movies that we're talking about, July 25th seems overly ambitious. I know that they clearly want it to come out the same weekend as Comic-Con, I guess. But if one of these movies were to maybe get pushed a little bit, I feel like it's this one. But we're going to, push full steam ahead and hope that we do get it in July. Obviously, it's going to come out at some point. And what do you think casting-wise? And really, we've just had little snippets.
We really have only had like little snippets. I'm very curious about the full storyline, how they're going to bring all of this together, and what they might potentially open the door for. So yes, this is the most I'm excited about something. I love Comic-Con weekend releases because last year or this year it was Deadpool Wolverine, and it's always the weekend of Comic-Con. It's always the weekend of my birthday. So this is definitely something that I'm hyped for. I hope they keep this similar date of release because honestly, I don't see why they would push it at this point. But you never know with reshoots and all of that.
Well, yeah, I think that you would push it because you need more time for the effects.
Sure.
If
And
Reed
I-
Richards
I'm
looks
okay with
like
that.
Reed Richards in the Roger Corman film, which Eric and I, of course, are a tremendous fan of, and we spoke with Dr. Doom Joseph Culp on this show earlier in the year. But that's what I think the one thing might be. It's really quick turnaround for the post production, and just. Husey makes the thought that great directors and bad films. Christopher Nolan made Tenet. I know some people who like it. It wasn't for me, but the example I was going to use was Francis Ford Coppola made Megalopolis, which I did see, by the way. So,
and those are all better than Morbius. So,
yep.
Yeah.
Amen.
Honestly, the thing about Morbius is that it's shorter than Megalopolis. So I'm going to have to give a very slight edge, but neither one of them is rewatchable. Eric, your thoughts on Fantastic Four First Steps?
Well, I don't know if we're going to get the super sleek, kind of like handsome Doctor Doom or the gnarled and ugly Doctor Doom. All I know is that dude's showing up at some point in this, and the place and the world will erupt for it. This is Marvel's home run swing. This is the big one. And, it is amazing how you could take such a great title and make such mediocre films from it or downright terrible films. In interviewing Mr. Culp, I mean, you and I both genuinely have an affinity for the first one because it had more of the spirit of the comic in it. As terrible as the one with Michael B. Jordan was, I found the ones prior to that were even worse because they had some of the talent, but none of the fun. This is a fantastic cast. I think the director choice, right? The director's a good choice. I think they need this to do great. But I also heard the music as part of they did MCU at the Hollywood Bowl, and I took my older son to that, and they actually premiered a piece of music from Fantastic Four, and even hearing the music was exciting. It was really terrific. It's Michael Giacchino. I'm not sure. I apologize if I butchered the name.
Yeah, it's a tough one to say, and I almost tried to help you say it, and then I realized I can't say it either. But he also directed Werewolf by Night, as you recall.
Yeah, and the music just sounded great, and it had such a real kind of, I don't know, like a feel to something from another time. Like the energy of it was very much like along the lines of like a great 80s action film or fantasy movie. So I think I want it to be great. I'm so excited for what it could be. A little nervous, but I think they've set themselves up well with this one.
Yeah, no, I agree. And Serenobite points out Morbius was even shorter when you fast forward through it. Yeah, look, I mean, if you only want to see the Matt Smith scenes, then it actually doesn't take that long.
If you take out the lab scenes from that, which was like about 50 minutes of the runtime,
there's a lot of labs.
Oh my Lord, so much lab.
If you never watch it like I didn't, then it's 0 minutes.
Outlive us all.
Before we get to Mr. Brody, I just want to remind everybody that you can donate at geekscapegives.com. This is the 5th annual Geekscape holiday Livestream-Tacular for Big Brothers, Big Sisters of coastal and northern New Jersey. So please give often. Even if you're listening to the audio version of this after the fact, you can go right ahead and give a donation there. Mr. Brody, Fantastic Four. What are your thoughts?
Well, that's my 10. Surprise. Spoiler. First off, I'm surprised that they did not release it on July 4th, which is also a Friday, a couple of weeks earlier. Fantastic Four on the 4th. It's a holiday weekend. Moviegoers, it would make sense to me, but they have their own plan. They didn't ask me for advice. This movie has created a world, a font, and it looks, the casting is spot on. And it looks like it's perfect to me so far. It's a brilliant way to bring them into the MCU because you couldn't explain them not being in the MCU for all this time. And I grew up reading the comics. They were my second favorite behind the Avengers. So I've had the Avengers movies. So this is a treat for me. The original, like the other Fantastic Four movies, have been so bad that I feel like if this movie is 7, it's going to be a 12 in most people's minds. I just think the concept art has, everything about it so far has been perfect. I couldn't be more excited. I see a picture of Ben Grimm on the beach and I go, oh my God, it's Ben Grimm on the beach. So I have not been this hyped for a movie, or as the kids say, hype for a movie. It's giving excitement, as the kids say.
Oh my God.
Which kids?
I don't know why they dropped the word vibes. That seems to be a thing, but okay.
Brody actually just private messaged me that he believes it will be turnt, and I don't think you're using it correctly.
Oh,
so.
It's not. It's definitely not mid. It's definitely AF. No. It's definitely AF.
Brody's definitely not
post?
We've had plenty of mid. By the way, Serenobite points out, because she's Italian, it's Giacchino. Yeah, see, I still can't do it.
I'm more confused now.
Yeah, I know. I'm more confused.
Giacchino.
No, CC is Ch.
Yeah. So Jordan, obviously getting the first family of Marvel as part of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. There's reasons why we weren't able to start there, but it's finally happening. your thoughts on finally getting Reed, Sue, Johnny, and Ben, and after a little while, maybe Jennifer, and then Ben comes back.
Well, next to the X-Men, the Fantastic Four are my favorite Marvel franchise, and I'm a diehard fan. Everything I've seen is exciting. What's exciting to me is that it feels like the movie's going to have its own identity, that they're taking a big swing, the period piece stuff, the retro futurism, because my biggest complaint with the MCU is I think post Endgame, the movies have felt very homogenized to me. They felt very much like they don't have their own visual identity, or that there's a subgenre that's being played with. They just kind of feel, a lot of them, like the next chapter of the Marvel story. And what I want is a movie that stands on its own, that feels like it's its own, like I said, has its own visual look and its own personality, and feels nothing like the Marvel movies I've seen before. And I think that's what we're getting. And I think it's kind of a wake-up call for the MCU to start taking bigger risks and trying other things that are new and different in tone and in an appearance.
Yeah, and I would like to be able to sit down and see that movie knowing, maybe slightly more than I know about it right now. There's a lot of questions about it. Obviously, the era seems kind of apparent, but do they start off in the MCU? Is this somewhere else? And there's a multiverse wormhole. Maybe Doom opens it. There's so many different ways we can go. Are we going to get into the negative zone? Probably not. So there's so much that they can do. I just, it's one movie. Don't try and do it all. I do agree with the idea that we are going to see Doom at some point. And you have some artwork, Eric, that you're holding up. Fantastic Four, the movie. Is this your VHS of the? Yeah.
Oh, I bought that at a con. Yeah, when I was a kid.
Yeah. Mine never had fancy artwork like that. It has the same.
Yes.
Fantastic.
Yes.
By the way, you decided to not be kind and rewind. You should probably rewind that.
And straighten that label.
Yeah. And by the way,
extended play, I'm sure.
If it's been left there for like 15 years, it probably won't play anymore. So something to keep in mind for your VHS maintenance.
I play it once a month just to remember my happiness.
I
mean, this was one of those finds too. And I think if you haven't, I know we've talked about before, but Doomed, the great documentary about this, really kind of lovely, because the original cast really was all in on it. And it feels like maybe some of that too is what's I'm noticing in how the cast is talking about it. They really seem, and two of them are in Gladiator 2. So in some ways, this is an unofficial Gladiator 3.
Yes. You know what? I'm glad you're saying what everybody's hoping is that this is actually a Gladiator 3.
The other thing is the stakes, right? The stakes of this movie. If this does not work,
that's it for them.
I do not know what the future of the MCU looks like.
Yeah.
Like, if they can't get this in X-Men, right? Like, we might be looking at a full reboot. Like, who knows? Like, I really feel like they can't screw this up.
Yeah, you're right. They bought a company for the right to do this.
Right. And I mean, to QZ's point earlier, can you mess it up 4 times? They're going to see. But obviously, I think the people involved, we're not going to get that. We'll move a little bit quicker. We'll talk about the live action shows. We'll talk about all of them in one group. I feel like I know where this panel is going to sit in terms of excitement level. We're going to get Daredevil Born Again on March 4th in 2025. And according to the notes that I saw, Ironheart will be on June 4th. And Wonder Man is sometime December 2025. That's a very believe it when I see it sort of a thing. Me personally, couldn't be more excited. I'm excited for the movies that we talked about. But the idea that this Daredevil Born Again show is basically going to be a 4th season of the Netflix show. Obviously, there's going to be some tweaks and adjustments to it, but it's essentially what the spirit of it is going to be. I can't be more excited for that because of how many episodes we're going to get. There's going to be 19 episodes. Are we getting them all at once? and I don't mean 19 episodes on one day. I mean, are we getting 19 weeks of Daredevil? I don't know if I'd be able to handle that. And Ironheart, we got to meet Riri Williams in Wakanda Forever, and this is something that they've been telling us is coming for a while. But I'm ready for this story that they teased back in that movie. I love the Wonder Man character, Simon Williams, and I hope that they captured the tone of Wonder Man. But we'll sort of go in the reverse order. Jordan, as we talk about Daredevil, Born Again, Ironheart, and Wonder Man, your thoughts on the Disney Plus TV slate for 2025?
Well, I love Daredevil. Obviously, I love the Netflix show. But if I'm being honest, I'm most interested in Wonder Man because I want something I haven't seen.
Sure.
I want something different. And if they lean into the kind of Hollywood satire of it, a superhero in Hollywood, I think that could be interesting. I think that's all I want out of these is not more of the same, but give me a new meal. And I think Wonder Man has the most potential to be that.
Right, exactly. I agree with that, and it's like it's so unformed, and I'm so unsure about it. But I am excited for that, and you didn't even make me realize. Yes, it is going to be something different. But I agree. I can't wait to see what it is when we see it. Brody, your thoughts?
Very excited about Wonder Man. One of my favorite comic runs that we've talked about recently was when Wonder Man came back for the first time with Voodoo. And so I'm a fan of the character. I stopped following him before he came the Hollywood actor type, but he wasn't, but they didn't really mention the Hollywood aspect when I was reading the comics. So I'm interested in seeing that aspect of him. I think the casting is great. I'm not going to try to pronounce the actor's name. But he's fantastic. He was great in Watchmen. Mateen,
Yahya Abdul-Mateen, I think.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you. He's fantastic. I think the casting with him is terrific. My favorite of the three shows is Daredevil. Yes, we've seen it, but it's such a comfortable old pair of shoes that I can't wait to put back on. That first hallway fight scene I'm going to be screaming and yelling on my couch. I cannot wait. There's a 5-year time jump. I think they released this week. So that's a big change. We'll see where the characters have come in the past 5 years. The fact that they put Karen and Foggy back in the show is tremendous for me. I found a shirt with Daredevil on it. If you can see that, I'm very excited about Daredevil. And Ironheart comes out June 4th.
Yeah. Well, thank you for giving us that viewpoint. Eric Connor, your thoughts on the live action TV slate?
I think we're still on the heels of Agatha, which turned out to be pretty great overall, and I think what Jordan, you were saying before about kind of Marvel has to find its own new footing, because they had been playing a little bit safe, going for doubles instead of really taking big swings. And I feel like in some ways, like Wonder Man and Ironheart, they're not necessarily going for the biggest of swings, but you could see at least the real estate they have different from other shows. Daredevil Born Again, I have to admit, I actually did not watch Daredevil when it was on Netflix. And I'm not sure why, because I like Daredevil. I didn't really collect the comic, but I always loved, I loved his costume, and I always liked when he appeared in other comics. But every time I've watched any of it, I've been impressed. So I'm looking forward to doing a little bit of a deep dive over Christmas time of Daredevil just to get up there. And I know we're going to look at Daredevil Born Again in our book club as well. But I think Wonder Man is the one that could be really interesting. He is a great actor. He was so good in Watchmen. To talk about it would be to spoil some of that show, which I would not do. Please, everyone, watch that show at some point. And he was also in Candyman, and that's a tough set of shoes to follow, Tony Todd's, who unfortunately just lost recently, So I think like these are interesting choices, smart choices, and also a little bold. And a touch of risk, but also really all three of them, no one's going to confuse any one of those shows with any other show that's happening. So I think Marvel's is making good strides in 2025 with these three.
And Katie, as we take a look at the live action Disney Plus TV slate, Daredevil Born Again, Ironheart, Wonder Man, your thoughts?
To echo everybody else's sentiment, I'm very interested and curious about Wonder Man. I don't know a lot about it. The fact that when the trailer came out and it was an actor, I was like, ooh, interesting. Hollywood doesn't usually like making things with like that's about Hollywood. But like,
Well, the
but something that
sitcom Joey was
you-
about a working actor moving out to Los Angeles, but I know
Sure.
what you're saying. That's not what
you
we
know,
were.
it's not necessarily
Only in the first season.
We're still
Right.
recovering.
right. But apart from that, like I'm excited to see what they do satirize in terms of Hollywood because I think it's going to be really fun. I'm most excited about Ironheart. I don't know much about it, but the trailers for or the teaser, I guess, that we've gotten from it, I'm very excited for. And I'm hoping that Daredevil is going to be like Bosch Legacy, where it's a different network, but it's still just as good and centered around the people that you want to watch. And, you just get more good story with like a different kind of network. I worry about that transition from like the Netflix show to a Marvel show. And I don't know what that's going to look like. I hope they also have some kind of self-identifying look and feel to it. And I think there's potential for some really great cameos, but we'll see. Yeah. I mean, most of all, I'm excited for Ironheart. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad to hear that there's all this excitement level, and the idea of getting multiple Disney Plus shows for Marvel is exciting. Just a very quick shout out that we will get some animated fare. What If Season 3 is actually starting on the 22nd of December. Your Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man, January 29th. Eyes of Wakanda, August 6th. And Marvel Zombies is a mini series that we'll get in October. So we will talk about all of those shows in the new year on Marvel Movie Talk. We will be back in January to discuss What If Season 3. But it is still the holiday season. And for anyone on your list who is a fan of this show, I know a book that would be amazing for them to check out. Jordan, what can you tell us about Marvel Unforgettable Stories?
Pat and I got to curate our favorite stories. We're not saying they're the best stories Marvel's ever published, the ones that we enjoy the most, that have affected us in our writing and our fandom. We've got everything from classic Stan Lee, Steve Ditko Spider-Man lifting the heavy thing, to some deeper cuts like X Factor Examinations, which is just X Factor in therapy, which I love so much, to Runaways #1, which I think is the perfect first issue, to Hawkeye Pizza's My Business, which just, I think, pushes the form forward. It's an amazing Matt Fraction, David Aja story that's seen through the eyes of Pizza Dog.
And I mean, that Matt Fraction Hawkeye obviously is a huge inspiration on the Hawkeye TV series we got. One of the books in there that I often talk to people and say, if you read one comic book with the X-Men, I will usually say God Loves Man Kills, because that is a graphic novel. But it being a graphic novel, it's hard to include in a collection like this. If you look at just single issue of a monthly series that just came out, this Wounded Wolf is the name of the episode, the issue, and it's really like Wolverine has amnesia. He's in the snow and he's speaking Japanese. And one of the things that I always thought that the great Chris Claremont did well with Wolverine was pairing him up with young female protagonists, obviously Kitty Pryde in my favorite miniseries, but also Jubilee. This issue has Katie Power from the Power Pack for no reason other than he felt it fit the story.
In the bloodiest Wolverine.
And it's a lot of like, she has to like look away at one point. And look, when I was a kid, I loved Power Pack. I think I was 8 when it came out, and I was like, yes, this is amazing. I also love the X-Men. So this is such a great story. I have told people, like, just read this one. If you don't like it, you're probably not going to be into Wolverine comics. So I was very excited, Jordan, that you included it in there. And, we recently did an episode where we talked about our favorite stories in the Marvel universe. And that one was almost on my list, but we only did 3. So I was like, let's put God Loves Man Kills, but that one's right up there. I think the important thing is, you're not doing like, oh yeah, let's put Civil War. Let's put Secret Wars. Let's put, let's put the Dark Phoenix saga. Obviously you can't put any of that stuff, in there because they're whole collections.
Yeah, you want them to kind of mostly stand on their own. Some of them, like that Fantastic Four story, is like a part 4 of the story. But like things like that Captain America issue, it's just it's Magneto versus the Red Skull, where Magneto puts him in a hole, and it's a story I don't think anyone is aware of. That's incredible. Like, of course, a Holocaust survivor, when forced to team up with a Nazi, is like, I'm not going to team up with this guy. I'm going to put this guy in a hole and make him suffer. And it's incredible. So there's little, hopefully, gems that maybe people aren't.
I was glad to see those in there because the Mark Grunwald run on Captain America, I loved that era. That's the era that I've talked to you about before, that has scourged the character that would just assassinate like D-level villains just for the sake of like, yeah, we got too many of them. And I love that era. And big fan of Mark Bagley, who, as we pointed out recently on Geekscape Book Club, was the winner of the Marvel Tryout book. So good for him. It's a tremendous collection. And Amazing Spider-Man 33, you sort of referenced it. That's the, him holding up. They kind of recreated it in the first Tom Holland film. Just the weight of everything on his back, right, Jordan?
Right. Yeah. That's the moment, the Spider-Man moment.
And by the way, you sent us the link, Christian. If you're going to watch one unboxing video this year, you got to watch Jordan and Patton Oswalt unboxing their I guess the first copy you got.
Yeah, it was the first time we saw it, and they filmed it, and it was incredible. I mean, that Marcos Martin cover, it's an original piece of art he did for the book, who's one of my favorite Spider-Man artists, and he got to draw all the characters that we had in there. So not only is like Spider-Man thing on it, but like Multiple Man and Strong Guy are on it, which makes me so happy.
No Turner D-Century, though. I was surprised about the lack of Turner D-Century. Jordan, you've turned me into an addict of that character. So.
Well, and I do have to call out the lack of Armadillo, but you know what? We can't get it all, can we, Jordan? Maybe volume 2 will have an Armadillo story.
Yes, if they let us do more, he'll be there.
Well, and that's such a tremendous idea. I love these big collections. Claremont put one out. Marvel put out a Claremont collection a couple years ago that I got, and many of them were comics I already owned. But it's great when you can have a big volume like this and kind of look through them. And I like that you had some more recent stuff. Untold Tales of Spider-Man, is certainly. They barely were told, even in Untold Tales, because I don't believe that there was a tremendous reaction to those books. But there was also that early years X-Men book at the same time. In any case, Jordan, I hope everybody knows that they can find that wherever they find books. Perhaps your comic book store has it.
It's put out by the Folio Society, and you can order it on their website. They had, I think, like 100 signed copies, but I'm not sure if there's any left. But you can still order this from them and get it in time for Christmas.
Right. And in our final moment, what's new in the world of Minor Threats? What's on the stands right now that people can go out and buy? And I know there's been some recent collections and new spin-offs and such.
Yeah, the volume 2 trade is out. And for the main Minor Threats title, Barfly's wrapping up. And we launch a brand new #1 next week called The Brood, which is sort of the way it was pitched to me, which I loved, was what if Gene Hackman's Lex Luthor grew up into Gene Hackman's Royal from Royal Tenenbaums. So it is Lex Luthor's succession by way of sort of a more indie vibe, a Royal Tenenbaum, Wes Anderson vibe.
I love that idea. Obviously, in a career filled with brilliant performances, those are two of my favorite of Gene Hackman. Well, we want to thank our panel and everyone in the live chat, and of course, the great Matt Kelly from Geekscape, who is burning the midnight oil, the noon oil, the later afternoon. Later on, I'll be back on the network at 8 Eastern. We'll be ranking Muppet Christmas movies and specials, so I'm excited to have that conversation. I want to give everybody a brief moment to get their plugs out there and where they can find you. Katie, where can people find you other than coming up more on Geekscape?
Yes, I will also be there for the Muppet stuff, and then also later on in RPG where I play a robot. But you can always find me at ElSassyPants, ElSasssyPants. Apparently, you can find me in the crowd in Rhythm and Flow on Netflix right now, and yeah, that's pretty much it. Also, listen to Napping Through Happy Hour where we talk real life, real drama, all in real time.
You're going to have a great guest on that show really soon. I think it's
Yeah,
Monday,
yeah.
isn't it?
I think it is. Yeah.
It's me. Eric Connor, where can people find you?
Count Erik Connor, EricConner, over on Insta, and that place called X that you might not want to go to. I get it. Just, I don't know, find me somewhere else.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you can also find me on Blue
And-
Sky.
Oh, shout out to Blue Sky. And Jordan, I know you're there, but we'll get to that in a second. David Brody, America's favorite Brooklyn boy. Where could they get more of you and your fellow Brooklyn boy?
You could find me on the Brooklyn Boys podcast, where we do a very special No Marvel Mentions at All episode that comes out later tonight. And you could find me on all social media at David Brody. That's with a Y at the end, including Blue Sky. Yeah. And Threads. If anybody is on Threads, I'm there.
Yeah.
So, and Tribal.
Jordan Bloom, it's always important to point out it's spelled Jordan Blum, B-L-U-M, but it is pronounced Bloom. So if people are going to look for your social media, they can find you in all those places. You were one of the first accounts I followed on Blue Sky, so I know you're there.
Oh, it's way better. I'm done with Twitter. Twitter's done. Forget it. Yeah, Bloom Jordan at Blue Sky, and on Instagram you can find the same handle.
Well, thanks again to everyone, and Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, Happy Marveling, and there will be a Craven episode, and the Geekscape live stream is about to continue in another link. This is the end of this part of it, but starting in mere seconds, you can jump into the next part. Thanks again, everybody, and we will see you in December or in the new year, whether or not you see Craven. As the great Stan Lee would say, Excelsior!